ref. Fuck the ref.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it. No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay.
Go. Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now. Found the hole. In the hole now under the table. Okay. This is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry. The skin is not on. I'm sorry.
The what?
The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah.
Ah, you need to...
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker.
Okay. Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's under
learning from my teammate. I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck.
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this? This is about reactions.
It's about reaction and I feel ready now.
Okay. Oof.
156. I don't know if it's good, but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you gonna take this technique?
I can do better than this.
Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
Oh, the consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
Oh, you got in his head. You got in his head. You got in his head. Ooh. Consistency across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywer. All right, Apex up to bat.
Oh.
Now look, he is an older gentleman.
Yeah. Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
Mom, I love you.
Oh! He's done him on the first!
You see? 22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
I know.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was
Mate,
really
you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle.
I'm not good at holding angles.
You are not used to be long like
But
this.
still, 158. We can work with that.
Oh, it's getting
Still
worse.
in it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
No.
It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120.
No.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywer's getting by
But he's younger.
nothing.
The best player in the world. I mean.
I'm just being consistent.
Okay, so let's set the scene. 12-11, map 5. Major on the line.
Oh, mate.
12-6.
Apex has just gone 1 for 1 on the opener. You're in a 4v4.
Okay.
You've bottled it. You missed an AWP shot.
Again?
Again?
He's dead.
Again? Okay, I'm dead? Okay.
So 3v4, Mezzi gets a triple kill, wins you the series.
Wow, that's wild.
You've just won the major. You ready?
Nice!
129. Were you happy with the length?
It came from deep.
Yeah, I saw it like... Okay. Nice!
129 as well. Ooh. They hit the same levels, same levels. We haven't had that before.
Good job.
History made today. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Whistle goes off, hands come off the table, you grab the water.
Okay.
Lid needs to come off, sip of water, lid back on, back in its place.
Hands
Time trial.
Hands back on the table.
Oh, the lid! 6 seconds. Could have shaved a second off there. Could have shaved a second off
under
there.
pressure, I'm not good at it.
I need to... Sorry, I'm stretching a bit.
Limbering up here.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this technique
Warm-up
yet.
is really key.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't that good. I didn't warm up before.
Are you thirsty?
I am. but,
Perfect. All right. You ready to go?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh. Yeah, okay, it's faster than me, for sure.
4 seconds.
Yeah. Good job.
We knew Zywer could have shaved you.
Sorry.
When you're ready. Referee? 46.5.
It's not that good, no?
Second highest today.
Okay.
Are you ready? I don't want you to hurt your hand here.
Nah, fine.
All right. Gotta be sensible about this. Major's coming up. Here we go.
Oh,
Oh, it was
45.3.
It was close.
Very close. Very close,
still
gentlemen. Very close.
He's going to gym every day.
I knew it. I knew
I'm not.
I knew it. I knew he would say that if I win.
What's
We don't
next?
work on this, mate.
This is the strats in this book to win the major.
Okay.
Now, what's going to happen is, I'm going to call out a number.
Okay,
I will
I need to
then
find the number?
blow the whistle. Once the whistle goes, you open the book to the page corresponding with the number I give you, and you must read the strategy aloud.
Okay. What's the page?
Wait, sorry. All right, here we go. Page 41.
Okay.
Oh, it's long already.
Okay.
It's a lot of pages.
Yes, go B.
9 seconds. A lot of pages to handle there. A lot of pages to handle there. It can get tough. Cumbersome. Page 52.
He's losing time.
Yeah, but you got
he's got
lucky.
stuck on the pages.
Shut!
It was worse than him, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that strat. It probably won't work. Okay, 11 seconds.
Yes.
Did fumble on the
struggle, I
pages.
struggle.
Yeah, struggled
But
to
you
take one.
got lucky because
Yeah.
you went straight to
Yeah,
42.
I'm 42 as well.
That's the fortunes in the pages. Okay. Okay, banana speed eating. How do you feel about just taking a bite of a
Okay,
banana?
now you know,
He's gonna
I have
win.
a
He's
secret.
gonna win.
I have a really big secret, but I can't say it.
Whoa. Speed peel technique there. Whoa! 4 seconds?
Okay. Can I disqualify?
Well, you don't have to compete if you don't want.
I think he won already. I mean, I can try, but 4
So
seconds.
it's not DQ, it's no time recorded, unless, do you want to give it a go?
I will try.
Okay, he's going to give it a go.
But
Oh, it's
Oh, he's fumbled on the... Oh, quick on the chewing, not bad, 5.5. Not bad though.
I'll finish the banana at this. Yeah, good job. You 3 bananas.
So right now, you're going to get these basketballs. You're going to get 3 shots. We want to see how good your utility is. So sometimes it's not a set nade. Sometimes it needs to be on the fly, and you need to
usually
be ready
good at it.
with the distances.
But there's no time. I can
3
take
shots.
my time.
Take your time. Take your time.
It's easy.
Okay.
Look, little surprise if you want. I can do it with my phone.
Oh, again. No.
0-3 there.
At least I have no pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You can stop now.
That's an extra point. I tried to dunk and it went down.
Right.
Oh no, again.
What do we say about that, Rush? The fact that it fell off on the shot. Are we going again?
No.
It's done? He's going again? It's done. He's called it there. He's called it there. The referee.
Fuck the ref. Fuck
Gentlemen,
the ref.
how do you feel about your performance overall?
I had 2 shots only and I beat him.
Yeah.
Fuck the ref. I think Zaiwu paid the ref, but it's alright.
Okay. Do you guys feel like you're ready to win in Dallas?
Yep. I think we are
Hopefully,
really ready.
what's the last one?
What's this?
That's it?
Okay, we good. Okay, yeah, I hope we're gonna win. 6 tournaments in a row would be nice.
Yeah, okay. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Amongst the Dallas skyline perches the Pegasus. Symbolic of wealth, power, and fame, it originally landed downtown all the way back in 1934, calling the rooftop of the Magnolia Petroleum Building home, the tallest building in the city at the time, standing at 29 stories high. Coincidentally, that's also quite the iconic number for Vitality. Having bested the Falcons just yesterday in the semi-finals, their series win streak now standing at 29 unbroken. Question is, do MOUZ have what it takes to take a swing at the Kings? It's Championship Sunday here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Yes, the fans are beginning to pack into the arena right here, right now. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. We're well into that last day of the playoffs. It is a grand final day. We've got MOUZ Vitality. We've also got so many fans packing out the concourse out here. And something needs to be noted. Something has to be said about the creativity, because they've always got it coming on down here with these fans. Speaking of which, buddy, what are you working on over here?
I got some CS2 move challenges going on here.
Okay. How's it going for you?
So far so good, but there's always a little bit more challenge than it lets on.
And speaking of challenges, talk about like the challenge we're going to get today in the server. What do you think in the grand final of the Intel Extreme Masters?
Oh, that's going to be Team Vitality. They're going to win that.
They're winning everything, it seems like.
That's right.
Well, let's see what you got. As I said, there's plenty going on around here. So much that, hello, friends. How are we doing?
How are you? Good.
Doing all right. Where y'all from?
Austin.
Okay, cool. So not like too far.
Not too far, just a little ways away.
Not too far. Still hot outside, so I don't blame you for wanting to be out there.
Texas, man.
No doubt. Speaking of Texas, we do have the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Finals today. So who do y'all got?
I am putting everything on Vitality. Vitality for the win all the way.
Pretty fair, actually. Pretty fair. Y'all feeling the same or what?
Yeah, Vitality. With a win streak like that, how can you doubt them? 29, right?
It's a lot. All they can do is win. But hey, I appreciate it. I won't take up too much y'all's time. Like your outfits. Just a little bit more, though. You. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm having a great day. Here I am, Dallas. This is awesome.
Man, you sound a little different than us. Where are you from?
I am from the land down under, where Sponge J represents Aussie.
He loves that. He loves being called Sponge J. Hey, speaking of calling things, call this game for me today. We have a grand final. It's all come down to this. MOUZ, Vitality, what you got?
Look, I'm a big fan of the win streaks with Vitality, hey? Like, there's no way they can't lose this. They can't. Because we haven't had a win streak this long since, I think who did the long win streak? Nip. We're going with Vitality for today. Absolutely, man.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you. And be careful out here. I know it's hot in Australia, but it's definitely hot outside.
Hey, every day is like this. We got it.
Every day, just like this. The Intel Extreme Masters Grand Finals.
Good morning, Spinks. I saw you guys playing football this morning. Who's the best at football in MOUZ?
Between the players only, I think it's me.
Yeah?
And I'm not good, so it says a lot.
You know the next question I'm going to ask. Playing against your former team, what's going through your mind?
Yeah, well, they beat us many times. Actually, I'm really confident about today. I don't know why, but lately when I'm confident we were losing, so we are going to get crushed. 3-0 for them. Apex is going to bully us, and yeah, that's it.
Vitality, do they look on their A game right now, or do they look beatable?
They are definitely beatable. I think so far this tournament they didn't show their best like they did before. And it's of course understandable after a long streak, but they're not on their A game yet. And I think also Falcons and the Mongols said they were really close to beat them, so yeah.
I'll let you get on your way, Spinks. Thank you so much. Good luck. Good morning, Zaru. I see you have one AirPod in. What are you listening to this morning?
Listening to rap music like always. I never changed my habits, so I keep listening to this.
In terms of yesterday, you finished playing at 7:30, grand final, 2 p.m. today. What's kind of the turnaround for Vitality? What do you guys get up to in the evening and then this morning?
I think it was mostly for the staff, like trying to prepare the game because they didn't have enough, I think for them, enough time to prepare like really good. So it was mostly to be prepared for them mentally and for us to be prepared like to be ready to play a game at 2 because it's really rare to play that early for a final. So for us, we just thinking about this way. We are not even thinking about how we playing right now. We just need to good mood, good vitality. If we play our A game, I think we have a great chance to win.
I mean, if history's anything to go by, it's looking good for you guys. MOUZ, how strong are they looking right now? Because they haven't dropped a map so far here in Dallas.
Obviously, they look really strong, but for us, it doesn't matter. I mean, we are mostly looking about ourselves for now. We doesn't play the good CS, I would say, for now. But we know if we are playing our A game, we play like we do for the last 4 months. I think we're gonna beat them. So I think we just really focus on ourselves for now.
Anything you want to say to the crowd? They had quite a lot to say to you yesterday in that Falcons game.
Actually, I don't remember. I remember fuck you Apex a lot. So hopefully we like you guys because we are making fun of that. So keep saying fuck you Apex, and we're gonna love it.
I love the energy, Zaru. Good luck in your game.
Well, here we go. The grand final Sunday. A rematch from Lisbon in March. Inferno, a non-starter in that grand final. 13-0 smash burger served up by the ever-in-contention Vitality. And after all 5 maps, Vitality won. And again, and again, and again. Because this is Vitality's server, and we're all just living in it, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think this is a completely different final to what Dallas has seen the last 3 times, right? Ever since we came back post-COVID, there's always a Cinderella run. There's always an underdog who comes out on top, who has a sort of a miraculous run, capping it off last year with Stewie 2K actually getting to lift a trophy. But this time, a completely different script. 2 of the best teams in the world. With Vitality, we're witnessing history in the making. You know, no one since NIP at the start of CSGO was able to do what they're doing right now, and no one will break that record, not even Vitality. That's like the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game. It's not going to happen in today's Counter-Strike, but just the fact that they won 5 tournaments in a row, that they haven't lost in over 120 days, tells you how insane it is what Vitality is doing at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing a great job overall. Obviously, so far this tournament haven't really played up to their A game. They came in a little bit rusty, said they didn't practice leading into it, and I think that's part of the story as well, Josh, you know, for this specific final. Every time Vitality has been at a tournament so far in 25, we've been seeing them firing on all cylinders. We've been speaking about their A game. We've been speaking about them being obviously the best team in the world. So far in Dallas, I don't think they played an A game yet they're still in the final. So if MOUZ is any good for it, if they can continue down the trend that we've seen so far, I think we need to see Saiwu and the boys today play their A game if they want to win.
Yeah, Josh, we've seen these guys play several games. A game is just, you know, a formality at this point. So let's talk about some of these times here in terms of them head-to-head.
Yeah, the head-to-head, obviously, Vitality have the clear wins over the side of MOUZ. MOUZ haven't looked too good against them. And the 13-0 as well in one of these best-of-5 finals, a 3-0 as well. For the side of Vitality, MOUZ has been getting a little bit better and better each time they play against Vitality. The scoring line gets a little bit closer. They get some more rounds. They get some maps going in it. And not included here is obviously another BO3 loss. These are the grand final losses that they've had in the head-to-head. So this is the 3rd time that they're going at it just in the last couple of months here. And MOUZ, they do look a lot sharper this event. So that is one thing going for them. And Vitality, as Jacob pointed out, have looked like they haven't been completely on their A game. But I mean, we also have to take into consideration that other times Vitality have played where they have won either entire tournaments or have won against other teams. There have been times where they've been up against the ropes and they just hung in there. The other team wasn't able to close it out. And it's all a matter of, is MOUZ going to be able to push it over the line this time and get, once they have Vitality on the ropes, close it out, which is what other teams have been failing to do. It's not like Vitality is blowing everyone out 13-0 every match.
That's the thing. They've played plenty of times against each other. This ain't a rivalry, right? Vitality beats their ass every single time. And the best-of-5 final, the 3-2, wasn't close. Because on 3 maps, it was 13-7, 13-7, 13-0, right? Just because you won 2 maps, 13-11, doesn't make it for a close final. The team that has pushed Vitality the most was the Falcons, right? And MOUZ sort of fell out of contention in the last month, dropped 2 games to Falcons in the playoffs, didn't even get to face Vitality. So now it's about getting back to that stage where they didn't have too much fun this year.
Let me ask the question to Dallas. What would you say to Apex in this moment, Dallas? I just figured I'd ask.
Well, I think this is the first time we're going to have 2 away teams play each other. Somehow both teams are going to get booed.
Weirdly enough. Hey, and speaking of Apex, let's hear from Apex.
just had a chance to catch up with the Vitality camp because obviously they played the last semi-final just yesterday, so it's a bit of a tight turnaround when you come into a grand final starting at 2 p.m. today. So pose the question firstly to Apex. What do you get up to in that evening? He said the players, they take some time off. He goes with the coach and the assistant coach to be reviewing the games. It takes him about an hour and a half to do that. Then we come into this morning, 10:15. It's time for an hour team walk, get your steps in, get some fresh air in your lungs, then have a little bit of lunch, go over the notes, and arrive here at the venue for the grand final.
Pretty quick turnaround time is the least amount you could say about that.
When you're looking at a team like this that it kind of has everything going for them, the thing that they're looking at is just what ZywOo said earlier, right? It's about just being mentally and physically prepared for the game, not so much about this heavy, let's look into them and set up a complete like game plan where we counter-strat them and everything. Not much has probably changed of the side of MOUZ from the last time these guys played against each other, and they're no strangers to each other, so not a huge amount of effort needs to go into just sitting there and breaking down every round by round.
And I think this is where it gets interesting, right? You look at the playoffs performance this year for MOUZ, the top-rated players are Torji and Exertion, right? No surprises for Vitality. ZywOo has been lights out this year. Without a doubt, the best player in the world. Rops has been, you know, that game changer for them. But then once you move on to the grand final performances, it doesn't change for ZywOo, actually the exact same rating, which is crazy. Rops steps up in the finals. Apex is their third best player. But you look over to the side of MOUZ, this is where you have a significant drop-off from the sides of Exertion and Torji. It's Pinks who's their best player. Actually, Jimmy does a little bit better in grand finals, but that has been the problem for MOUZ. We know they're a great team, they have great teamwork, you know, they have good openings, good protocols, everything, but once you get to the biggest stage, once you go up actually against Vitality, this is where they tend to fall off. This is where the stage becomes too big for them, they stop playing their own game, and Vitality just puts them in their pocket.
And that is a good point to bring up, because one of the massive win conditions for MOUZ so far in this tournament has been the fact that Torsi is the highest rated player, has been the fact that he's been playing lights out, you know, he's been playing with confidence, he's been dictative on the server, he's been all over the place almost with the AWP. Now, we have seen the tendency in grand finals and in playoff of him dropping off a little bit, but if he can continue what he's been doing so far this tournament, that's something that can come in and screw the picture. Yes, I agree with you, Janko, the 3-2 grand final where MOUZ won 2 maps, 13-11. On paper, it looks close, it wasn't really that close, but if you have Torsi playing at his absolute best at a tournament where we already established that ZywOo is only at a 1.19 rating, where Vitality is maybe playing their B game, their C game, that could be enough for MOUZ to make this super, super competitive.
That's one of the things I'm looking at actually, is that Spinks and Torsi are two of the most, the highest rated players at the event so far, and historically against this head-to-head matchup, these two players are going to be relied upon heavily. So if they're having a good performance so far this event, and then they're coming into this grand finals in this type of form, and ZywOo is also having a muted event compared to his normal like 1.3, 1.4 rating type of event. If he's not here to perform really well, then that is a concoction, right? That suddenly MOUZ could do an upset. Vitality had this struggle last year as well. ZywOo there, when they got upset by G-Stu, also didn't have a great performance in that grand final. So maybe we're seeing kind of all the same stars aligning at this present moment.
Well, at least for Spinks, you know, in this sort of an environment, he can't see or hear Apex getting up and screaming at him. So maybe that will help him perform a little bit better in the final. But I think considering how Vitality has been playing and that no one is popping off, if MOUZ doesn't beat them now, they're never beating them. Like this is poised for them to win. They've had a great run. They haven't dropped a map in the tournament. Your individuals are playing really, really well. Vitality is struggling. They're looking mortal. They sort of don't feel as the most confident because they didn't practice as much as they usually do coming into this tournament. So it's going to be pretty damning if they just sweep you again here.
And then plus you might be saving strats for the major, but we're not going to do all that. Anyway, speaking of strats and strategery, I know y'all like that one out here in Texas. We're going to hear from Brolin. Let's do it.
Back in the grand finals, of course, Brolin, you go up against a team currently on a 29 series streak. This is their 6th consecutive grand final. As a in-game leader, what goes through your head when you know you've got such a beast on the other side of the server?
I think it's just a pure mental game. I think they're obviously one of the... Of course, they're playing a really insane CS, but I think it's just pure mental. I think Messi said it as well, that when we're playing them, it's based on the mental game, but... yeah, I will see how it goes, but we are really prepared and we are really hungry to win this.
Obviously, you're very familiar with them as opponents. I want to throw it back to the last time you faced them in a grand final. Obviously, it was at Lisbon, went all 5 maps. You even up 2-1 at one point after getting 13-0'd on that first map. Can you tell me the biggest takeaways you had from that final versus Vitality?
just try to get. I mean, of course, I had the hunger of all maps. I mean, of course, it's going to be a really long day, and hopefully, it's going to be an easier for us, of course. But yeah, we just need to keep up the pace, keep up the hunger to win the game, and have the of course, just try to always want it more than them, basically.
Since that point in time, where's the biggest area that you've improved as an in-game leader since that Lisbon matchup?
Everything, I feel like. I mean, obviously, calling-wise, try to prepare as much as possible for the games, and yeah, be in the zone basically, and try to reset as soon as possible after the rounds, like freeze times and these things. So yeah, it's just basically everything. But yeah.
I think you've been proving that definitely here in Dallas, having not dropped a map so far up until this grand final. And looking at Vitality, do you think they look beatable? Are they in beatable form right now?
They're always beatable. It's just, I think, as I said before, I think it's pure mental in some scenarios. I think past two matches we have been pretty closer than before. Since we've been actually like winning maps basically, but I think Vitality, when they are facing people, they are a mental advantage like since the beginning of the game. So try to get it flowing and try to always have the hunger to win, and yeah.
Very excited to see you guys in the server. Best of luck, Berlin.
And let's focus a little bit on that journey here in Dallas. We've all come down here several times here for the Intel Extreme Masters, but for this year and for these two teams, Vitality has made it to the finals before.
Vitality was here last year, same time. They had a close engagement yesterday with Falcons, actually, pushed to the edge. It was a 13-11 on that third map. Same thing against Mongols, actually, in the arena, 13-11 to close out the series there. So dropping maps, very close affair where they could have gone out. MOUZ, on the other hand, haven't dropped a map yet.
No, and obviously that's something they have to keep on to. Obviously, they have to farm a bit of confidence from that. I do think a lot of the maps they have played, though, have required them to go the full distance. A couple of the comebacks they've made throughout this tournament, the one against Falcons as well, I believe they're down 12-5 on Mirage, have to fight their way back into it. You can look at that in two different lights. Obviously, a massive comeback, massive resilience shown against a world-class team like Falcons, but also a bit of weakness in the sense that if you go down 12-5, you didn't play a good game up until that point. So as much as I want to hype up MOUZ having not lost a map, I think there's been too many close maps for me to say that they're dominating so far, but they're looking good.
Yeah, but you look at you look at Vitality. They play against the same two teams, Mongols and Falcons, who actually push them 13-11 final map. They lose map 2, right? But MOUZ plays the exact same two teams. Sure, you might say 13-11 it's too close, 11-round comeback to win 16-12 in overtime against Falcons. That it's not good enough, but it's still a 2-0. So there's something to look at. There's resiliency. There's some sort of thing to push them over the edge. Whereas Vitality,
it's not that it's not good enough. It's more so that it's not dominating your opponents.
But MOUZ played Falcons in the group stages and Mongols in the playoffs, which was the opposite for the side of Vitality. So they got them when they're weak, while Vitality had to play them where they're strong. I think that takes that into account. And listen, here I think it's going to have to be. Bron was talking about the mental. It basically means the players need to have the mental strength to play the way they do in groups or even in other playoff games in this grand final. It's going to come down. Your protocols, your strategies are not going to save you from Vitality. You have to be able to take risks as an individual, to take space, to react, because they can make the game chaotic. You know, Apex, at times when you take some risks, whether you're going to stack bomb sites, re-aggress, right, you're going to constantly have to. Counter-Strike is just educated guessing the entire time. You're dealing with imperfect information, and sometimes you're going to be wrong, you're going to get punished for it, you're going to lose an important round. But you can't lose faith. You have to keep going for it. You have to keep playing active, good Counter-Strike. And sometimes for MOUZ, you know, they get into their shell. If they get shut down early, or if they start winning, but then the other team comes back, like that's where they start playing constrained. Like they're not as free-flowing anymore, and that's when other teams have no trouble playing against them.
Yeah, when you play, like, when you talk about the A game and the B game, when you play normally and you have that confidence to go and do these pushes all over the place and it works out for you, then everything's all like smooth sailing. But as soon as that doesn't work one or two times, that's when it's like you have to be able to fall back to something else, because you can't just be like, okay, this didn't work, so I'm not going to do it anymore, because at that point you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And if you don't know how to play that style as well, if you haven't developed that part of your play style, then now you're completely off kilter, and that's when things start to spiral out of control. So you need to keep doing the same confident plays. But we've seen that from these guys recently. consistently where they can make these plays and keep that confidence. I guess it does in part matter how their start goes, but as Brawlin was talking about, you know, one of these head-to-head matchups that they've had was kind of when Brawlin just took over the in-game leading role, and maybe he wasn't good at helping the team reset after a bad round loss, and now he's more equipped, and maybe everyone's more equipped now that Spinks has had more time in this roster.
But let's be completely honest, right? The reason why Vitality have been beating MOUZ all these times is because individually they are the better players, they are the better team. I think that has changed a little bit throughout this tournament. When you have Torsi playing at that level, when you have Spinks playing at a high level, then your point is excellent, right? We need to see them do that in a grand final. We need to see them do that in the playoff. But I think in this specific game right now, with Vitality lack of practice, with Saibu not having a great tournament, the individual playing field is evened out a little bit more now, which gives me more confidence in MOUZ actually pulling up the upset.
I don't think it has changed. I just think MOUZ players are in a little bit better form this tournament. Zaiwo and Robs are still the two best players, and it is players on the server, and it is guys like Exertion and Torji that every event is another chance for them to prove to us that they are elite, right? They are the next generation of your, Exertion is the next generation of your Nico and your space-taking riflers and your aggressive riflers. Torji the same thing in the opping department, right? So every tournament, every grand final is another opportunity to prove yourself.
And I'll just put this one out there too, because obviously there's a lot of familiarity in the server, and I'm talking about a little bit of the idea that Spinks did used to don that Vitality jersey. So now you're going up against them in this grand final, and what is the final boss currently in Counter-Strike, we can call Vitality that.
Yeah, he's been having a tough time in playoffs so far on the side of MOUZ. We can see that he did perform a little bit better in groups when he was on the side of Vitality. In the grand finals, it fell off a little bit. But here, he hasn't really found his footing. But this event, we talk about kind of like recency. Their form this event is really good. And that's kind of giving me hope. I think realistically what it comes down to is the start of the game. You know, if we end up talking about maps, like where's Inferno going to fall? The last time they went into the best of 5, Inferno was the first map. It was like 13-0. Or sorry, that wasn't the last time they played. I think it was close to like 13-9 or 13-7, something like that. But the time before that was a 13-0. So getting a little bit better every time. It's all about where that map is going to lie, because that's been the weak point for MOUZ, and it's been exploited here as well at this event so far.
Yeah, Jacob, you can't get much lower than 13-0. So
no, that kind of sucks too. To start a grand final losing 13-0. Let's be completely honest. But when you look at the map pool and when you look at how they played head-to-head as well, it does kind of suck for MOUZ, because there's not a lot of different ways to go for them. There's one map that sticks out from this graphic right here, and that's obviously Mirage. Out of all the maps they played against each other, the 5 ones that we're going to see tonight, because there's 2 permabans, we don't need to talk about them, but Mirage is the one map where MOUZ can come in and be like, that's our ticket into this matchup. That's the golden ticket to remain competitive and continue that win streak. Now, Vitality is a good team on Mirage, but we have seen MOUZ beat them 2 out of 3 times, and then there's a couple of maps in here that, yes, you look at Vitality, they won 4 times out of 4 in Inferno. I don't think that's going to change today. We've seen MOUZ struggle on the map. They haven't really had time to practice enough on it leading into the major, but you have Dust 2, you have Nuke. Those are maps that should be able to be competitive enough for MOUZ to believe that that's our golden ticket. You win Mirage and you win one of the other 2, and then you're part of the game.
Speaking of the game at hand, let's talk about the maps at hand. And we know permavans, we know how that's going to look, but in a best of 5 and in terms of sequencing, tell me how this works.
I don't think it matters really all that much. I think for MOUZ, if they're going to win this finals, it has to be 3-0 or 3-1. I think if it gets into another long 5-mapper, that's where the experience from Vitality kicks in, if they can just hang in there, right? I don't know what Vitality is going to do. I don't think they're going to pick Train after how it went yesterday for them against Falcons. Probably going to stick to Inferno with how comfortable that has been throughout the matchup against MOUZ.
But I think that's exactly why it matters. I think it matters for MOUZ to get off to a good start, because I agree with you. If MOUZ is not winning the first couple of maps or getting into a 1-1 scenario or 2-1 scenario, I also don't believe they're going to go all the way to 5 maps and have that resiliency and keep believing in winning, because they've seen that before. They see what happens. So for MOUZ to get off to a good start is mega important.
I actually agree with Jacob here. For once, maybe I feel like usually, like when you look at the decider match, it's usually like the last map of a BO3 or the last map of a BO5. I think Inferno is going to be the decider map here, not in terms of where it falls in the sequence here, but it's that if MOUZ is able to pick that map up, I feel like that is the turning point. If MOUZ get that map, they can win the series. Without that map, I don't think it's possible.
Honestly, I also would have liked to see MOUZ pick T-side on Dust 2, right? Like, just come out of the game gates with you having control of the game, you dictating where the fights are going to happen. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, might not matter all too much. And also just vitality, man. Like we've been talking about, ZywOo hasn't, you know, no one's been lights out. You know who's been very good? Flamesy and Mezzy.
Yes.
Like, this is just crazy. They have two of the most overqualified support players in the world, it seems like, right? Like, they're in a perfect situation where all eyes are on ZywOo and Robs in the in-game performance. Then you have Apex being the loud guy that he is, takes a lot of spotlight on himself. That's perfect for these two guys. They can just fly under the radar, sort of play. Mezzy especially has had a resurgence with Robs taking some of the anchor roles. He can be more mobile. That suits him a little bit better. And they are the two players that have sort of made up for a little bit of a drop-off from ZywOo and Robs.
Let's hear from that Mezzy fella. He's a merry fella. Let's hear from him.
Vitality once again back in the grand finals here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Mezzy, we've been talking a lot about you guys as a team, but I just want to poke a question in terms of your individual form. How close to peak Mezzy have we seen so far here in Dallas?
I think there's still a long way to go. I think I'm showing more consistent form, a much better like floor level in this year so far. But I think peak, I think I've still got a lot more to show for sure. I think I can be much better individually for sure.
Rob's had a really nice interview quote where he said he feels like you guys are mentally a step ahead of every other team. Has there been anything that you guys have been doing, you know, behind the scenes, outside the server, to make sure your mental is always super sharp, always in check?
I mean, nothing special. I mean, all the talks, I think we're super open as a team and not afraid of conflict. I think it's important to be able to say what is needed, and if anyone feels uncomfortable, and just to say whatever they feel. And I think everyone in the team is really comfortable in doing that. And also the staff behind the team, Jack, our performance coach, is doing a great job on make sure that we're ready for these type of games. And of course, when you're winning, and we have the streak that we have, I think it always plays a mental aspect in terms of when you go up against a team that you've beaten multiple times already, it kind of plays on that as well. So I think for us, we just kind of, past experiences also help build that mental strength as well.
Got a hell of a lot of experience under your belt. When you come off a semi-final that finishes, what, 7:30, 8 o'clock last night, what's happening with the Vitality camp, right? I heard from Apex, he goes straight into the server, he's reviewing the demos. What about you? What's your routine prior to coming into a grand finals that starts maybe a little bit earlier than we're used to, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just trying to get as much time in the game as we can. I think, so for me, it's just, I like to play just deathmatch. So for me, it's, yeah, after the game last night, straight back to the practice room, get some deathmatch in. Also important to get good rest, good sleep. I think it's a best of 5, so it's always going to be, you never know how long it can last. It could be all 5 maps, and we've got to be ready for that. So make sure we're well rested and mentally strong for this game, because it can always be really exhausting. So yeah, get the timing in the game, but also prioritize sleep as well.
One more question before I let you get back to your aimbots that you're doing there. You have your family out in the crowd. Anything you want to say to them before you head into the game?
Just hopefully we can win in front of them as well. I think, yeah, I just want to. I'm just happy they can share this experience as well and enjoy it in front of this crowd as well. So just a big shout out to them for all the support, and let's get the win.
Shout out to you as well, Mezzy. Best of luck in the game.
Well, I told y'all he was a merry fella, and that's because he can barely keep that smile off his face. But if you're Vitality, it makes sense. You do happen to be winning just about everything. We just covered them going ahead and picking up that ESL Grand Slam. And guess what? They have the chance to run it all the way back.
You know what I like about this whole Vitality entering Dallas with no practice, no lead up, you know, taking a vacation leading into the tournament? They're also treating the tournament a little bit more chill, and I feel like you sense that in all the interviews, you sense that in everything they're saying. Obviously, they had to win. Obviously, they had to compete. When you're in a grand final, you're going to give you a 100%, but Messi bringing the family, making sure that it's a nice and lenient way getting into the major. It does feel like Vitality are treating this as a bit of a warm-up, you know, where you're chilling a little bit more. You're maybe not preparing as hard as you normally do. You're not practicing as hard as you normally do, which should give a little bit more of that eager and more of that motivation heading into the Austin Major. Yet we're still seeing Vitality in the grand final. Yet we all agreed that our favorites to win this entire thing. And it gives me flashbacks to the good old Astralis days, where they were doing the exact same thing, where certain tournaments, they didn't prioritize high enough. They brought family, they brought girlfriends, and then when they were showing up for the majors, that's when they were giving their 100%.
That is true, but at the same time, it's like, if they actually win here, if they take this one seriously, it would be a chance for them to win 2 ESL Grand Slams within one, just in 2025 alone. And the same thing happened last year, where they choked out the finals, and then they weren't able to you know, it took them a while. It took them longer to be able to get there at the end. But one of the things that Mezzi was saying was the brotherhood situation with the team, just being able to talk to everyone and not really have an issue with, you know, conflict and being open with each other. I think that's something that both these teams have going, actually, because MOUZ is the other team that everyone talks about how close they are out of the server, how they're able to get along. And it's really important these days for kind of all 5 people to be on the same wavelength in that regard. And the other thing on top of it is just how the best of 5 is. It's going to be exhausting. It's going to be an endurance race. And how do people kind of manage their energy throughout that entire portion? It seems like Vitality are pretty good with how they manage their sleep and manage their exercise.
With each Vitality game from here on out, we're witnessing history in the making. And history doesn't happen overnight, right? Like, the core of this team has been together for 2 years now. And it started by bringing in Flamesy after you won a major to replace Dupree, the 5-time major champion. That took some guts, you know, to do that. And they were struggling for results, but behind the scenes, they were putting in the work. They were creating that chemistry. They were building a team. You know, you're bringing in Mez, you're like, Mezzi, like, you know, you sure about that? But that's the guy who's one of the most versatile players out there, who had to in-game lead, who had to do a lot of different things, and just his demeanor was exactly what the team needed. They won 2-3 tournaments immediately after they added him, and then last year was a little bit rough. Internal stripes, Pinks is unhappy, you know, you only have the Cologne win to show for it, which is a massive win, by the way, and then the last piece of the puzzle, right? Drops, also for free, by the way, just like Flamesy, comes in, and to get a player of that caliber on a free transfer, you could immediately see the impact he had the first map of the grand final against Spirit, where he was the best performer. It also frees up ZywOo. He doesn't have all this pressure on his shoulder every single time. It's like, I have to be out of this world for us to win and for us to play well. Like, it allows him to just play the game that's in front of him, and everyone has stepped up. Apex somehow plays better than when he was a star player. He's their 3rd highest rated player in the grand finals. Definitely had maps where he carried his team over the finish line, and that's why they're always going to be tough to play against, and the most difficulty you will have is in the final.
I'm glad you put a bit of spotlight to that, because we often, you know, talk about mismanaging organizations. You know, certain players should have been re-signed, certain players should have been kicked, but Vitality have done a tremendous job. But part of that is also the fact that you have ZywOo. If you have ZywOo in your lineup, and you're Rups, and your contract is running out, you want to join that team, right? It's the law of attraction. If you're nice, if you're good, if you're the best player in the world, everyone want to come play with you, and that's exactly
unless your name is Pinks.
Or I guess so. I guess so.
Look, guys, we have to get to a break here sooner rather than later, because there's this grand final affair that's going on here. It is MOUZ taking on Vitality. I know that Dallas is ready for some Counter-Strike. Is that right? But are you really ready? Are you really ready? That's the biggest question I'm going to have for you today. Also, we go to a quick break. We come back on the other side of it. We get this bad boy started. Let me get a yeehaw!
Glory and the glint of silver. The trophy lift on the stage. These are the moments that every Counter-Strike player dreams of. This is what they yearn for when they set foot on this stage. But it's not always the victories that stick with you, but the memories of defeat, the moments where you were so close to this trophy, yet let it slip. One of the teams about to take this stage knows the feeling of defeat here in Dallas, Texas, all too well. And though they've done a lot of winning since, to wash that memory away, one moment still needs correction in their minds. On the other hand, MOUZ have spent the moment watching Vitality stride towards that trophy far too many times for their own liking. And every time that's occurred, you know it's added just that little bit of fuel to the fire. A fire now so bright that it might just burn this final obstacle in their path. it's been a hell of a week here in Dallas, Texas. We've had some amazing games on this stage, but now I need to ask you one more time at this Intel Extreme Masters, Dallas, who's it gonna be?
Are you ready to show strength, stamina, agility, precision?
So far, so good for Messi. He's just tapping heads.
Discipline, endurance,
And we have to go again. The never-ending war.
pace.
Fakes it out. It's the shot. Has to isolate the joint.
take a leap of faith.
Peak performance.
Mazinho. How does he get three?
The final stretch. To build your dynasty. Don't mess with Texas.
A peerless streak that may never know its like, but their work's not done. Put your hands together for Team Vitality!
It's pretty funny, to be honest. Every interviews, people say that they will beat us. It doesn't happen yet. And we know we're not perfect here. We didn't have the best preparation, but we're still in final. So we know that we have the hurt, and that's the most important for me here. As I said, I think we're going to lose at some point. It's normal, and we can't win all the time. We're not thinking we are the big guy around there, and we're just giving our best at each game once again and try to win as much as we can. We just expect close game against them. They're a great team. They play great counter-strike, so we're going to be sure we're going to give our best, no matter what.
Too often the bridesmaid, but now might be their moment to step into that spotlight themselves. It's the moment for MOUZ!
I feel about facing Vitality. Well, there is some storyline to it. We played against each other a couple times. They came on top every single time, which is definitely annoying. So I'm just really hungry for revenge. I want to beat them, and that's it. If we have what it takes to beat them, 100%. We were really close in the last couple games, in my opinion. I think we should have won some as well. 100% confident that we can beat them. Yesterday against the Mongols, you were not cheering for us, and it's fine. But just remember, you Apex.
Well, Brolin said in an interview, it was really weird to see the crowd started booing us when we entered. But also, Dallas just cheered for the Mongols, and they're not even playing today. So who knows? And away we go. Imagine that. Grand final right here, right now. Yanko, let's kick it into your wheelhouse, buddy. Let's start talking about Dust 2 just a little bit.
Yeah, I think for MOUZ, they're going to have a good start. But they picked to start on the CT side, so it's going to be to Vitality to dictate the pace of the game. MOUZ has to start aggressive. They have to be really fast with their reactions. They have to show Vitality that this time it's going to be different.
This time is going to be different, and the man that can make that difference is none other than Torsi, the highest-rated player so far in this tournament. He's been shown to be very assertive, very aggressive, and has involved himself in an awful lot of opening duels throughout the tournament as well. Now, he is going up against Saivu, who so far haven't had the best tournament, but when we speak of not having a great tournament for Saivu, he's still at a 1.19 rating, I believe, and that's by no shape of the imagination steal any bad.
Look, MOUZ has a chip on their shoulder. They want to beat Vitality so bad because they've lost to them in the head-to-head in Grand Finals already 2 times this year, whereas Vitality, they're just like, it's just another tournament that we're in the Grand Finals of and we're probably going to win it again. They're probably just walking in here, relaxed, chilling, and that could actually play in their favor a lot. But if they don't take MOUZ seriously and realize how badly MOUZ want to actually beat them, they might not be ready for MOUZ to come out swinging. And I'd love to see them do what Yanko was talking to, just come out and be aggressive, get in their face.
And let's be completely honest, right? One of the only things we haven't spoken about just yet is the in-game leader duel between Apex and Brolan. And people may forget, because Brolan is off to such a good start for MOUZ, that he's done a good job, but he's experienced, and he's experienced in losing Grand Finals. He hasn't really won too many within the MOUZ camp, and I think for Apex, that's something he's going to feast on.
They have fallen off. Vitality was here last year, losing to G2, but Exertion and Torji were both here 2 years ago when that MOUZ lineup lost to ENCE. One of the two will lift the trophy today. Is MOUZ going to be able to step up and break the streak of Team Vitality?
Well, all I do know, Yanko, Steel, Pimp, is thank you very much for that. And I know that it's time to get this grand final underway. Dallas, hello! Let's play some Counter-Strike, shall we? MOUZ, Vitality.
One more match, Dallas Grand Finals. Once more into the breach for MOUZ. Once more to stand up against the demons they have been unable to defeat all year. 5 straight series wins for Vitality in this head-to-head. 2 of them in Grand Finals. MOUZ has not been able to turn the corner, but a win here today, that is the edge MOUZ would need heading into the major. For Vitality, they continue marching forward, undefeated for 121 days. No one has been able to topple them. And they step into the major looking like an unprecedented, historically great team.
Over 120 days of winning. But Vitality's last 3 best-of-5s have gone to all 5 maps. We're in for a good show. And every year we come to Dallas, you guys deliver. So as we get into this grand final, show us why Counter-Strike keeps coming back to Texas.
Live into the pistol round. MOUZ defending on the CT side. Spinks is going to get a little bit frisky. He's already pushed towards Xbox. And you've got Vitality grouped up into the B tunnels, all 5 players. That's going to be Jimmy they're attacking into, and it looks like they're wasting no time.
Yimpat under a little bit of pressure, even more so now that his teammate is gone down. Spinks to step up, and Yimpat, good damage. Not bringing down any of his foes as he goes for the reload. Finally, he'll strike, and plenty of help from Torsi, who comes in with a triple in this pistol. And what a tournament he's been having. He is rising up, he is becoming a star, and perhaps in Dallas it will be enough to topple Vitality.
He's a favorite for the DHL MVP after this as well. #1 player rated at the event so far. A good message to send if you're Torji to your team, to your opponents, that you're here to play. The last time these 2 teams met in the grand final, it opened up with a 13-0 loss for MOUZ. Vitality just absolutely embarrassed them. They've already avoided that fate, and MOUZ gets a chance at a hot start up against just the Glocks of Vitality. Apex getting a little bit of love as he's been all week. Spinks gooshed up. Oh my lord, you've lost that duel to a Glock. All right, a little bit weird that Spinks taken down by his former teammate in embarrassing fashion, and then Exertion follows next.
Oh, this is way too uncomfortable for MOUZ.
Look at the HP on Jimmy and Torji.
I know, they're within touching distance, these pistols straight away. Brolin, look, they try and clean up. He's the player with health, and he's the player with a kill on ZywOo. Now Apex makes his play out A-long. Rob's waiting at short. Brolin coming towards him to fight him. And Brolin needs to unravel this, and he's done so with a double at short. It leaves Apex in low HP.
He just saved the day. But I mean, if you're MOUZ, considering how much you've played Vitality, how much you've lost to them as well, that round had to be so scary. You know you cannot let that one slip. No investment from Vitality, and they've done such incredible damage. Brolin still not considering the A-bomb site, now aware it should have no issues.
Yep, no issues. Brolin saved the day for MOUZ, and they've already done better than their opening map the last time they played in a best-of-5 grand final. They got 13-0 by Vitality out in Lisbon in the opening game. Still went to all 5 maps. But MOUZ hoping they can get a strong start into this final, something to play with, something to build with early, rather than playing from behind.
Well, they've got that start. They've got an op-out on Torji immediately. Round 3 underway. Bang, ZywOo right out of the gate. First time with an up, first shot, and Jimmy's down.
Great work from the ZywOo AWP. And here come Vitality into the B site. No one's there. No one's home. They've got the site, and right now, unless Spinks can do something about this in the tunnels, it might just end up being an early safe call, especially with that kill from Apex. They bail out. They can't get back into this round. It is going to be a comfortable start in terms of the gun rounds here for Vitality.
That's a nice easy one. Not even really having to think about it. ZywOo gets the pick. You know it's going to be a weekend B bomb site. Test the waters, and you've got access. Exertion can't put a stop or slow anything after that. So 2-1, Vitality on the board. And back-to-back rounds that have got to be oh my lord, they're getting deleted. Apex and Flamesy.
What a rough feeling that you call a safe call so early. You have 3 weapons still up, and all of those weapons get taken out of your hands. Now, Torzi trying to hang on to his. They're not coming towards him. They're going to long, and he hides in short.
I like the conversation on the desk, too, because normally you'd come into this and you'd mention all the pressure. We could talk with Vitality, all the things they have riding on this, between the ESL Grand Slam for a second times, between a historic win streak, all the various things they have weighing on their shoulders and weighing on their minds. But they've actually mopped the floor with MOUZ a number of times throughout this year. We mentioned 5 series, but it's been so dominant. In terms of the maps across those 5 series, 12 won by Vitality. It's only the 3 of MOUZ. So, I mean, if you're Vitality coming into this, you're just saying, this is the team we've handled, this is the team we've destroyed and deleted a number of times already. Nothing's changed. We're still 10 times better.
Boosted, and another shot. Both offers landing, but none to lethality.
And nothing aggressive from Vitality, so MOUZ's defense gets to breathe. Brolin out towards long behind the double doors. Torji in support with the AWP. And that smoke will signal that Vitality want to start moving up catwalk.
And Brolin wants to start moving up long. He's already pushed into the longhouse, up to the door now.
Torji's got a flashbang to activate him, and he will. That's the low HP Alper, but didn't swing out wide enough, so ZywOo gets away with his life, gets away with one in that exchange.
They know there's a player committed long, so Vitality starts to put a little bit more pressure at short. Exertion with the flash, landing in front of Flames' face.
And there's no smokes on the defense or Molotovs for catwalk, so this hit just has freedom to begin whenever Vitality choose. MOUZ can only lie in wait, knowing exactly what's coming, and the AWP is out of position. Torji might be trying to hide it over at the B-bomb site.
Smokes are up and Flames on the charge in. It's going to be Exertion's Deagle, ready to strike upon them. Half HP, quickly the headshot in the end, and eventually taken down by Mezzi. Brolin to filter in. Can he do enough on the MP9? You better believe he can. Chiming in with Torzi. And now Rops, the savior, comes out from long. Vitality still in this fight because of that. And it's the ZywOo Rops show. The 2 best players in the server today. Looking to close out the clutch versus MOUZ.
And let the retake begin. Yimfat and Torji are moving out through the double doors. They're going to wrap around middle. They can go up catwalk, they can wrap long. And that's exactly where they're going to go. The second option, they'll have ZywOo's AWP to contend with at car. No kits on the MOUZ side.
And this new pairing have been winning rounds all season long, pulling Vitality closer and closer to victories. And here's another shot from ZywOo, ready for the next fight, but it comes from CT, and so Rops will fall, and MOUZ come back into it. They deny Rops and ZywOo, And it'll be a 3-1 lead for MOUZ.
That's a really, really sick sequence on the retake as well. The peek from CT to take down ZywOo, which activates the long player. The second player at long was never found by ZywOo and Rops. So an easy cleanup. And MOUZ keep the lead. And they extended up to 2. There's the op shots exchange in the early going. We don't get that op duel too often, but Torji coming over have an impact with the low HP. Look at what it means to him as well. Torji, highest rated player at the event. Chasing down this trophy.
Apex, he's got the long spawn, so he gets to bring the AWP out. Let's see if Apex can grab the opener. And just about misses out on taking Torji down. The AWP returns to the hands of ZywOo.
Both teams really labored in terms of their money, so this round has massive implications moving forward of what they're going to be able to bring to the fight in the next couple rounds. Winner of this can go on a little bit of a streak. Apex and Flamesy taking control of Catwalk.
Torzi lying away. Molotov gonna land in front of him. Oh, doesn't see his opponent, takes the shot as Apex starts rattling off a couple of his own. Torzi knows to pull the trigger. Good response from Flames, up short. He'll be here all half long.
Yeah, MOUZ trying to fool him, try to put up a little different weapon in the defense after they've spotted the op, but Flamesy just too prepared. He was sharp yesterday with impactful openings, starting out Dust 2 that way as well. 3 kills for Flamesy in the 5 rounds of play so far, and Spinks coming in for a flank, cutting the map off, shrinking it for this defense, and MOUZ is gonna start to know everything that's happening.
Torzi coming away with Flames, no problem. Spinks is flanked. Oh, it's gonna get spotted. It's gonna get unraveled. Drops for the kill down into the lower tunnels. 40 seconds left. And Vitality think about leaving short and dropping back into middle. Impact will be the man tasked with dealing with this, spotting this.
Yeah, I like that he got away though, because that was an awkward position that he was committed to. Now he can fall into the B bomb site and he's gonna call them over. 1 lurker in mid, 2 coming from tunnels.
Impact gets in behind Carr. He knows he's got the support of Torzi watching that mid lurk, so he can focus fully on the tunnels fights. And here they come. It's Mezzi up first. Rops comes in on that mid plate, and just Torzi left. Rops is just baiting him out, and eventually the final shot rings in. It's ZywOo to close on it, and a second round for Vitality.
Look how fast it can come crumbling down. MOUZ at one point with an advantage in terms of manpower, with all the information on the map, knowing exactly what execute they were facing. Rops gets 1 kill on the flank, and the round opens up in a big way. And Apex is able to call his team back to the B bomb site for an easy waltz-in victory. Unfortunately for MOUZ, it's them who have the economic, the money problems. Pistols, an MP9 and a scout, and a fast long take from Vitality. They just don't have the resources to fight back.
Yeah, very fast, and Rops gets down into the pit, no problem. Mezzi spotting the push from Yimpat. Knows that he lost tunnels control. MOUZ don't have the weapons to fight at that kind of range, so they're gonna have to sit back, allow Vitality to come to them. Oh, rolling with some head skills.
That's a huge block. That's actually everything for MOUZ at the moment. Complete vision. It's gonna get re-smoked, but now the flashbang's set up.
Flash to allow the swing. Rops to come out on top. Roland only getting 1. And with 55 seconds, that bomb site is taken by Vitality. And Torzi can't do much about the outcome. So a tie game we have here, 3-3.
Vitality seems so composed and so calm so far in this game. It's been a very cool look and a very cool conversation considering, I mean, the eye test for Vitality, everyone kind of feels like this event more so than any other they've played and they've looked the most mortal, but still nobody able to beat them. And that's a scary prospect when you think, you know, we heard Apex talk about, we're not as well prepared. We took a little bit of a break. We needed a couple extra days before we go on a crazy grind. So they didn't, it wasn't as hardcore coming into Dallas, but they're still handling everyone that comes up against them, which is just so intimidating for other teams.
Yeah, it's not surprising to see them composed, though, as this is their 6th championship Sunday where they've been playing in the grand finals. And when we talk about Vitality, one of the things that always comes up is about the mentality that they've got. And that was the big conversation between both of the in-game leaders today coming into the event, right? Is this final is all about mentality. Brolin was saying that every day they're beatable. Every game, Vitality are beatable, but it comes down to the mentality in these grand finals. And Mezzi was saying that that's the advantage that Vitality have over every other team right now.
It's the advantage you get when every game is high pressure throughout this 29-match win streak, looking for 30 today.
Not going to be too much resistance in the next round either here for MOUZ. They don't have a whole lot going into it.
Which is great, because Dallas, I wanted to have a chat with you guys. I usually try and get a sense during the walk-ins of which way you're leaning, but it was a little bit confusing today. Out there in the crowd, are you guys rooting for MOUZ to win this championship? All right, what about Vitality? There's an equal number of cheers and boos both ways, and I'm very confused.
What about Apex? All right, well, Rob straight through mid. It's going to be Torzy going down. And the opening fight here for Vitality is won. There's not going to be too much to get through at this point. Exertion and Impact going to push into the tunnel, so give it a good go. But Vitality about to grab the lead here on Dust 2. Up next, Mirage. MOUZ's pick into the best of 5.
Yeah, this will be Vitality's first lead of the game as well, but they're starting to build up quite nicely. Look like they're not having any issues moving around the map, changing things up when they encounter difficulty. It's going to be 4 of the last 5 in Vitality's favor. I mentioned the map score across the series in 2025, 12-3 in the favor of Vitality. Dust 2 is one of the maps that MOUZ has been able to take off of them, 13-11 back in that Lisbon Grand Final. But Vitality won the 3 Dust 2 matches previous to that. So there's just no real cool advantages that MOUZ can look at and feel like they have.
A pretty tempered start into the final as well here. The gun rounds have looked very solid from Vitality. Impact doing some damage on the way out, trying to hold on to the AK. But even that is taken out of their hands.
That's a dangerous side in this arena.
You got the rifles coming out for MOUZ. No AWP yet for Torzy. We've been talking about how pivotal that is, how important it's been.
Especially on Dust 2. So critical to have an op that's able to move around the map and hold the angles, and not with that luxury at the moment. They're gonna have to fight it back and maybe pry it out of ZywOo's hands. Round 8, smoked across the double doors. ZywOo is gonna take an early angle into the B bomb site.
Missed shot from ZywOo.
Does force a piece of utility out early, which is a nice thing for Apex to think about as he works this round. He knows the late B, they're gonna be missing a smoke. Now utility to look like they want to take Catwalk. It's only Flamesy though, and he's just throwing it as a fake. They've taken Cat a number of times in this half. This time they're passive with it. Down mid we go. Double doors smoked off just as Vitality gets 4 players in position. Feels like that's the idea that they wanted to take, now denied them by the utility. So time burns off the clock as Vitality wait this out. Break the smoke to check for information.
Trickling the smoke out mid and now accelerating into the B split. Spinks waits behind Car, pops his head up and gets it popped off. So Impact, the only player left, he's gone, and these rounds just feel too easy for Vitality.
Oh, there's no disruption at the moment. This is a very passive round for MOUZ. They sit far back and they kind of have 2 players parked at long, 2 players parked inside B, no one with eyes on mid. So, I mean, Vitality had so much freedom at all times to work that map. Even when their like ideas are denied, there's no one actually pushing into them, trying to find a kill, trying to do damage and gathering information. So Vitality got a relatively easy round with not a whole lot of pressure. And Brolin is found out at the end of the day.
But the problem is right now for MOUZ, these rounds are so easy for Vitality and they win them so quickly. They have enough time and enough money to hunt them down. So you're not even getting to see MOUZ hold on to these 3 weapons, which you so often see on Dust 2. So if you call off the B retake opportunity, you at least have 3 safe weapons, you can get another buyout, but there's no mercy from Vitality right now. And so these rounds just keep getting easier.
It's got to feel really rough for MOUZ. I would imagine we're going to get a timeout in the next gun round. But I mean, coming into this after the group stage they had and how good they looked, how cohesive they looked individually, how strong everyone was. You come into another grand finals on the big stage and open up with a flat performance, and you're just sitting there as those players. You're like, not again. How can we not get over this? And they've got to show Vitality that's a different MOUZ. They haven't done it yet. Once again, MOUZ starting to push into double doors. Patience from Vitality, spots out the one jiggle peek. Damage is done, sees two more, kills them all.
Spinks waits on the A-bomb site, just hiding behind the default boxes, 5-7 in hand. This pistol can be deadly. And Spinks shows us why. Robs to respond from short though, and Yimpat once again alone in a 1v4. He's all the way back on B with a scout. They don't show him anything in the early round, and that bomb goes down. So Vitality up 6-3 now at this point. The scoreline has just kept beating forward.
A very convincing 6-3 as well. Only losing 4 players in the last 3 rounds. Yimfat's gonna fall away with the scout. Shouldn't be able to save it, but next gun round is everything for MOUZ. Next gun round is where you can still recover this. I'm assuming there's gonna be a timeout from Cyclone, and that'll be the conversation to inject some energy into the team. And then you're gonna look towards your individuals who have been playing so well for you. We mentioned Torji as the #1 rated player of the event so far. Well, Spinks is #2, and Yimfat is #7.
There's a timeout you were talking about, Jason, needing to get it out early here for MOUZ because they've fallen flat. It's been 5 rounds in a row here for Vitality. None of them have felt competitive.
Well, MOUZ, their conversations. Torji has the AWP back in his hands. Still looking for some of those incredible performances we got in the group stage from Spinks, down at 3 kills. Exertion, a huge piece of this MOUZ puzzle, 2 kills. Very important players having quite starts to dust too, and that's what this timeout is here to resolve. Cyclone trying to calm everyone down. Trying to keep his team composed. A 3-round lead, gonna be challenged in round 10. The buy is back. It's gonna be Brolin coming out long just for utility, and narrowly. A narrow glimpse of the arm that Apex misses.
Yeah, second time he's had the opportunity to go for the long pick. He'll give the all back to Zywoo immediately. I'd rather throw it down on the ground. They've got so much money. Zywoo is gonna be over at B. Looking for the jumping Yimpat. He's not gonna put himself in dangerous way. He's gonna smoke out Zywoo.
I like this defense, though, from MOUZ in this round. If you look at the minimap, it's far more aggressive than what we've seen previously. Exertion was just playing close up on Catwalk, throwing utility. He's backed off, but you have Spinks close double doors. You got Torji deep with the AWP. They're paired up. So you have players in positions to grab information, to listen to sound cues, and to activate with flashbangs when you feel the moment is right. Up Catwalk we go, Flamesy leading the way. Molotov is gonna delay the attack. Zywoo paired up with him. Torji's AWP, nowhere to be found. It's on the B bomb site, away from the action.
Oh, Rops has found the gap in mid. Starting to move through the smoke, getting in towards CT. A risk from Rops. 25 seconds. Eventually, it has to be the push forward from Vitality. Spinks very aware, but how long can he hold this? How long can he think about this? He'll call it off now and go back to short, allow Yimpat to deal with the potential of Rops. As Spinks tries to stop that bomb from getting to the site. 10 seconds for Vitality. They're now just arriving, and the shutdown comes in. 6 seconds for Mezzi. No bomb at his back. Round's done. MOUZ will go up to 4, finally ending the streak of Vitality's round wins here on Dust 2. And they just run thin on time, and so it has to be a perfect finish, and it just isn't from Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good job from MOUZ out of the timeout as well. The words from Cyclone really helped out, obviously, with this 4th win. Vitality gets stalled out due to good utility usage from MOUZ. I feel like a lot of that comes down to having Spinks close towards double doors, able to listen to their tracking, like where they're going, their pathing, the timing in which they're taking different parts of middle, and they're able to deploy enough delay utility on Catwalk to make that a very difficult hit at the finish. Now we have a fast long play. Aggression at the corner. Mezzi's gonna wrap around, jumping in towards Pit. And all of MOUZ backs away from the defense. They want nothing to do with the fight. So long controlled by Vitality. Rops lurking on the other side of the map.
Rops trying to stop Yimpat from taking one step further. He will do so. Scares off the AWP of Torji as well.
Both sides happy to take the stalemate there. But for Vitality, that kind of gives you notice that they're starting to get frisky after that long take, that they know what you've done. You've parked 4 players out there, so they bring 3 back. They change up the approach. Mezzi lurking over, and Pit can buy his time to pop up. And actually, oh, if MOUZ reaggress here, Mezzi has a chance in this grand final to put his name on Dust 2.
First peek is good. Couldn't get the second though. Spinks able to respond to his former teammate, and now we've got to play forward with 55 seconds left. 4v4 as Vitality go for a finish up Cat again. This time they'll have Apex coming out long way. Perhaps that'll be the difference.
Yeah, the follow-up behind Mezzi's death is actually really smart from Apex.
Xerxin steps out into the open. He's got no cover, and he's got no life. Spinks deals with Apex and long, but all the A defenses have fallen. And so Vitality move into an empty site.
Yeah, good heads up from Spinks. I thought Apex might play that a little bit slower once his teammates got the kill on the bomb site, but keeping things even at a 3-on-3 and controlling long for the retake, it forces Vitality to play towards Catwalk to defend.
Flasher on the corner, Rops looks into the corner to dodge it, comes back, there's a quick headshot from Rops. And is there a second? Well, it looks like Torzi is not gonna get away with it. 2 players pushing down short, and once again, MOUZ lose everything.
They cannot build any momentum. They're just not good enough to string them together. They won round one and round 2. That's the only 2 rounds they've put back and forth together. This has been so dominant from Vitality after the pistol.
But if you somehow win this last round, due to the start that MOUZ had, you know, you have a nice buffer, a nice foundation built up. Even though this hasn't been a great half by any means in terms of the gun rounds, because you had 3 rounds early on, if you can win this last round, 7-5 is not a bad scenario.
Yeah, scoreboard-wise, it wouldn't look bad. Obviously, having seen the game play out, Vitality's just been so dominant once the guns became a factor. The rifles were brought out.
Got to give yourself a shot for the second half, though, MOUZ. Can they squeeze a 5th round out here? They've got the weaker buy. Holes in it. Lack of utility. SMG's a scout.
Doubled up in middle, Spinks and Exertion, a new look for the defense. Now doubled up on Catwalk, Brolin and Torji. Very mid-centric setup for MOUZ. If Exertion and Spinks can slow them down at the mid-double doors, it can set Brolin and Torji up off Catwalk.
Here comes Flames through the doors. Exertion, no problem. Execution with Spinks. And it falls to ZywOo and Rops to close out the half, and so MOUZ will be getting themselves a 5th round unless ZywOo and Rops rip it from their hands, and that is what they're doing. We knew it would be inevitable. Eventually, they would have a round together.
Oh, you spoke way too soon. Got Molotov is going to prevent Spinks from getting into the A bomb site. A 5-on-2 into a 2-on-2. MOUZ has got to be stunned.
And how many times do they do this? Rops and ZywOo, who's deadly duo in Counter-Strike right now, looking to break MOUZ's hearts at the end of the first half of the grand finals. 2 players against your entire team.
You have no kits if you're MOUZ, you have no utility whatsoever, and ZywOo's gonna be peeking for information, so you got his AWP you have to scale against.
MOUZ getting closer, ZywOo goes down, so it's Rops to close. What if half he has had? 16 and 6. What's a hit team? In the face of Rops, and he just can't do it, he can't keep it clean. ZywOo and Rops denied at the end of the half, and a 5th round picked up for MOUZ to keep this going. Not a close half by any means in the gun rounds. We'll see if MOUZ can turn it around.
Rops was the final piece of this Vitality puzzle, joining to start the year. He's brought them 5 trophies already, and in his opening map of the IEM Dallas Grand Finals, he's got 16 kills to lead the way and have Vitality with a 7-5 lead into the second half. Team switch side, Vitality to defend against MOUZ's attack, but the question everyone's got to ask right now, where's the MOUZ we've seen all event? When are they going to arrive? When are those individuals going to start punching back?
Question they will be asking themselves during that 2-minute break, and now we get back into the second half. Morsey's going to be carrying the brunt of the utility. MOUZ would love a good start in the second half. An injection of energy required to try and close this gap.
It's going to be hard. Vitality want to be a little bit disruptive. You could see ZywOo pushing up on Catwalk right now, so holding off onto this. He's got some teammates behind him. Apex is there up on the boxes. Rops and Flamesy back in the site, but actually MOUZ is just going to head towards middle, so away from the entire defense. Mezzi's alone at the B bomb site. If they can't do anything to slow this down in mid, Mezzi is done for.
Smoke of the cross. Exertion accelerating Brolin. Running in behind him, but it's Mezzi to pick off Yimpad, and Flames coming through the smoke. No problems here for the early kills of Vitality, but Spinks still into the site. And a bomb plant coming up. ZywOo arrives in the tunnel. Spinks, in the meantime, is given a small chance to fight to the doors. He can't add anything to his collection. Flames with a further kill, and Rops to the window. It is a pistol round for Vitality to kick off this second half.
Actually, Mezzi does a spectacular job in that pistol round. You got to give him credit. You sit in that B bomb site and do nothing, you're just going to get split and taken down. So Mezzi gets aggressive, and he says, I got maybe like 10 seconds before I die. I'm going to try and grab one on the way out. He does just that, and keeps a lot of space for Vitality to rotate over and get involved in the fight. Beautiful shooting still from Rops. I think a pair of kills to close out this pistol. Just filthy. So MOUZ buy up into the second round with that bomb plant. Running out of opportunities to get into this opening map of Dust 2. Both teams kind of feeling out how the game is going to be played in the early stages of this best-of-5 grand final. And Vitality's come on top of mostly everything, 8-5.
And Vitality understand that MOUZ have a force buy. Got that early information from the mid poke, just seeing that towards the scout towards top middle. Won't give this round the respect it requires.
They're already up Catwalk though, MOUZ. They can actually pop on this pretty hard. Apex is going to start shifting, but Brolin wants to peek at this timing. ZywOo over at the rail. Galil against M4. And it's ZywOo to come out on top.
Nice and clean. And inside of mid, it's Mezzi to topple another. We're looking at Yimpad Exertion, the final 2 members here of MOUZ's force buy. They only get 1 kill so far. Yimpad will make it 2. He's got an opening to the B bomb side all of a sudden off of that. He's not sure about it, but he's going to try and make his way through middle. Next up is ZywOo. Okay, Yimpad.
That's exactly what they need. We needed a heroic performance from somebody on MOUZ, somebody who could reignite them. Yimpad with these 3 kills has a chance for it. Flamesy on low HP. Timing is everything. It gets a good clean fight against the low HP player. He can do this.
Oh, another one! Oh my God, Yimpad down to the 1v1 up against Apex. A 1v5. Yimpad gives him the Jimmy jab, and that is a huge round for MOUZ. The Lone Finn in the Lone Star State.
Shirley back at home, his all-star brother smiling as he watches him deliver this in the grand final stage. Monstrous performance out of nowhere. No business winning the round, but MOUZ, you needed that so much.
Oh, if you're giving that one away, that has to be the catalyst.
I'd look what it's done as well. Introduce the first piece of stress into the Vitality team. Apex furious in the moment of losing a 5-on-1. It should never happen, but now they got to pay the price. 2 scouts, a Deagle, and 2 5.7s for Vitality.
Exertion. Building on the previous round success. Going to be an opening kill on Mezzi. 5v4 now for MOUZ.
I know it's an advantage for MOUZ, but be careful. 2 players are now tagged by those scouts. Yimpad and Exertion are both going to be easy cleanups for the pistols. So you're not out of this just yet, despite taking down Mezzi. MOUZ gonna move slowly towards middle with the cover of smokes. Vitality have no clue what's happening on the map, no clue where MOUZ is headed. They have stacked 3 players at the B bomb site. That's looking like the right call at the end of the day.
Oh, big shot from ZywOo. Next fight goes the way of Spinks. It's on a nice edge. Impact 1 HP, Exertion down to 30. Still a shot at this for Vitality.
You can tell how tense and nervous MOUZ in, but now they have their final play. They've made noise about it.
Oh, there's 2 players here. It's Robs and Flames. They could double up. They could shut this down. Round the corner, they go into the 5-7s. They need to build off of Jimmy's success, and Robs' Deagle rips them apart, but Exertion's there to save it.
Exertion on his horse to arrive at the B bomb site. Robs almost got into safety. That got weird. And Vitality, with the diminished weaponry, are still able to put up quite a good fight. Nothing is easy for MOUZ in this game, and it's the problem of playing against Vitality as the best team in the world. There's no rounds that come simple. They're always going to have a chance in them. They always find a way to work themselves over and figure out what you're doing.
MOUZ about to tie the game. There's nothing here for Vitality. This is likely to be a very convincing round win for MOUZ. A little bit of damage done on Exertion, but he's still going to win that opening fight.
And for the first time in this game, MOUZ gets to play with momentum. This will be 3 in a row where previously they've struggled to string 2 together. They've done that, and here they'll add another round on it. Yimpat gonna grab 2 off Catwalk, continuing his success. 15 kills now for the MOUZ Finn.
As we talked about at the start of this year, Yimpat's performances haven't been as good as they were last year, as last season. It's been a step up from the other players in the squad. You know, Spinks coming into the team's getting better and better. But last year we were talking about Yimpat perhaps even becoming the star of the team. He was having those kind of performances. Hasn't necessarily been able to keep that up into 2025, but if he can have a performance like this against Vitality, this could be the way.
Yeah, he certainly had maybe a quiet start, but he's stepped it up since then. Champion at PGL Cluj-Napoca. With the rest of MOUZ, that was Brolin's second event as an in-game leader. It shocked us all to see him lifting a trophy. And you look across the stage, if you're Brolin, you see someone who's walked the very same path as you. One time a rifler, a player for your team, just another role player. Switching into the role, Apex did it in 2020, and we all scratched our heads and wondered why. Now 5 years down the road, Apex is considered the best leader in the scene. Brolin, following in those footsteps, has had a very impressive year with MOUZ so far. He's found a way to tie up this opening map at 8-8 in these grand finals.
Vitality back to a bye. Torzi will not be rivaled in the AWP department in this round. ZywOo does not have enough money for it. Exertion to be set up to go up on the Xbox and climb into short.
Can Vitality slow this momentum from MOUZ? Can they get it back? Haven't seen them have to even try yet in this map. Now is their first attempt. Apex and ZywOo over on the railing. Flamesy over at car, so Long is a little bit weakened. MOUZ taking their time with this too. Being patient, looking for any kind of a peek, any kind of an information, a jiggle from Vitality that's not coming. They're playing a more passive setup, trying to hold on to what little utility they have remaining.
Flames behind the blue bit. Here comes Torzi. Peeking into the rifle of Flames. Who comes out on top? It's going to be Flames as he tucks it behind, drops some utility, and actually Brolin got beyond it, and eventually we'll trade that out.
Okay, now you have a lot of issues inside this A defense because you can't go long, you can't go catwalk, you're boxed in, and you've got to fight your way out. Apex can only do the one.
He gets a lot of damage onto the second player as well. Spinks going to continue to move forward. Mezzi trying to track him, but he's getting caught by utility, blinded by flashes. But 15 seconds left in the round. That bomb finally going down. A nice pick out here from Rox is going to free Mezzi up, and then Brolin flicks back to Long. Brilliant from Brolin, and that's MOUZ into the lead all of a sudden.
It took him 13 rounds to fight back, but now the gun round's going in MOUZ's favor, and now you can see that confidence beneath them swelling. No longer afraid, no longer tentative. The script has flipped.
Money's gone, and it's all off the back of that Jimmy 1v5. And it's broken them.
Well, it gives energy to you, and we saw exactly what it did to Vitality. Apex looking down the line as soon as that round's complete and wondering how exactly they lost a 5-on-1. A massive miscue from Vitality 4 rounds ago, and their lead disappears. It's MOUZ regaining it for the first time since round 5. And you're seeing these incredible sequences out of players that we didn't see in the first half. Multi-kills, double spray downs. MOUZ looking to be the first team to reach double digits on the scoreboard. It's pistols and MP9s for Vitality.
Rolling blinded, good swing. Exertion gonna handle that pressure. Spinks to handle the heat.
Brolin behind the smoke.
Oh, just crouches out the mid doors. Rob's going down to that fight. Leaving just Apex, and he's all the way at Longhouse. So this is 10 rounds for MOUZ.
10 rounds for MOUZ. Who would have thought it? 2-round lead. Apex gonna fall last.
5 rounds in a row. This is it now for Vitality. If there's a Dust 2 fight to be had, it comes on this bye.
Yeah, it has to be here. They've been buried in these past few rounds. MOUZ have gained complete control, 5 in a row for the MOUZ attack, and showing no signs of slowing down. But a lot of those have been diminished buys, weakened economy, weakened money for Team Vitality. Now, for the first time in a long time, they've got everything they could possibly want. Rops at the B bomb site with Mezzi over in mid. Flames, Apex, and ZywOo at the A site. And MOUZ grouped up elsewhere. They've left Yimfat in a lurking position alone in T-spawn just to look for long pushes, for mid pushes. This three-man group is gonna be packed up, looking to open up the round.
ZywOo not able to connect on his first opportunity. Torzy will though. Rob's coming away from that B bomb side. Apex responding in kind at short, but the bomb is shifting back to B.
Yeah, there's no window here for MOUZ to press the issue off that kill. It's a really smart play from Torzy. He waited patiently in upper tunnels. As soon as MOUZ started using catwalk utility and mid utility, that's when he takes his peek, because he knows Rops' reaction is to look for information. They're slowed down by the defensive smoke, but Vitality haven't shifted anyone to help out towards Mezzi. He's all alone on an island with no utility.
Very committed in the position he currently stands in. And look how far away the rotates are. Meriden then needs to go massive. It's going to be the first. Brolin going down. Couldn't get a second. Spinks cleaves his head right off, and they're into the site. 20 seconds on the clock, and we talked about how important this round was for Vitality. Now it's important that they save.
If you can find the lurker, if you can find Yimfat, you might be able to go for this. It'll give you a man advantage, and they have.
They do.
Flamesy finds him.
And now the open window is set up again to come back in for the retake attempt.
No kits.
But Torzy could shut it down. He could shut that window in their face. They're gathering up. They're getting ready to go. There's one piece of utility left, and it's on the back of Apex.
And where do you put it? Okay, big box, so not the right place. Torzy's got safety.
Yeah, Torzy waits back of the site. Nice shot into Apex. They're still going for it now as ZywOo comes in on the shot. It leaves Torzy at the back of the site. And the first headshot needed for the Hungarian, but it's ZywOo to grab it at the end. There's no time for ZywOo. There's no hope for Vitality. And Torzy will celebrate a round victory.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit worried after he takes that peek, but either way, great shots at the back of the platform on the first two players. And MOUZ, out of nowhere, grabbed control. Now 6 rounds in a row to get up to 11. It's a 3-round lead. And now you've got the trade kills out of Spinks. The clutch from Yimfat to start it all off. And the shots from Torzy to close out the round. Everything we saw from MOUZ in the group stage has come to fruition in these past 6 rounds to Vitality's detriment. And it's their turn to talk things over in desperation. Xtaz trying to bring forward the next idea. The AWP is saved on ZywOo, and when that AWP is in his hands, there's always a chance.
conversation before this game was all around mentality. Can Vitality stabilize on Dust 2? Can they somehow find a way back? 11-8 down and coming out with 4 MP9s and AWP for ZywOo. MOUZ have to make it happen. They have to take it now.
Yeah, you've hit this peak form that we've been waiting to see on a big stage in a big grand final. Don't let it slip away. Slow pace, Torji looking for any peaks off catwalk as they take control. For Vitality with the AWP and 4 MP9s. It's a 3-man stack at the B bomb site.
Vitality have a feeling it might be a B finish. They've got 3 players positioned in the site.
Yeah, but I think with Exertion investigating like this, there's almost a world where he's just like, there's no one here. Like, I have complete control with no counter nades or anything. I mean, there's a world in which MOUZ can just go contact. Haven't called for it yet. The bomb is still outside of the long double doors. Looks like they'll bring a 3rd player back in Brolin and do a split finish at A. It's Apex and Flames to defend, but they've only got the SMGs.
Incredibly hard to see a world in which they get past this unless ZywOo steps up with the AWP on his own. The bomb is waiting just outside of the longhouse as it now starts to come towards him. ZywOo is their only hope. They'll chime in on Brolin. They know they're going against the AWP. They know that's the most dangerous weapon on the server still. And ZywOo's got a second.
Yeah, your heart sinks as his AWP rings out exactly where you want to go. And the bomb's got to fall away and the round's over.
Yep, they have no time. As ZywOo shutting them down, they walk right into ZywOo. He stops them from getting up long.
Oh, that's such a weak way for this streak to end, though. It's so deflating. Not even a fight in it. Not even a chance or a look at the bomb site. That's a body blow for MOUZ. But finally, the run is stopped at 6.
That's a huge round as well. Look at the upgrades that they get as well here. They started this round with 4 MP9s. They have 2 AK-47s now going into the next round for Vitality. Is that the moment where MOUZ break?
All right, Torji misses his shot on the jump across. It's all right. He won a 1v5. We'll give him a break. Smokes and Molotovs to prevent any catwalk peaks and aggression, and now Brolin starts making his move.
ZywOo on the start of the smoke. It's going to be Flames to come out on top of it. Torji going down, opening kill for Vitality. Followed up, extended upon. ZywOo shutting down Yimpad, and you've let them back in.
Here's that mental strength from Vitality. You lose a 5-on-1, you lose 6 rounds straight off the back of it, and eventually you get that one stop you needed and you're back in business. Teaching MOUZ a lesson.
And how many times have we watched MOUZ, some of the players on this squad, collapse on the stage? How many times have we watched it? We watched it back in Rio in the grand finals versus Na'Vi just in October last year.
There's just no energy in these past 2 rounds. The last round fell flat because they get timed out. 2 kills from ZywOo when they try and execute with 24 seconds. And now this round as well is just like walking into your death and then nothing you can possibly do to recover the round. And look how hungry Apex is. He wants this final AK-47 out of Spinx's hands, and there's no money for MOUZ. Crouching all the way, an experienced matchmaking deathmatcher is Apex.
And he's got a shot, but he's taking one to the head.
I bet you guys enjoyed that though, didn't you? Yeah, you're all sick.
Fair enough. Spinx, pinned in the corner after the time. Don't die now. Oh, he's gone down. He's got $800. He has got $800 left. And we are looking at 10-11. MOUZ with a 1-round lead, but money's in the bin. Vitality have a shot at tying up this game. Not only that, but a chance to grab map point and steal it away from MOUZ.
Oh, beautiful shot from Flames, just boosted up over the smoke. ZywOo peeking aggressively. They've gotten their swagger back and have knocked MOUZ off kilter. Money is gone. And that has a look of just like, man, I wish we could have completed this on a run. I wish we still had a streak going with some momentum.
They wanted to ride Jimmy's wave all the way to victory, but disrupted by one round where they walk into ZywOo's AWP. And it gives Vitality enough room.
And now we're going to go the distance, right? Vitality's going to close out this round 11-11. We're going to have one round to decide if someone wins or if we're going to overtime already in the opening map of the grand finals. And just look, Flamesy's like, I know it's Glocks, but I'm making the smart decision. I'm just backing away entirely, calling for reinforcements. Vitality making sure they don't make any mistakes to close out this map.
Shooting gallery for ZywOo. He's gonna miss the first. No problem on the second time of asking. Mezzi's turn to come out and feed and feast upon the kills as Apex gets the triple. 11-11. We know what MOUZ are wishing for, but they might not get it. Final timeout used here in regulation for MOUZ right at the end. Cyclone getting on the mic, hoping he has the winning recipe.
Yeah, well, if you're MOUZ and you're Cyclone, you got to be telling your boys, look at this as an opportunity. We've been looking to gain this mental edge. We've been looking to gain this edge in closing out games. When we get deep into it on the big stages, this is what we've talked about. This is what we've planned for. This is what we've discussed we need to improve. And this is the chance to show to ourselves and to everyone who doesn't believe that we've made the improvements necessary to close out this map. And a new energy coming into round 23. Back to the bravado. Back to activating exertion for aggressive plays. We'll see what Cyclone has in store for them. One team will take an advantage and have a chance of winning the map in the final round of this Dust 2.
MOUZ committed into it with Galil's. A couple of players. A sign of how weak their economy is in comparison to that of Vitality's with the AWP for ZywOo. Rolling going into the lower tunnels. He's not alone. He's got two teammates with him.
Up catwalk we go, Brolin and Torji. Yimfat watching the flank from behind. Bullets exchange over towards the double doors, and Mezzi wants to get aggressive. Sees the trajectory of the utility, calling it out. Information that catwalk is taken. The opening move will be double doors. Apex and Mezzi lined up. A two-man defense, and they're going to have a lot coming at them.
MOUZ's hopes.
No flash, and that's the bomb going first.
Lie upon this play. Upon finding success in the mid-fight. Flash going through. Apex forced back. Mezzi, mighty with one, but not enough to make Vitality feel super comfortable here. 35 seconds left. Fire at their feet as MOUZ start to rotate back into the B-bomb site, and look who's waiting for them. The reckoning erupts. 22 kills so far. Looking to build upon it, and they commit to B. It's his site, his domain, but it's just one kill. Apex comes in, keeps Vitality going forward. Apex with another, and Torzi down low in HP with no hope in hell. And it's a new fresh hell for MOUZ as they collapse at the end. They let Vitality back in again. And when you let the greatest team in the world have a chance, they are going to take it.
Yeah, this might be just heartbreaking for MOUZ. It's going to be 11-12. They've got they got a good amount of money with the losing bonus built up, but it's not pretty. Torji's going to be stuck on this Galil. One more round to MOUZ to figure out what they can do to get past this defense. They had it figured out for 6 rounds straight, but it's just those 6 rounds. Outside of that, they have not been able to overcome Vitality.
Man, they get knocked off their feet. 1 round loss, and unable to recover, unable to get back up and get the fight going again. And now going into the last round of regulation, they're going in bruised. They've barely got anything to play with.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Vitality called a timeout here. That's giving MOUZ a chance to talk, where Cyclone had burnt their 3rd timeout previously. So obviously Xtaz maybe not feeling that things are exactly perfect the way he would have liked. 3 of the last 4 rounds have been lost by time to MOUZ. That had not been an issue plaguing them through the rest of this T-half. But ever since Vitality put a stop to their run, their attack has just become limp.
5 Galils.
Round 24. Overtime for MOUZ or a map 1 victory for Vitality?
Zywu in middle, smoked out for the time being. That smoke keeping MOUZ alive as they got up short. With the weaker guns, it's all about strength and numbers. The MOUZ mob go into short.
You might be looking to hit a timing as well that they wouldn't expect versus an actual smart round played out.
Mezzi, Weddy and Goose. They're gonna have to go through the fire. Brolin's already ahead, severed off from his teammates. He's so far ahead on his own. Brought down by Apex. Another multi-kill moment from Apex here. Grenade landing on Torzi, softening him up, and look how disjointed the final members here are of MOUZ. They're gonna try and get away, and they run right into Lawn, but Flames is already there, just waiting for them. It's gonna be 5 rounds in a row here for Vitality. Complete collapse for MOUZ. We thought it would be the Jimmy clutch catalyst to pull back the comeback, but Vitality stabilized just in time, and it's heartbreaking for MOUZ, but it is collapse. Team Vitality take the opening map of the best-of-5 grand final, the first map on their journey to 30.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
Not this again.
I oversee all office systems.
If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Did you say 4 whole days?
He's sweeping it under the rug.
Give me the name of the mole! Good luck with that. I will find out who did this.
Well, no one said that it would be easy, but no one either said that it was going to be this damn hard for Vitality to put the first map of this series away. Dust 2 in the books, and we get all the rounds that you could possibly ask for in these grand finals. This is the Intel Extreme Masters all the way out here in the Lone Star State of Dallas, and currently 1-0 up in this grand final, this best-of-5 Vitality.
There's a lot to digest for this one. I'm not going to lie. Vitality ending up winning, but it could have gone either way throughout that game. I think there's a lot of rounds that we're going to have to go through, a lot of moments that we're going to have to go through. But at the end of the day, I want to say MOUZ had all opportunities in order to get off to a good start in this matchup. Torzi firing on all cylinders. You have a 1v5. You have some clutches going your way, yet you still don't win.
It could not have gone either way. It could have only gone one way, right? If MOUZ couldn't close out this game, they're never beating Vitality. It's as simple as that. You had one of the craziest rounds, one of the biggest throws I've ever seen in that gym pad 1v5 that they won. That also happened. Apex was fuming. He was tilt of the face of the earth, and that's not enough for MOUZ to close out the game. I don't know what is.
To be fair, like even with that 1v5, yeah, it was a pretty bad round. It was questionable at best, but there were a couple of rounds that MOUZ had in the bag that they kind of just
look at this. What is Robs doing? Why is Robs fighting?
I don't know. They all want to peek one at a time.
Come out. Hey, hello, here's one more kill.
Who's next? Who's next? And then Flamesy. Yeah, cool. But before this happened, MOUZ gave away 2 rounds as well. So it's like this doesn't make up for it. Is that a 1-for-1 just exchange right there?
No, it doesn't make up for it. I don't care about that because because for some of these other rounds, we'll get into rounds later. They win 7 rounds in a row and then they lose the round on time. Like you can talk the talk all you want, but you have to prove it on the server. For all your talk, we're confident now. We'll get them this time. They don't believe it, because if they did believe it, they wouldn't be playing like this. They wouldn't have been able to close this game out. They would have been 1-0 up, and maybe we could talk here about, ooh, is it going to end the streak? It's not ending. It's not ending today.
The talk is because they're trying to psych themselves up.
They did. I think. What did y'all do to my man here? Leave Yanko alone.
But MOUZ is trying to psych themselves up because they know that they're not going to be confident. They know that they start shaking. They have to like you know, put out this persona to the audience. Oh, we're getting interviewed. We can't say like, oh yeah, we get nervous and we shut down.
They need to use stronger methods then.
Sure. I'm not going to disagree with that.
It's hard to disagree with. I do agree, you know, everything that was set up to be a win condition for MOUZ happened in the first half. Torsi getting off to a good start, MOUZ getting off to a good start. You saw some of the individual players show up. You then mix in a 1v5, you mix in, there was even this 5v2 round as well, where they had a 5v2 that didn't make it a 2v2 and then they still win it. So all these rounds that were supposed to go the way of MOUZ, all these win conditions that were supposed to happen for them to win this map chase, it played out, but they still couldn't get it done.
Gentlemen, let's look and examine in deeper footage here some of these rounds where MOUZ seemingly made some mistakes. Let's start with round 5, right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate. Okay, so basically, we're all talking here about this Jimmy 1v5. That's not going to get everyone's confidence up. It's going to get Jimmy's confidence up, and maybe there's a sigh of relief for MOUZ. But here, look at earlier in the game, right? Opening kill for Torsi. What does Exertion need to go for another kill? He even got spotted. He has full nades, but he goes for another one. Doesn't matter, because Torsi's going to get another kill. But look at Spinks in lower. He has all the info. Oh, they're grouped up. They want to go A. Torsi's getting that info, but instead of just sitting there with his positioning and chilling, no, he needs to go and flank in a 4 versus 3. Torsi's got 2 kills. They know it's going to be A. Jimmy's like outside of B doors. They're completely set, but no, they need more. It's not good enough for them. And these opportunities given away where it's like, okay, now we're killing our own momentum. Now we're going to be on eco. These are more questionable than, I guess, the vitality, just peeking one by one to kill Jimmy.
It's because they have to sort of psych themselves up that they are not afraid, right? And then they do it when the opportunity isn't there.
Yeah.
Like, they're just doing it for sake. And we've seen this with MOUZ before. We've seen Exertion on Inferno push through their own bottom banana smoke against Pistols in the second round to sort of prove that he's not scared and not afraid. That's what they're doing here. Oh, I'm going to trust my instincts. I'm going to push lower. No one's going to be waiting for me. If they are, I'll kill them. And all of a sudden, you're dead, and the reset round is done, and you're back into the hole.
But wait, there's more. Let's go ahead and reload up that next one. I believe it's going to be round number 8 that we jump into. Same sort of ideas here, just a fumble, if you will.
Yeah, it just didn't really make sense to me because Spinks actually goes out middle here, throws his smoke at mid doors, and comes back to B. But instead of just hiding here in closet, waiting for them to actually come through the choke, no, he's got to peek up earlier. And it's the only spot Vitality has to look. But if they come through the doors or come through the window, they have to clear like 20 different spots. He peeks up, bad timing, bad setup. They knew that the B hit was coming. Spinks wastes his smoke instead of isolating outside the site or tunnels. No, they just sit there and let them get converged from 2 different angles. And Jimmy tries to do his best. The guy's falling from the skies. He has to use more bullets than necessary to get that kill, and then he gets traded only 1 for 1. But Spinks, like, what are you doing? Just save the smoke, use it somewhere else, talk about the setup, and what are you doing? Just hide.
Well, that's where we can
just
start
hide.
to connect the dots, because had we not had that round we just played before that, probably would have played it differently. They became too passive, became too scared, maybe realized that they were overdoing it a little bit and then took a step back. I agree with you, you know, the essence of that round in isolation, way too passive setup for MOUZ. Utility uses as well, not too well, but I bet you, had the round that we just showed before that not happened, they wouldn't have played it so passive and so scared.
And I think also Vitality did a good job. They were putting a lot of emphasis on B in terms of setting ZywOo tunnels a lot to put pressure with the op, to bait out some of those smokes earlier than maybe MOUZ would have liked, right? And that makes B splits later on easier, but not just that, makes the B defenders more paranoid about that they don't have a good setup going, which maybe sends someone down CT spawn, so their A is more open as well.
So we go a little bit deeper into Dust 2 here. I think we've also got round 20 we can look at towards the end of the game.
This is MOUZ winning 6 rounds in a row, right? And this is how they lose after that. They put no real pressure on Cat. They're going to get blocked on Cat. They come late into an A split. ZywOo with the saved op is posted up at car, finds 2 kills, and this is it. The round is over. Like, this is not a team that's playing with confidence. Like, you're taking map control more aggressively. You're putting the pressure on the CTs, and they're just playing scared. Here, even Spinks dies after time. He died 2 rounds back-to-back after time. So MOUZ, even with 6 rounds in a row on the T side, after those 2 rounds, because of that extra hit to the economy, they can't buy anymore. They have to go for sort of a half buy, and then in the final round, they just have Galils. It's like, where is the confidence? Where is the initiative? Why are we not taking Cat earlier? Exertion is sort of trying to make himself known at the 1 minute mark. He's out mid. but Vitality is just 3B, 2A, just gambling sort of a setup, and then Zaiwu gets to kill 2 guys without having to face any utility.
That right there is why they're not going to win this matchup, right? When you have a round where you know you're up against a couple of MP9s, you know there's no utility whatsoever on their Vitality side, and you're still playing scared, you're still not using your own utility. I believe 2 of the players survived with 2 flashes and a smoke as well, not used at all. If you're not going to use that to your advantage, that you have all the utility, that you're facing against the team with nothing to show for, you're not going to win.
We're going to do a coach check-in. That's what we're going to do. I'm getting the news right now in real time. You actually hear me getting this news. We're going to hear from Extaz. Let's do it.
Yeah, we tried a new game plan, a new prep, sorry. So,
Had a chance to be catching up with Extaz after the first map of Dust 2. First of all, posed the question, after that Jimmy round went down, did he see any kind of change in the team? Because obviously they lost the next 5 rounds after that round did occur. He said, yes, it was an unacceptable mistake. Took them a while to kind of get out of their own heads. But when they did, he felt like it was a well-deserved victory in that Dust 2. He said they were the way better team. Moving on to Mirage, I did pose the question, you know, the last 2 times you faced MOUZ on this particular map, they've managed to get the better of you. What is going to change this time around? He chose to keep his cards close to his chest and said, you'll see as we move on to map number 2.
Now, we were almost at a situation where the last time Vitality lost map 1 of a series was the Falcons back in April at the Rivals event. They went on to lose the first map of another series there versus MOUZ. So it is possible, but that's not what we happened today.
I think Vitality feels invulnerable at this point. I mean, they gave up a 1v5, one of the dumbest 1v5s I've seen, and they still managed to come back with 5 rounds in a row in the end to close out the game in regulation. It didn't even go to OT. Zaiwu and Rops are playing great. They haven't been playing that well this whole tournament. I don't see how MOUZ comes back into this series.
I mean, this is a better map for MOUZ on Mirage, and one of the things that we got to see that game actually was Jimmy was kind of back in form. We haven't seen that from him in 2025 so far, except for at this event where he seems like his performance is coming back a little bit, gives the team a little bit of a backbone. We've seen him, I mean, that 1 versus 5, yeah, it's diabolical from the side of Vitality, but if Jimmy's able to come back here and be able to close out rounds for these guys, maybe it gives a little bit more leeway for Exertion to have whatever the hell is going on where he feels the need to go and try to make a play when no play needs to be made.
And that's the pressure they're playing under right now, MOUZ. They're well aware that if they don't win Mirage, obviously you're down 2-0 in a series. Inferno coming up next. At that point, it's 3-0 written in the stars. If you're MOUZ right now, you got to gas yourself up to the point where we have to win Mirage. There's no way you can allow yourself to go down 0-2 versus an unbeatable Vitality, knowing that your worst map in this map pool, Inferno, is coming up. So I'm not sure if that pressure, that extra layer of pressure that is put on by themselves right now is a good thing for MOUZ, but they have to step it up right now.
Maybe they have a hypnotist in the team as well.
Yeah, maybe. You know what? Maybe right down the hallway. Maybe we should go see him as well. But I should also tell you that if you're not here watching in Dallas, there's truly one other better way to watch it. You guys know where I'm going with this? Can you pick up on Landon?
Exactly where you're going.
Face It Watch, right?
That's right. Face It Watch. Go ahead and check them out. You can watch all the POVs from all your favorite pros playing up there on that stage right now, actively in real time. For us, we do go to a break. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We have Mirage in front of us, a Vitality CT-sided start, and a Vitality looking to keep their streak alive. Quite a few maps under their belt, but only 2 more to go to grab the title in Dallas.
He's won the round on his own.
That's the plan.
Yeah, he's going to try. Fakes it out. It's the shot. Has to isolate the joint. Fantasy, you beast! So straight, and now pushing in to close it out is MOUZ. Heavy gone side by side with him. Naito stands his ground. Oh my God, it's Hades. And he's gone down to the 9-10 Galil. Is he keeping him very busy as he closes the gap onto 1-6. Good hold from the Titan Sniper. And this gap close, isolating Jules. Hey! Senior! 2-back turn is helped out by Suntai locking swords to knock him out. To save his team, he does it.
And Tesses imagines the Danes looking to do it. Magic with a double right back. Beats the last moment. And it's Zaiwu to stop the defense.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the FACEIT app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and FACEIT points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
So, how do we get to this?
Hey, I'm Fi, and I'm here at IEM Dallas. We're gonna take a look behind the scenes to see what tech makes this tournament tick. But no tour can be done without a tour guide, and that's why I've got the second best JW in esports, Jackson Wolf. What's good and what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Fi? Yeah, I'm Jackson. I'm the IEM Dallas product manager for this event. What that means for everyone is I kind of work behind the scenes, connect all the different departments, but I also get to do some other fun things like integrating the new Acer Predator Orion 7000 PC. So you want to go take a look?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Jackson, what's going on here?
Yeah, so this is the group stage tournament booth. So the referees that you will see standing behind the players, the people running the servers, they're also in charge of all the equipment. So the Acer Predator, it's the Orion 7000, it's powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor with a built-in NPU, combined with the RTX 5080 with the Cyclone X 360 cooling. We're trying to make sure that it's elite for these players. So this is the player lounge at our tournaments. Hospitality is huge for us. Players travel all the time, so we want to look out for them, but essentially this is where the players come to hang out in between their games and the PC testing.
Holy crap, that's a lot of screens.
Yeah, so we're at the center of everything. The captain's chair, driving the ship.
What is red, green, and blue plus?
So those are all replay operators. Each color represents something different. So blue will represent all in-game highlights. Green will represent face cameras. And then we have red that's kind of combines them two. It makes like a big highlight package.
It's super cool, super complicated, but it is quite beautiful. Behind me, it looks like this is where the Counter-Strike is happening, Jackson. What's up with this?
Yeah, so this is the observer station. Over here on the left, we have the context observer. So think frag movies, cinematics, anything third person that can give a little bit extra context to what's going on in the round. Over here, you have the main observer to capture all the kills and get all the action. This is the in-game director. Whatever they choose to see is what actually goes back to the technical director and is what's on the show.
We've learned a lot about how Acer Predator and Intel power events like this one here at IEM Dallas. From the hundreds of buttons in the control room to the esports area and player competition. We've seen what goes into the launch of the Predator Orion 7000 as the official tournament PC of future IEMs. Now let's get back to Counter-Strike, Dallas.
For years, MOUZ has told us they're confident that they can beat the best teams in the world, that they're improving, they're getting better, and they're overcoming their stage woes, but Vitality just gave them one more reminder. There's still a little bit of choke left in them. Vitality has been the beast. They have been unable to take down this opponent they run into constantly throughout the year. They head into Mirage, map 2 in this series, needing a victory, one of the few maps they've had success on against Vitality. But dropping down 0-2 would make this an impossible task to come back in the grand finals in Dallas. So Mirage must be a MOUZ victory.
We said it's all about mentality in this game. It's all the mental game in this best of 5. Have MOUZ just collapsed? Have Vitality just destroyed them? We're gonna find out here on Mirage.
Mirage for MOUZ, a 13-9 victory back at Blast Rivals, a 13-11 victory back at Blast Lisbon. Can they repeat that success here in Dallas to tie up this grand final series? Pistol round is live. Smoke Molotov onto Brolin, dualies on ZywOo, and a smoke flash on Mezzi for the defense. And MOUZ lined up looking like this is going to be attack into the B bomb site. They got 2 players in underpass, so they can change that quickly. And once again, a passive defense from Vitality. It works so well on Dust 2. MOUZ could never push forward to find an opening, and okay, Rops is just gonna continue where he left off.
Rops looking clean on the opener. Perhaps I was gonna find the follow-ups. Spinks already finding himself in the window room, and it's a little bit of a surprise for Mezzi, but he's happy to get away with that one. And now he's stuck in the corner, he's pinned in the corner. There's a Palace push coming in as well, so Mezzi decides to go into connector and fight, and he found the bomb, and the rest of his teammates taking kills between them. ZywOo and Robs combined, putting it all on Yimpat. Another 1v5. He's got the first headshot. It's gonna be Mezzi to go down. Is there a second offering? Surely they don't give him another chance here.
They're thinking about it right now. They're just like, all right, guys,
we
not
learn,
twice.
we learn. And so Robs is going to be clean with it. Win the pistol here for Vitality to kick off Mirage.
And again, I think too, it's like some of this passive setups from Vitality that ruined him on Dust 2, ruined him here in this pistol round as well. I feel like MOUZ is probably thinking, normally when we run these tactics, we've encountered somebody's gotten in a fight, somebody's gotten a kill. We've got a gap we can exploit somewhere, but none of that available in this pistol round. Even Mezzi just feels the fact that he's surrounded and just decides to get aggressive. So, I mean, exertion, that's not a great look. That's almost like the, yeah, we don't have it right now.
Well, they don't. They absolutely don't right now. There's no follow-up force buy. They can even get close to a bomb plant, so no extra cash. Comfortable 2-0 should be coming up here for Vitality. ZywOo gonna ensure that it is. Oh yeah, ZywOo keeping it clean, running out of bullets, and Rob's committed to help him. 2-0 lead. At least it's quick. And MOUZ get into the buy.
All right, AK-47's out for MOUZ, so we're going to see what their T-side's going to start looking like. And this will be something they need to worry about, because Rob's had that huge performance on Dust 2, start to finish, strongest player inside the server, the most impact felt from his rifles. If he's going to get map 2 started underway, MOUZ has got to be very cautious about how they approach taking mid-control if he's going to be frisky like that off catwalk.
Well, here comes Flame sprinting up into the underpass, right into space, pretty loud about it. And still nearly wins the fight, which would have been a little bit ridiculous. Spinks gonna hold on, but there's a second wave. And as Rob's coming this time, Spinks realizes that's a possibility and keeps it going as he looked for the B aggression. He does indeed, and Mezzi, he's still gonna go for it. He's gonna go right into Spinks, and eventually, on the third time of asking, Vitality bring him down.
Yeah, but now look at this. A little bit of pressure gonna come over from Palace. Torji's here with Yimpat. They're gonna wait a little bit of time for Brolin and Exertion to get back, but they're already staged up and ready to hit into this A bomb site. I like that round from Spinks. I think he noticed how aggressive the MP9 was and said no one sacrifices themselves like that if there's not a second player coming. So very aware of the situation, and the same thing with Vitality at the end of round 3. They're out-positioned, a man down. So group up at the B bomb site, concede A. It should be the first round for MOUZ because Apex isn't gonna fight.
And Apex gets caught anyway in the jungle. So safe call for Vitality, they'll wrap it up, and MOUZ finally getting one on the board here. Be great if they were able to get a good start into the gun round, start building some momentum into this map. We know how important it will be for them just to try and shake off the woes of Dust 2.
Well, think about, like, I mean, some of the personal aspects of it as well. You look over at Spinks, the one player dead for MOUZ in this round with that nice double kill to start things off. But Vitality player last year, a lot of the conversation that we've heard from Vitality from Apex has been his indecision of staying in the team, when he wants to leave the team, where he wants to be. It prevented them from lifting more trophies last year. Spinks kind of was one of those guys, thought the grass was a little bit greener. So now he's looking for that indication. He's searching for it. He's had Vitality. His former teammates beat them 5 times this year, all while he's looking to prove that he's made the right decision.
I think the Spinks move to MOUZ was a little unexpected, and we wondered how is it going to go. You lost Shuey. How is Brolin going to fare as an in-game leader? Everything about Brolin's character that we've seen outside of the server, you know, kind of timid in interviews, quiet, soft-spoken guy. We didn't think he was going to make it as an in-game leader, but MOUZ have got better and better. They've won a title this year. They're in another grand final on the stage. And Spinks has been a part of that.
Congratulations, Brolin. All that IGL success you've had throughout the year leads you to this, trying to figure out a way to beat the best team in the world at the moment. Round 4. Exertion and Brolin for mid-control. Rops and ZywOo and Apex to defend against it. Deep smoke, and that's a good little spam. Rops gets out of danger.
ZywOo staying committed in mid. Gonna have the support of the grenade of Rops going up in behind. ZywOo down to very low HP. Mid health to be exact. Spinks applying pressure, solo B again. The smoke at Palace is gonna stop Torji and Impact from moving forward and applying pressure to Flames.
Interesting seeing back-to-back rounds of Yimfad and Torji kind of grouped up over in Palace. Normally a position where you just see one lurk player there.
This time they got the bomb, that's the key difference as well. Bomb with him. So an A split being set up with Spinks' lurk at B. Flames is gonna watch them as they come out of Palace, that's the bomb. Oh, and it's not the perfect time to pounce. It's Flames just eradicating their chances, and they've got to fight their way out of it. Sure, a great double for Brolin, but they've still got to go back and get that bomb at Palace, which means walking into the waiting arms of ZywOo, who just waits back at CT spawn.
Yeah, Brolin's happy to be the player watching for the rotation through the murder hole. He knows they're likely not going to be coming from that position. High HP on Spinks. Yeah, he's made a sick walk. Got to be careful. Rops is close by. I think he heard something.
Well, you can see the reaction. He just sits back in the corner. He's going to allow Spinks to walk right into him. Rops, no problem. He's got it. Takes a little bit of damage on board, but with that kill, tips Vitality into the favor. 25 seconds to get the bomb back. Here's the reposition. You send Exertion back to Palace and let Brolin make his way through the murder hole, but he's caught by Mezzi. And so Exertion now leaps out of Palace to try and grab the bomb. He's picked it up, but it's an impossible task that waits in front of him. And he realizes that, so he's going to back away. AK-47 trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, he could replenish utility. Teammates will buy back up into things. And MOUZ trying to initiate the round by walking through smoke. They tried it on pistol round as well. Flames handles it both times very, very well. Double kill in this round. And a 3-1 lead for Vitality. Looking much the same. MOUZ, even with those 2 kills from Brolin, can't find the following piece. Spinks, he had to have just made one extra footstep that Rops heard.
Yeah,
Rops was so convinced.
This is the timing. Flames looks back, sees him just appear through the smoke, and he handles it quite well. Doesn't get caught off guard. Yeah, Spinks going to be very frustrated about that, thinking that perhaps he had the play to get his team back into the round, but it's not to be.
It's all right. It's a solid buy in this round from MOUZ, and it's still early going. Plenty of time to recover. But yet to find success they can lean on, they can rely on. Exertion is going to lead the way in underpass. Torji top mid and Brolin in support.
Impact. Next up, out of the ramp, you got Spinks pushing Palace. Just as that fight goes down, and so it is Flames this time to lose the fight out of Palace, but ZywOo stepping up, and instead he's got the double. Killing towards ramp, no problem on the impact. He's got eyes on connector, but he needs it to turn back. What? Oh yeah, that's what we've all come to see. ZywOo on the swivel. Torzi up, and the chance of an ace. As ZywOo, will he applies the audience? Yes, he will. He's here to entertain. ZywOo on the stage in the grand final.
Oh, style points. The clean one tap to close it out. The best player in the world. And he's come into 2025 with an attitude. He just rips them apart everywhere they are on the map. Exertion had a chance, the best chance. But you best not miss, and ZywOo makes you pay.
And another rough hit to the mental. Back down to pistols. Vitality are the best team, but they've also got the best individual. That's what makes them so deadly. Flames taking Brolin out. Opening kill for Vitality.
Yeah, this is kind of the end of Dust 2. All these rounds are falling really, really flat for MOUZ. I feel like a lot of these opening kills coming in for Vitality, it feels like sometimes there's really not a great way to trade any of them. This round, obviously, just with pistols, nothing's going to be easy. And MOUZ back away from this B bomb site. The angle from Mezzi way too strong. But MOUZ having all those same issues we've talked about for years of just you get to this point and it looks like a completely different team than what we saw on the group stage. They melted through everyone on the way here. 2-0s. They didn't drop a map before getting to the grand finals. embarrassing their opponents. Falcons, they wiped the map with them the entire series. But now against Vitality, we've got no indication that MOUZ is here to play. 5-1 and a timeout called from MOUZ. Cyclone probably feeling desperate.
If you're Vitality, you're loving this. One map up in the best of 5 already. ZywOo on a heater here, Mirage 9-0.
I think if you're Cyclone as well, you're talking to the guys and you're like, all right, look, mid control has fallen flat. This whole Palace play idea we have hasn't netted us anything. Maybe a 1-for-1 trade, the best it's given you, but coming through the smoke in Palace doesn't work. It might be time. MOUZ has done a lot of default spread out, going to underpass, coming to take middle. It might be time to just kind of fall back and do something easy. See if you can get something going with just an A exec. You know they've been running some mid control on the CT side. Maybe you could take advantage of that fact. Get into the bomb site, play a post plant.
A great time for Toysy to start getting impact as well. He's got the AWP out, and he's going to be charging to top mid. They're going to boost him up over the top of the top mid smoke. He'll peer down into Khan. Nothing revealed to Toysy early on.
Oh, tons of damage eaten by Brolin through the smoke just when they make their move. Apex had the nade primed for the utility coming in from the MOUZ side of things. That's really good chip damage onto Brolin and the MOUZ side of things. Him and Exertion just back all the way off. Torgy's going to chuck a mid-round window smoke, but Vitality was just aggressive. They were just aggressively controlling mid. They know everything, and the smoke is missed anyways.
Oh, they're going to peek it as well.
Oh,
they have a look in the mid. They're going to see no one moving there. It's all starting to line up here as they go to the A site. They're going to be going into ZywOo.
He's an anchor now.
Flames off the top of the stairs. It's going to be Brolin, the first victim. ZywOo takes a couple of steps forward under the wood. And they might think it's clear because they just used fire on it, and so they don't even check him. ZywOo with a great reposition, and once again, another stellar hold for the A defense here of Vitality. It is impenetrable right now. They're separated. Spinks once again on the lurk at the B bomb site. This time he beats out Robs, but where can you go with this with 30 seconds? There's nowhere to run. You have to hide.
There's no impact on the lurk when everyone else dies on the other side of the map, and I'll tell you what, that's a really cool setup from Vitality. It's obviously the positions are nothing special, but when you think about it, I make a joke about ZywOo being the anchor. It's usually Flames. So when Flames gets the first kill over towards stairs, the rest of MOUZ thinks that the bomb site is clear. They're like, okay, the anchor is playing con. There's obviously a mid setup because we just threw the window smoke they didn't realize missed, and everyone's walking into the A bomb site not clearing anything. And ZywOo's lying in wait for an easy frag and an easy round win. Now a 5-round lead, and now Vitality so confident, so comfortable, ready for the late round hunt. Torgy is going to get away.
Yeah, make sure he gets around the corner, gets that one pick at the end. So at least they'll still have the AWP going into the next round. But a second timeout for MOUZ in this first half. Vitality were in control of Dust 2 for most of the first map as well. It took a Jimmy 1v5 to even give some life to MOUZ. It wasn't enough for them to ride it through to the end either. But they need a moment like that again. A turning point in the half to actually come back and get some rounds under their belt. It looks like Vitality are going to walk into a second map victory in this best of 5.
Well, MOUZ, they need something from somebody like we had from Jimmy on Dust 2. Now's the time for that individual step up, that individual performance to breathe some new life in him. We saw what it can do. 1v5 victory for Jimmy, and they went on a 6-round streak, but now they haven't had any heroics, any success. All 5 players for MOUZ grouped up. They're tired of getting picked off one by one, spread across the map. They'll play the trade game. A death ball in middle. ZywOo and Khan, Mezzi over on catwalk for a defensive crossfire.
Towards you let that shot ring out. ZywOo in connector. Unstoppable. Unkillable. He's going to get away on 8 HP.
11-0 for ZywOo early on in Mirage. And inside the smoke, when that fades, he can pop up at any moment. He might be able to grab one more with fortunate timing. Flames clearing out Palace. seeing that it's open, that nobody's home from MOUZ. And now ZywOo has all the information. Exertion still up in the ladder room, though. He'll be the pivot point as MOUZ rotate back to the A-bomb site.
He catches ZywOo, first death. Exertion finishes him off. The bomb shifting back into the A play. Flames, oh, if he goes down to Exertion, that would have weakened the defense massively so. Flames is still worried about the A-pounds coming through the ramp. Apex is hidden. If Flames can set up the distraction, perhaps Apex can knock the rest of them down. Flames is up first. Spinks to hit the deck. Flames paranoid about Palace, Connector, and the ramp. But he's done a great job so far, keeping the pressure up. Now Apex reveals his spot. It's another kill. Another strong A setup. And they've held on long enough that the rotation is in as well. And Messi's just going to push out a CT spawn. 7-1. Vitality continue to build. And MOUZ have no life in the finals.
I mean, Vitality just have this team beat in so many different ways. It's now 5, I mean, again, the 5 series that they've already won so far this year, and now in this grand final, it's looking like MOUZ have no new tricks to bring to the table. ZywOo is just destroying them, straight up. When anyone else is required upon, they're delivering. But ZywOo is an absolute monster here on Mirage.
Yeah, I just can't figure out this A setup. They've walked into so many different looks of it as well.
It's the second time they've been confused by Flames positioning as the anchor, right? Because they're just so convinced that he's going to be the guy there. But ZywOo lying in wait now. Apex in the previous round.
Here's a pop into A coming out of Palace. You got Apex tucked in behind Ninja. The initial contact to be taken by ZywOo, and then they run right into Apex. He's blinded, so he doesn't get the follow-up kill on this. But good damage being done. Brolin and Torzy at least able to fight a little bit, but it's a Brolin clutch required with an AWP in his hands. He's gonna miss the first opportunity, goes back to it, and Rob shuts the gap down before it really opens up.
Yeah, giving him no room with which to operate between the shots of that AWP. Now a 7-round lead as Vitality continue inflicting pain. And you could see just the confusion when we get onto the MOUZ players' faces. They don't know what the solution is. They don't know how to adapt. Round 10, and no indication it's going to go any differently.
Yeah, there was excitement brewing at this event because we've seen MOUZ get better and better. Towards having an incredible performance in the early stages of the competition. And Vitality also looked weaker by their own standards, so we thought this grand final could deliver. But right now, it is same old, same old. Vitality 8-1 up on the second map of play. Flames now confident, emboldened by their early success. He's going to walk into the ramp and get punished by Yimpat.
Okay, you've just been handed an advantage, and you have to capitalize on it now. Another missed window smoke. MOUZ today looking real shaky. Apex going to hold on to underneath balcony for the moment. Good kill onto Spinks, who's tried to lurk out. Yimpat and Torzy waiting for their moment.
Oh, ZywOo waiting for that smoke to fade away. Spot a little bit of his opponent.
Look at Mezzi, he's all the way at the end of B halls. He's about to bring out a big flank, but they're coming back from T-spawn.
Well, they seem to be aware of what they've lost, what the gap is. Can Mezzi, oh, he doesn't turn the right way. Looks away as Torzy takes him down. That's the opening. That's information that there's a weakness on the B side, but is there really a weakness? Because ZywOo is now here with the AWP, and the turret, oh, goes jumping into them. Not ready for Brolin to be so close.
He's really disappointed in himself. That was way too much. And man, Vitality, this one just goes away from them. The first round, they've really tried to be aggressive and on an individual level with the push down ramp, with the push into B halls from ZywOo to get the deep angle, the flank from Mezzi. All of those get punished.
Yeah, limit testing, and they've found the limit. It's going to be a second round here for MOUZ.
And I think, you know, you go into these last 2 rounds of the half and Vitality's, nope, let's just sit back, and they still don't know how to find a kill. So a little bit of extra breathing room for MOUZ with this round number 2. Money's fine for Vitality.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You still got to go up against a really solid buy in the next round. There's Apex handling the quick push. Spinks thinking he's caught a timing.
ZywOo trying to play, get some safety in the hall so he didn't have to worry about catwalk, and far more progression than he expected. That player came up through the underpass. ZywOo thought he had more time because Mezzi encountered players back in T-spawn. Misjudging the situation. I think, I mean, for MOUZ, you're like, okay, we got this round. Now we have to win the rest in this half. We got to get to 4 to give ourselves some room in the second half. But again, you didn't really do anything there to win the round. You were kind of given those opportunities by the aggression and the pushes from Vitality, by their choices. You'll take it. But you still want to feel like at the end of this half, you got it under control. Timeout from Vitality, and that might just be Xtaz being extra cautious. saying we're in control of this game, just don't give it up, just keep going. No more rounds like that, no more rounds where we make it extremely easy. Every round we fight for. Reminding them of the stakes of everything they're playing for, the grand final here at IEM Dallas. Putting yourselves in the best position possible for the coming weeks at the Austin Major. The potential second ESL Grand Slam in 1 year. Reaching the dirty 30 win streak.
Looking to collect their first of 2 titles in Texas. ZywOo, smoked out, held back.
Oh.
Still gonna peek with a grenade, and of course it'll still work out for ZywOo. It's just a little bit different for him.
Man, he's really just a beast. Look how hard it is if you're MOUZ to set anything up. Just once again, this time you're grouped up, you want to prevent those early losses, and ZywOo's still able to grab one for nothing.
And now Rops is ready for a jump up on that bench. Flame's gonna be applying pressure out from the connector. Brolin being caught. Rops then steps forward, and Vitality, they sense weakness in middle, but they are mistaken as Spinks holds on to the double push. He's actually dealt them an even blow. We're back to a 2v2, and there's still a lot of time here for MOUZ.
Yeah, but Vitality has been the superior team in these situations on both Dust 2 and now obviously on Mirage. Rops is gonna back up into the B bomb site. The defenders kind of have to play split for the moment, and you can see over at the A bomb site the positioning from ZywOo. So many different choke points to worry about. He knows window is available, connector is available, so he's got to worry about window. Niamfat and Spinks. Up con into the A bomb site. 35 seconds left on the clock. There's a kit on ZywOo. There's utility for the CTs to use. Plenty for MOUZ to set up this post plant. A must-win clutch.
Off for ZywOo, creeping ever closer. And it's a shot to the chest. Spinks to be sliced. And Yimpat asks the clutch again for MOUZ. 8 seconds on the clock, going for bullets instead of Braun, but he's got to go for this. They plant down in the sight and denied by ZywOo. No hope in hell for MOUZ.
And nothing can go right for MOUZ. Even the Molotov doesn't spread to ZywOo's feet. He finds a safety in the corner. And Yimfat waited too long to start the plant while the Molotov was up, so it's an easy solution for ZywOo on the box. Final round of the first half.
This is the opening move with the grenade, and ZywOo makes it look easy. The man to open, and the man to close. It's all too easy right now for Vitality.
And if you don't laugh, you cry, is what Torji's thinking as he lets out a giggle. A rough way to lose another round, and a rough half to have to experience in the MOUZ jersey. Exertion in middle, all on his lonesome. Towards the B-bomb site we go with numbers.
Mezzi blinded, but they haven't checked him. They do not check Mezzi. And a double kill as he melts the attack, and Robs is up next. MOUZ halted, slowed down, and brought to a stop at the B site. Vicious from Vitality, 10-2, as they look to blank MOUZ on the second map of Mirage.
this is the scoreline you get when one team outclasses the other in pretty much every aspect of the game. Tactically, strategically, and individually, Vitality on another level today, especially ZywOo. 15-3 on this first half of Mirage. Incredible sequences, an ace in that first half as well. There's no one from MOUZ who can step up and challenge Vitality right now, and this map might come to a very quick conclusion.
A mountain for MOUZ to climb, but it all starts with the first step. And will they fall flat in their face? Vitality gathering with a bomb outside of B. Mezzi with a molly in hand. 2 through mid, 2 through B. Lurk and Palace and Robs. Mezzi to take first contact. Bomb is now shifting into the underpass. Mezzi staying committed. Rob's taking damage at Palace. MOUZ have got some early info to work with here. They know what's coming at them. There's a split through the connector. Exertion's got the first kill of the pistol. They need a little bit more, and so it's Spinks from behind. A double execution. Rob's down to Palace. And it's a quick, clean pistol here for MOUZ.
All right, there we go. There's a little bit of life, and they get to have a chance at getting things started, or a chance at least playing themselves awake into this series. Oh, that's a valiant attempt. That's a very valiant attempt. Nice job from Spinks. Double kill and Khan getting aggressive, not letting them actually execute, turning around and handling the B-bomb site. Great flick over onto Mezzi. So 10-3 the scoreboard, or the score line.
But no round is unwinnable for Vitality, especially when they've got Deagles and Tech 9s. A little bit of something.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that eventuality. It's actually horror in my brain for MOUZ to imagine in a world in which they lose this round. That would just be too much.
Well, they're coming at them. The right hit, simple utility, an A execution, and Brolin stopping one. Apex able to respond. The pressure's up. The bomb plant denied. Apex not allowed to get away with it.
Got to get that bomb while the smokes are still up, though, and get it planted. Robs.
Look at Mezzi.
Oh, he's not actually doing it.
Oh, the myth. He comes through the smoke. Oh, Mezzi appears, but Exertion ready. Handles him. Couldn't get Robs. The pressure's still on. But now Rob's alone, and he's dropped. So MOUZ will pick it up without losing to the force buy, and they also don't concede a bomb plant.
Yeah, all about stopping that bomb plant. Really well done from MOUZ, spraying the bomb plant down through the smoke, and then all of a sudden Vitality actually have to attack into you. They no longer have the safety, sit in the bomb site and wait for you for the retake. And they've got to do it with crappy weapons, so an easy mop-up for MOUZ. Vitality invested a couple Deagles, a scout on Robs. So trying to do a little bit of economic damage in this round. That's probably the best that Vitality can hope for.
Oh, Rob's unable to make much happen with that scout. It's going to be Brolin and Yimpat with the 2 openers, and should be able to clean up the Deagles in mid as well without too much issue. And that M4 is going to hold down Miles Swan. It's going to be Torty to come out on top of the final kill. 5th round for MOUZ, halfway there to the comeback. But here comes the buy for Vitality at the start of the second half. Everybody on AK-47s.
Yeah, it should be, I mean, you can do whatever you want in this round for Vitality. We'll see what they open up with. Do you want to spread into a default? Do they want to go actually and just attack into a bomb site, a set piece, get in? How exactly do you want to kick things off in this gun round as you try and close out map number 2? Map number 3 will be Inferno. A little bit of mid-control now for Vitality. Flame's going to lead the way through, turning from flashbangs. One up on catwalk, one at the underpass. Oh no, not another one. Good trade from ZywOo, and mid is opened up.
Yeah, it keeps it 3v3, and a lot of space in mid for Vitality. Impact worried about B for good reason. Rob's applying pressure. Impact goes into the peak, and he'll win it this time against Robs. Torzy's drifted over to help out B.
I like I like Robs actually forcing that fight a little bit. I mean, you have the 2 kills that come out in middle, so he knows more like likely he has a one-on-one at the B bomb site. Finds it, can't get the kill, but the opportunity is still there. I like the idea from Robs. Not able to close it out. So Mezzi and ZywOo join up. At the base of Con, it's Brolin playing very passive in CT spawn as the A bomb site defender, but MOUZ is not sitting back on their heels. Yimfact gonna start getting information and getting started on a flank. Torji gonna come on back and he'll be able to support Brolin, but ZywOo and Mezzi have the room to get a bomb planted.
Yeah, they've gotten position very quietly. Contact all the way to CT, and now they make contact with Brolin. NP9 on top of the first fight. Damage done to Mezzi as well. And that really should take him out of contention for this clutch. You've got Yimfact coming ramp, and Torji through CT, and Mezzi's just gonna jump into the open with Molly in hand. He goes down, and another round for MOUZ picked up.
Yeah, they're getting started very well in the second half to make a game out of it. 4 in a row, 6-10. Getting a little bit closer, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, they built a decent amount of money for themselves as well on this CT side. Vitality have got enough for another buy here with rifles.
Well, Torji's op is in the field of play now as well, so let's see what he's doing. We haven't really had to talk about it too much.
No, we haven't.
But it has been on fire throughout this event. Quiet, obviously, in map 1 and so far in map 2, but CT side Mirage, let's see if he can get it rolling, because that's going to be great for the rest of this series.
Yeah, it took a while to figure out what they wanted to buy here, Vitality, but in the last second, they throw an AK on to ZywOo and Robs with the Galil. Some utility and a direct hit into the A bomb site. No lurks. It's all about getting out A. 4 through ramp, 1 through Palace, and here they come. Vitality on the charge. And it's that Torzi op that you just mentioned. Not able to connect on the first time of asking. He has to relinquish control of CT, and this opens up a gap as Vitality starts to move through on it.
Yeah, the top-rated player of the event so far hasn't been able to have impact in these grand finals. Now MOUZ going to sit patiently behind these smokes and this utility, trying to delay, trying to harass and deal damage as this bomb gets planted. So first step is there for Vitality, but the hardest one is winning the round.
This isn't even a full buy for Vitality, not even a full investment. But they're in the site, and they're always dangerous when they get themselves into these positions. But Brolin finds the follow-up kill. It's now a 5v3 on the retake. But the 2 rifles still alive, and one of them in the hands of ZywOo. Deadly to the headshot, steps out into the open, but Yimfact on the cleanup with Torzi beside him. And MOUZ makes sure it's not a Vitality round win.
Nice attempt from Vitality, getting aggressive on the retake when the MOUZ players are in transition. ZywOo's able to grab a couple, but too much of an advantage for the MOUZ defense. And a second timeout called now by Vitality. Starting to feel a little bit of worry. Not panicked yet, but MOUZ have won 5 in a row. They've handled your executes into the A bomb site with no problem. And they're now within striking distance, just 3 rounds back. So for Vitality, they're saying we need to stop this right here, right now. Fist bumps are out, and maybe a change of style. Maybe instead of these A execs with the low buys, maybe we do see them go back to that mid control. Spread out across the map, give some individuals freedom.
Torzi. Smooth moves. He'll get himself to short. Vitality have the mid control. Exertion trying to make it a little more difficult for ZywOo. Sends 1 bullet through the smoke. Brolin's pushed up in ramp.
Yeah, nice little position for him that gives him flexibility. Exertion can be a little bit more free roaming towards top con. Spinks hiding in the window. Vitality take mid, and they take mid control smoke out to deny the information that they vacated the premises. It's back around to the A bomb site. So similar idea, but they just wanted to start it with mid control to see if they can keep the defense away.
Yeah, but Brolin's on his toes. He's aware of this possibility. He's aware that the A play might be queued up. Can he stop it? Can he make it more difficult at least? First up, ZywOo sees the shoulder, and that's all he'll see. Mezzi follows up on the double peek. ZywOo and Mezzi creating space into the A bomb site. Torzi has to try and shut them down. It's a good quick kill here on Mezzi. Is there anything else in the AWP at the back of the bomb site? And there won't be, because they're rotating, because Robs is calling him to come back to B. It's opened up. There's a huge amount of space as Yimfact comes back, but is he going to get shut down by Robs?
So much attention pulled to the A bomb site. Vitality simulated that so well. Wasn't meant to be a fake. It was meant to be an exec, which is why it felt so real to MOUZ. They've all shifted away, and Rops has found the foothold inside the B bomb site. Yimfat coming back to see what he can recover, but I think it's too late.
Well, they're already in. The bomb now coming, and he's going to do damage to the bomb carrier, but he can't stop them from getting in the site. And Apex is going to stop them from rotating. As he gets to top middle, Exertion is cut off, and MOUZ fall to just 3 plays, and they're a long way off winning this. They're a long way off winning this. With that kill on Apex, numbers again even.
They've got kits.
And Yimpat knows he did damage as well onto the player that jumped out of the window. That's ZywOo. Yimpat tapping away to the bench player, doing more damage. Finished off by Torzy. Flames up next, and he's not gonna miss. Not gonna miss his chance. And it's all on Flames now as Spinks comes back in, and the wall bang to bring him down. Spinks wins an essential round for MOUZ to keep this comeback going.
All the things going wrong for MOUZ on Dust 2 are now going right in this second half. You get the benefit that spam down at the very end. Vitality even plays that very well. The bait from ZywOo with low HP. It's played perfectly. But 2 spam kills on this retake. A couple miracles for MOUZ. And now 6 in a row in this second half. Dallas, the comeback is on. Do you want MOUZ to complete it?
2 rounds away. It looked like it was about to be a one-sided Mirage. A collapse for MOUZ. And Mezzi already out of the ramp. He's got ZywOo in front of him. Look at this. Vitality has some space to play with.
They got him beat. They just need the kills now.
Can they take them? Will they boost up? Yes, they will. Brolin's timing looked away. ZywOo's on the top of the stairs now. There's no way Brolin's ready for this. ZywOo zaps away Brolin.
They still don't know about Exertion though. Similar position, who can wheel himself out of Con. Gonna be smoked off now, but still has a chance for impact. Gonna stick in Con, wait for his teammates to arrive, play the 4-on-4. Another retake opportunity for MOUZ. The last one looked so clean. The retakes in this half have looked clean. 3 in a row diffuses MOUZ has. And 1 more needed to close the gap to just 1.
The wall bangs in the previous retake helped their woes, allowed them back into the site. Gotta hope for some success similar to that now. Plenty of utility. Rops will burn, and he gets taken down. Quick first kill here for MOUZ on the retake attempt. They launch themselves in. This time ZywOo and Mezzi on the fight, but it's just Mezzi left. The defuse being stuck. It's planted on default. Can he get there in time? Yeah! He gets there in time. It's Mezzi stealing it away. 11 rounds for Vitality. And he just blasts his way to the defuse.
And the desk mentioned it, how good the supporting cast for Vitality has been. We're always going to talk about ZywOo. We're always going to talk about Rops. But Mezzi has delivered in so many big moments.
Oh, so close.
So impactful, so clutch.
So close.
And now we see if the story is the same as it was on Dust 2. An incredible run from MOUZ to get back into the map, but a single loss. Does that shake them off kilter? Does that ruin their rhythm?
Well, it was enough on Dust 2 to destroy them, to make them disappear.
So let's see some of that mentality they've been talking so much about. Time to dig deep. And well, it's just a rinse and repeat through the smoke for sure.
Only 1 player here, it's Torzy looking to make the difference this time. Torches Flames. Spinks and Apex, blow for blow. Rops opening up, another fight towards Brolin, gets into the connector. Utility drops in, Rops goes down, Spinks again, another impact kill for MOUZ. ZywOo diving down out of Palace, and once again it is ZywOo tasked with a clutch for Vitality. This is the sharpest tool they have.
21 kills.
The weapon of mass destruction in ZywOo. And he's gonna bring it down to the 1v1. The game, or the Hungarian highlight. ZywOo against Torzy. Defuse tapped, not the stake. ZywOo starting to move in, and it's Torzy to pick it up. Dropping ZywOo. And he's had a great run of form here in Dallas, and he's gonna respond to the Vitality win with one of his own. Keeps MOUZ in the fight.
Yeah, and he's the sharpest tool that MOUZ have, and he's the sharpest tool we've got in the tournament. Such a good event for him, and an important clutch to keep this comeback going and reverse that. Stop MOUZ from falling into that pit of despair they encountered on Dust 2. And Spinks is learning a lesson. If you're going to take that kind of a stance against ZywOo, you better nail the shot. He's not going to forgive you and not let you get away. Torji saves him.
A pretty calm reaction as well from Torji winning the 1v1 against ZywOo. Knows the job is not done. That is just merely a lifeline. They still have to swim back to shore.
But at least this time on this map, they can look at this run and be like, we've been doing it this whole time. This CT side has been locked down. We know exactly what we're doing. We can handle Vitality here. They don't have those doubts that Dust 2 introduced. An incredible run in Vitality, gonna buy into this round. A smaller investment with the full losing bonus. Pistols and the one hero AK-47 on ZywOo. But their T side really struggling as MOUZ's defense has hit an incredible level. The last 4 round wins for MOUZ have been defuses and retakes. They've looked clean. It's all a fake and it's working. Look how hard MOUZ bit on this. Look at the rotation on the minimap. Just now, Exertion getting back into position.
Exertion, he's gonna get one. I was hoping for a little bit more on that peak. He had the element of surprise with the distraction set up from his teammate in the sight, but not enough to feel comfortable here if you're MOUZ.
No, definitely not if you're Brolin, low HP, and you got everyone to worry about.
Rob's trying to fight down CT, but he knows he wants that low HP player. He wants to get it, and he's got it. Rob's in the hunt. Successful. He catches himself a Brolin. And now the plant is being secured. Apex looking to put it down. Spink's not there in time to deny it. And so the fuse is lit. Will it be 12 for Vitality off the back of it? As he waits, up on ticket, it's gonna be Torji, straight to the head. Flames and Rops, 2v3, and the flank around the back.
Oh, that
and
could
Rops get there in time.
That could be the winning play if Flames keeps him off the bomb.
He's got to keep them pinned. Oh, he taps on a Torji, and now it's Rops around the back. Flames is doing it all on his own. He doesn't even need Rops right now, but he'll be the final piece, and he can't do it, so it is Flames required. Time ticking, dancing with death, and Spink does not have a kit. He does not have the time. At Vitality, they've got map point.
It was Messi a couple rounds back, now it's Flames. Incredibly precise shots. And it's the supporting cast. This is what makes Vitality so strong. This is what makes them so hard to beat. ZywOo's bringing you to the finish line, but Messi and Flames with impact to bring you over.
And look what it's done to the money here for MOUZ as well. They're broken, they're completely shattered at the end. Flames with some beautiful shooting here. And it might just be enough to close out the second map of the best of 5.
And it's got to just be so gutting for MOUZ. Again, 2 maps in a row, huge runs to come back into the maps, contend down the stretch.
And just think about it, it's a best of 5. You're going up against a team that hold a 29 win streak. 6th final, looking for their 6th title. How are you going to find the way to pull back a best of 5 and reverse sweep it? I just don't see a world in which that happens for MOUZ. If Vitality close Mirage here, they are likely looking at their 6th title and a 30th win in a row. This is what MOUZ have. 5-7s, Deagles, MP9, and a FAMAS.
It's not pretty, but you can always do something clever and creative. How prepared is Vitality going to be? And actually, it looks like they don't even want to let that clever and creative plan come into action. They just say, we'll stay grouped up. We don't need to spread out, thin out our attack and let you pick us off. Over to the B bomb site we go, and Apex, he hasn't called a play like this all throughout the half, so MOUZ have no idea it's coming. It's Yimfat alone with the Deagle.
Impact, gonna be cleared, no problem for Apex. Follow up to the MAC-10, not good enough. And the last ditch effort for MOUZ to leap back into the site. It doesn't look like it is going to be enough to keep them going here. Spinks has to make us believe. With that MP9, he doesn't muster it, so it's Brolin to step up instead. The Swede looking for some sweetness, but it will not be the fact. It is Vitality last year who came to Dallas and was defeated in the finals. But this time they are looking to destroy MOUZ to take that Dallas title.
That was more like it from Vitality. And by that, I mean it was MOUZ Sports that could not find some footing here on the second map of the series, Mirage, in the way of the Bumblebees. I welcome you back to the grand finals here in Dallas, Texas. The Intel Extreme Masters have been here all week. We're kind of coming to a head right now, it seems. Vitality want to take us there. They want to keep that streak alive. I've got Pimp, I've got Steel, I've even got Yanko. They've given me all the fixings today up here on the desk.
Yeah, I think this crowd really dislikes Apex, but he's a good guy, man. He tried to extend this map to give them a little bit more content by calling a force buy after you lose pistol 10-2 up with no plant. I feel like that was what sort of gave a little bit of momentum to MOUZ in the second half, but in reality, it was all Vitality on Mirage.
And ZywOo, by far.
By far. I mean, ZywOo was almost a one-man show for that, I mean, even the first half of the game, but even at the end, I think he was like 10 kills ahead of his next teammate. It's just mind-blowing to me. I mean, I have to kind of follow on Yanko's point about the force buys. It wasn't just round 2, though. It's like 5 times in that half. Guys, you can take a save and then play a buy round out, but if you want to say something about the ZywOo ace, I mean, there's not much to say. It speaks for itself there.
This is where you knew it's over. This is where you were, like, even if you maybe thought there might be a chance, nah, this final's over. If ZywOo is having aces like that, you know, we can see how he's flying around the map, really just taking fights, booming with confidence and owning MOUZ. Honestly, the player cams on MOUZ, after the pistol round, you saw Exertion sort of just shaking his head. You know, there's no belief there. There's no real faith that they can take down Vitality, and honestly, even if they were playing better, it wouldn't matter when ZywOo was playing like this.
That's the thing, right? That's the first time in this tournament we see ZywOo play at this level, where he's dictating the game as much as he is right now. The ace, the impact he had in all the rounds, the feeling that whenever ZywOo is alive, he can make something happen. I think we saw it on the T side as well. 2 or 3 times he had a hero AK, so it's like Vitality also putting stock into ZywOo, feeling like this is his game, this is him who's making the difference right now. I gotta be honest, you know, the positive side for MOUZ is that they did make the game competitive to some degree. The negative thing is that it doesn't matter. You know, there's nothing to show for it. We're now heading into a third map, Trace. It's Inferno. Yanko said it. The game is over. I think so too. It's just a bit of a shame that we're getting to this conclusion. Woo! That's what it feels like.
It kind of does feel like that to a degree, because yes, I mean, for what we got in the first map of the series, it gave a little bit of lifeline in here. It made me believe that MOUZ were about to at least push Vitality around. Map 2, we didn't get it, Josh.
We didn't get it. I think when we look at the maps here, you would expect MOUZ to do better on Mirage or Dust 2 for sure. Inferno being that kind of the map that they need to win to be able to stay in it. Otherwise, Vitality starts their next ESL Grand Slam run. That's not the situation you want to be in, but I mean, there were some signs of life in that second half for MOUZ. I mean, they did bring it to a respectable amount. Part of that was Apex tilt overcompensating, whether that be in his play by just calling like these force buys, or after they have some positionings, he's just running at the enemy still, or swinging in front of ZywOo when he has a hero AK on some of these situations. But, I mean, there were some still good sequences that we saw from the side of MOUZ, specifically in those retakes. I think they did a good job of being patient, grouping up, taking their time, using their utility. I mean, sure, there's some situations where they got beat out in some Vitality clutches, but overall, for the most part, there were some good glimpses of life there from the side of
overall, yeah, I mean, yeah, overall, baby, I'm thinking that we look at round number 7.
Sure.
Yeah, for me, this is interesting, but because this is out of a timeout, and I don't really get this call when you're getting owned on the T side. So this call is just, you're faking that you're putting mid presence and then you bail out. But when you play with the confidence that Vitality has, they have all the information. Like, this is not fooling anyone, really, if you're on the side of MOUZ, right? They have all the control, all the information, and time again, they have a joker in the A bomb site. Mid smoke obviously doesn't help the state of things here. And just one more time, Flames is going to do a great job of sort of drawing attention to himself, fighting. He's the A anchor. Oh, we killed the A guy, killed the A guy. Well, actually, there's one more guy in the side, and he's going to be doing most of the work.
And just to add on here, there's a couple things going on. There's 2 smokes left for the side of MOUZ as well after they did all this mid stuff, and they all retreated. One of the last 2 smokes they had missed window, so it's only 1 more smoke they have for the A execute. And they leave nobody in middle, they leave no one underpass, just to wait, hide, let the reclear happen, then re-go late. Yeah, they have the Joker at B, but I mean, I feel like that's just such an overcook, needlessly.
Give me round 11.
I mean, more of the same stuff, more of the mid-control trying to be taken by MOUZ. ZywOo does a nice play with the AWP, obviously, and I think this was the name of the game. The re-aggression coming in from Flamesy, the push from Catwalk. At this point, it's a 5v2, and you think to yourself, this is over. Apex Spinks and the boys getting a little bit too overconfident, giving MOUZ another shot. It goes into a deep 2v2 where they play out the time, they sneak up towards the A bomb site, but ZywOo is in a prime position, and just like he did throughout the entire game, he's not going to miss this opportunity. Jimmy misses a Molotov on towards ZywOo as well, never gives himself a chance to win the round, and that's kind of the point right here. Vitality dominated middle throughout that entire first half, and even the one time they messed up, even the one time they gave MOUZ a chance to get into the game, they didn't capitalize.
Dude, also when it was 2v2, when it became a 2v2, there was 1 minute, 12 seconds on the round, and they ran out of time. It's like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here? And I think also you could tell Vitality understood in the second half with some of their calling, right? Even this round is a B fake, right, into rushing down mid into con. That's what you call when your opponents are playing with confidence. They're going to over-rotate thinking, oh, you're desperate, you're going to call it B pop. No, you're one step ahead. They get the bomb down in a 4v3. Spinks does a great job of sneaking out, finding a kill. Messi and Flamesy have the guns now, and it's going to be all down to Flamesy, who's really stepping up in this final and in this tournament. In this situation, he finds both kills. Here plays it really, really well. Rops isn't able to finish off the frag, but doesn't matter because not enough time anymore. And Spinks is now just playing for the kill. He even dies. Flame even gets out of there with his gun.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say anything positive about that. When you lose a round like this, Josh, when you lose a game like this, again, where you get close, but you never really get close, it must be hard mentally to keep believing in the MOUZ camp.
Yeah, quite taxing all the way around. But let me go ahead and remind you all that we will catch up with our DHL MVP at the very conclusion of the game. So, without any further ado, check this out. That is correct. It is the DHL MVP time. This is where I'm going to ask you to really get in there, get into the trenches. Let's get some voting going on, and let's figure out who that DHL MVP is going to be that we catch up with at the very conclusion of this grand final. So, some of the front runners, this guy, ZywOo, seemingly all over the place, up-and-coming talent, right?
I mean, heading into the game, there was a case to be made that if Flamesy or someone else had a monster grand final performance, it could have been another Vitality member, but with the way ZywOo is playing right now, with the impact he's showing here in Mirage, and I guess with the way that he's conducting himself, it's hard not to give him a vote.
Yeah, and if you're GymFat, you're real mad at the end of that, by the way, because of the Molotov and how it all plays out. Rops, okay, make a case.
Yeah, Rops, I mean, he's not been having the same type of tournament that you would expect from him, but the rest of the team hasn't been having the same effect. I mean, even ZywOo hasn't had the best rating, but Rops is there. He plays a certain role in the team, and that's the closer, and he's been doing a good job of that. So many situations, him and ZywOo are left alone, and somehow you always know it's a winnable round.
Flames?
Flames, yeah, as the third star so far of this grand final, especially on that CT side, was doing a lot of work, finding a lot of impact. Even when his job was just to sort of bait for his teammate, he was able to find kills, had that huge clutch in the second half where Vitality was struggling to find some rounds, and definitely delivered for his team.
I just want to give Flamesy right here. I know his KD didn't look that impressive, but he was involved in every single key round on that T side of Mirage, and he was the deciding factor, so to speak.
Especially the round he was able to escape back to Apps after the, Palace after they had already gotten the bomb plant. It was wild. So.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. We talk about Vitality and their greatness and compare them to some of these other teams, like Astralis, and then talk about who are they the most dominant teams we've seen since them. And there's debate about that. I think we do have a team that we can definitely compare MOUZ to, and that's Team Liquid of 2018, right? 2018, where they were the second best team in the world, but they could not beat Astralis ever. The Astralis had their number every single time. Those games weren't close, and I think that's where MOUZ is at the moment. They don't think they can beat Vitality. They can't beat Vitality, and every time when they meet them, it's just, well, we know what's going to happen here.
Let me, because I feel the passion you're giving me off of that one right there. But let's just pause that idea for 1 second. Let's go hear from Xtas real quick.
Catching up with Xtas once again as they do take MOUZ's map pick of Mirage. I posed the question to him, what was the biggest thing you changed since last time around? He didn't give me a direct answer, but he did say he felt like the individuals and the team play were firing on all cylinders, obviously on that CT side. Things maybe got a little hasty when we moved on to that T side, but he said did a great job of closing the rounds out. Now, moving on into Inferno, I also said to him, surely the confidence level has to be even higher moving into this one. He said, yeah, it's probably the same as the other maps in the Paul, I don't know whether I'm buying it, though, because he said he expected MOUZ, or he thought MOUZ would expect this to come in as the first map of this best of 5. And we all remember what went down in Lisbon on this very map.
Well, somebody in this arena just opened themselves a 2015 cobblestone case. They didn't really pull anything from it, but I can assure you the real prize lies on the other side of this break. We're going to be jumping into that next and potentially final map of this grand final at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. So don't you move a muscle. We'll be right back, everybody.
Now, the Intel Extreme Masters isn't the only action going down here in Dallas. We have DreamHack right next door, where there's plenty of other activities, giveaways, esports going on, but most importantly, the Anthros booth. And I have managed to find myself Jordan to talk a little bit more about precision sitting, because it's a term that we always use, Jordan. But what exactly does it mean when it comes to these chairs?
A good question for it. Precision sitting is about making the chair adjust to you, right? All the chairs currently in the gaming space, you have to adjust to it. And that's where you see a lot of different kind of posture and tilting forward. So I'm gonna show you guys what exactly precision sitting is. And on the back, I'll turn here, there's 2 knobs here, which actually move the chair forward and back. So this one on the bottom moves this forward, which makes you go forward. And then on this side, the top moves forward. So I'll show you guys what that means. So when I sit in it and I move this lower back, it gets it forward, and then this top one goes forward. And now I am sitting in a healthy posture. As a gamer in Counter-Strike, this is where we want to be, right? Full range of motion. I can move my elbows back. I'm not getting blocked by the back of the chair. And I can actually pull up to the table where I want to be and have my space exactly where I want it. I am not moving to the chair, right? The chair is moving to me where I want to be. The other great thing is the arms. They go in and they go away. So you don't have to take them off, which a lot of us do, right? So I can pull it up and actually unlock it. There's a locking mechanism, so I can lock in here, unlock it, and actually come back like this and have a stretch. I just pop my back. I can reset. I just lost around or something like that. I need to refocus, come back forward, lock in. Boom, I am back into that healthy sitting, ready for the next round.
I just had mine engineered by the CEO himself, and it feels incredibly comfortable. But that's not where the action ends for Anthros chairs, right? They're fully customizable. Do you want to show them a little bit of what they can do at home?
So we have these back panels on the back of the chairs that can actually be changed out. So as you buy our chair, you can fully customize the color, the caps on the knobs, the look of the chair from leather to fabric, and then the back panel. This is the cool part. This is like our skin, right? We all know what skins are in Counter-Strike, right? But this is your chair skin. It comes off the back very easily, and you can get your pros, your favorite teams, sign this, take it home, put it on your chair, and now your chair is a custom sign, like one of a kind. It's super cool. And if you get tired of this back and you want to change it out, cool, we have all kinds of different backs that you could choose from and swap out, and then boom, you're holding.
Want to give us a little swivel and show exactly where it is? Because I know that players have signed a lot of weird stuff in their time, but this is really cool because you're going to be sitting with your favorite player all the time.
Yeah, as you saw that one, it was wood. So you can, if you know, a lot of us have spouses or we work from home, so you can actually have it fit your room and the way it looks, and then you can change it into gaming. It's that easy. So yeah, very customizable. Really excited to be here, work with ESL, amazing partners, and I hope you gamers out there give us a chance to really feel what real sitting is, because this is a life-changing chair. I have never sat in a chair that has fixed my back, my body, to allow me to work 8 hours and then game another 8 hours. We love it. We're hardcore sitters.
Throughout the series played in 2025 between these two teams, MOUZ has only been able to get wins on 2 maps, Dust 2 and Mirage. Both of those have been taken away from them. Incredible comebacks ending in devastating failure as they go limp at the final hurdle. Vitality marches towards that 30th straight victory. And MOUZ desperate to have anything in this grand final. One map is all they want. Inferno, we know it could be the best deciding map, but at this point, MOUZ just wishes it won't be the deciding map in this series.
Another best-of-5 final yet to defeat Vitality. Defeating Vitality, that's been MOUZ's mission, and right now it seems like it's mission impossible. Vitality looking for a 6th grand final and a 6th title, and it's time, Dallas. Perhaps the last map of Counter-Strike this weekend.
Four victories for Vitality on Inferno across 2025 against MOUZ. Just another obstacle they'll have to overcome, having never beat Vitality in the past 5 engagements, never taking this map away from them, and now you've got your grand finals life on the line as well. And you have the history of the first 2 maps fresh in your minds. Vitality getting out to big leads early, burying you, making you feel useless and impotent. Comebacks that brought you back in that fall short, it's happened twice. MOUZ surely feeling there's nothing they can do to beat this team. And it's so
much utility they've got, Jason.
Yeah, so slow to start at the moment. Vitality just looking for MOUZ to come out with a different kind of attitude, with a different aggressive philosophy, trying to catch them off guard and just don't want to deal with it. So sit way back, and at about the minute mark, they've got complete banana control.
Exertion can drop his smoke and try and slow this down, but they've got enough to re-execute into the B-bomb side again. They're going to send that 3rd player over straight away. Spinks rotating through Speedway. He has a flash to help out. And MOUZ actually holding on to the util. You've still got Yimpat was his. He's on the other side of the map right now.
Because they're so passive and they haven't actually moved, they have no idea what's coming. Like, they needed that flashbang from Spinks, but he's shifted back to the A bomb site. He should be able to get here in time, and he will.
Well, that crossfire disrupted by the fire. And now comes the flames. Rolling in the fountain. Able to cool them off, and it's Exertion with a double kill. Oh, yeah, Exertion! Crossheads to the head and shots with the Torperettes. The gunslinger in Texas, and we've got the pistol for MOUZ.
Feel like that's the first time we've had to say his name with a round like that. A single-handed victory from Exertion. Has not been able to get going in this grand final. But that's exactly what MOUZ needed to get started. And we see what they can do when they get momentum. It's just too frequently it's ripped away from them. So this conversion in round 2, critically important. Thankfully, without a bomb plant due to Exertion's performance, Vitality will not buy. So a little bit of an easier time to start things out for MOUZ. They'll wait for the 3rd round for the AKs to come in. I talked to Apex after the last map. He said you guys got quiet. He said you guys got no energy. Mizinho.
Torzy now looking to shut them down. It's just 1 kill for him, and the pressure is going to be up on him. Brolin to clean up Apex, and we got Flames and Mezzi, the last 2 Vitality players, and they will fall. It's a good start here for MOUZ, 2-0.
Yeah, but now the real test comes out, or the first test comes out in terms of the AK-47s. All across the board for Vitality. You guys are absolutely wild. Thank you for another good weekend, Dallas. Round 3 underway. First gun round, and Molotov sent up towards Banana.
Yeah, Exertion going to be behind the Flames this time. A lot of utility to back him up as well. A bucket load with Brolin. A month of Counter-Strike in the USA. And we're just getting started. ZywOo on top of the half wall. It's going to be ZywOo to take one. Spinks to Trey, but it's short-lived thanks to Mezzi on the follow-up, and now Roland's caught out of position, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, the trade game is so efficient today for Vitality. They haven't slipped up in that regard at all, and you still have Rops over on the other side of the map lurking in holes. So there's no safety for Torji and Yimfat at the moment, although, of course, having played 4 times on this map, they'll be well aware of Rops' tendencies. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do about that kind of a peak?
Now Torzi, goes into Boiler, and nothing at all. Vitality once again with no mercy to MOUZ.
Rops has got to be the greatest solo player we've got in the game, on the anchor on the CT side and now over on the T side, just holding positions, being that second option for your team, making sure and denying map control from your opponents. He's just so dang good. So is ZywOo with this opening kill. Spinks gets the trade, but he knows there's no time to fall back, and that's a well-done attack from Vitality. Busting up the stack and breaking in, and now MOUZ quickly down to just an MP9, 5.7, 3 rifles, but missing utility.
Not a whole lot of hope here for MOUZ, but we'll see how the triple stack outside of Banana goes. Oh, it's going to be a barrage to Brolin. A lot of his health ruined. The impact down straight away. Torzi offers himself up into the fight versus Rops. He's actually going to win that fight in the apartments. A key kill to keep his team in this round.
Yeah, good find onto Rops as well, but so much damage done to Brolin. He's brought very low. He's got to shift away from the B bomb site. No reason for him to stick around, so it's just exertion. MP9, he's got a smoke to drop if he gets in trouble, but okay, wide swing, he gets back in time. Vitality's happy to force out the delay, and things will settle for just a moment. MOUZ has to think to save these weapons. No one even going to attempt to help exertion at the B bomb site. When this hit comes in, he'll either fall back and save with the rest of his team, or he'll just end up dying.
Let's see how much he can muster. MP9 in the coffin smoke. He's held back behind it. Can't really get anything going.
Spinks and Brolin still haven't moved. This round's done. It's gonna be 2-2 tied up. And the simple thing is MOUZ just don't want their economy and the weapons to disappear. So they'll bring the 2 M4s into the next round. And from us, this is a good call from MOUZ. It gives you another buy back-to-back, despite not having the funds for it. But this can't be a trend. We see it on Inferno frequently. We know how often and how, if there's a convincing site take, the other site just kind of has to save. Rotations are long. You're rotating at really tough choke points to manage. And MOUZ has to make sure that moving forward into the rest of this half, like they can't just lose the B bomb site without trades, without resistance, without slowing down Vitality. If they can't buy time for teammates to get over and help them, they're in for a world of hurt.
The save gives them another chance, but will they take it? Happy birthday. But it might just be V-Day again.
All right, well, round 5. What are we getting into this one? MOUZ is trying to save a little bit of money while having enough to be dangerous. So it's a light investment in terms of the nades that they pick up. In terms of kits, they haven't grabbed any of those. Yimfat gonna stay away from armor as well. So just trying to shore up as much cash for the next round as the losing bonus hasn't fully built up.
Ugh. Not gonna be happy about that, Torzi. Just over, or rather under half his health. Taken off with that grenade. He's going to drop back and play from short. Flames just got the apartment, starting to move through the bedroom. Will soon confirm that he is the sole tenant. Brolin to move forward with a smoke that lands on the half wall, laying down some fire. And it's ZywOo to take the brunt of the damage.
Yeah, that's a really nice find from Brolin. A little bit of unconfirmed damage, but softens up ZywOo for later on. And once again, they leave Brolin all on his lonesome at this B-bomb site. Wonder if there'll be a shift back on a certain timing. Spinks and exertion on Rap side. Torji and Yimfat doubling up towards Pit. Banana control now taken for Vitality. They've got brackets to pressure the A-bomb site. They've got Banana to pressure the B-bomb site. And MOUZ have no idea which one they're going to finish at yet.
Mezzi into the open and to his death. Brolin grabbing the opening kill here for MOUZ with 40 seconds left. Look where the bomb is. All the way at the back of the T-stairs. At least Apex getting some space here for his squad, but they need to pick that bomb up and get over to B, and Apex has been traded out, so not looking too pretty here for Vitality. It's Ross to make the next move, and he's stopped. So this round goes nowhere. Vitality fall flat, and MOUZ back into the lead.
Yeah, that felt very curious. There was no finishing move whatsoever. Players trying to trade out at the B bomb site, trying to find Brolin, and just kind of one by one they've leaked in. It felt like they never really had a team unified decision to attack and commit to things.
Gets across.
Yeah, but he doesn't know there's one player in the back. So planting in the smoke, you might be able to get away with it, but
the ball plants, but needs something special now. Flames will give it the first step, and he just can't connect it onto Exertion. So MOUZ do eventually take the lead. A small chance for Flames, but not taken.
No, that was always going to be near impossible. A couple of kills would have been nice, but if you're MOUZ, you're happy about that safe call in the previous round because it kept the weapons in your hands that you used to win this one. So it's given you a 3-2 lead as these two teams exchange runs in the early going of Inferno. Good round from Exertion, continuing that form from the pistol. And the first time out used from Vitality. And yeah, it makes sense. I think a round like that had to have been frustrating. We saw Apex there in the camera, although that's nothing new to us. But just the way it kind of got away from Vitality as a team. Too many players falling, not really convinced, not really coordinated. And a huge task in this map as well for Cyclone, for MOUZ, who knows they're going to encounter difficulty, who's watched his team collapse on 2 maps in these finals.
Oh.
It would have been cool, though. Round 6, up in Torji's hands. And this is a map we know he can come on fire. If Torji has a good Inferno here, MOUZ can run up the CT side scoreboard. He's going to be boosted up over the smoke in middle, wants a chance at it, but scared away by the bullets. ZywOo yet again coming on the losing side of that utility exchange in Banana. This time just eats 1 down to 53. Mezzi as well in the same position.
Exertion gonna eat 1 nade, but it's not gonna be a whole lot of damage. Mezzi then jumps up. Exertion wins the fight. Apex and the central trade for Vitality. ZywOo to follow up. That's the B bomb site. That's it. That's everybody that was there.
Yeah, this is what I talked about just a couple of rounds ago. That hit is way too convincing. Brolin falling that fast after the fact, and you leave Jimmy, Spinks, and Torji with nothing to do. No point in them shifting over. They know they've still got Rops to find as well. So they're still in danger. And a very convincing round from Vitality.
How far does Rops want to push this?
They don't really, Vitality, have enough funds to go for any kind of a hunt, so Rops might just kind of peek in on his lonesome, but he's knows the likeliest place for them to save is over in Pit. That's not a great fight for him whatsoever, so just looking to see if anyone pushes out. MOUZ should be fine keeping his weapons into the next round without any kind of a hunt, but we're tied yet again at 3.
Terrorists win.
You should try it on your Steam Deck. I hear that goes well.
Exertion handling the heat quite well, and 2 grenades come towards him. He stands at an open angle and has to fight the initial player. A car. Apex just kept the pressure up, able to trade him out, and the B bomb site falls down due to the ZywOo follow-up. So 3-3 scoreline, all tied up again, and Mezzi makes his march into Banana. He's got ZywOo beside him, and ZywOo, I don't know how he's not taking any damage whatsoever. The fire doesn't spread to his feet, so he just sits back behind the logs. And ZywOo will be happy about that.
A god cannot be touched by fire. Rob's going to be at the end of halls and angle deep. Okay, Torji, you're in danger and you don't know it yet. If you back up, if you just lose focus for a moment. Thankfully for Torji, he steps forward. It's Brolin who might be at risk. And just by sheer luck alone, they avoid running into Rops' crosshairs. Vitality lining up an attack to the A bomb site. Left side going to be smoked off. Torji going to be blocked off. How fast, how aggressive do they want to take this attack up short?
Blinded, forced back into the archway. Rob's gonna miss his utility. In fact, it's a little bit of blowback in the apartments. He's got 45 seconds to try and recover this. The utility's gonna come up long. Spinks into the fight, but nothing. Nothing from Spinks, and an opening now as pressure mounts for the two remaining defenders of the A-bomb site. Torsy in the site, overwhelmed, overrun, but Yimpat looks to protect him for a little bit longer from Pit. It's two from the Finn. It looks still good for Vitality. As Exertion and Brolin held out.
You're still not having any success on the initial fights when these attacks begin if you're MOUZ, which means even though Jimmy gets you a great double kill from Pit, it has no impact in the round. It can't actually turn the fortunes of what's occurring. Vitality are just beating you 4-3. They're keeping it close, but they cannot find a consistent way to win against Vitality.
Another save call. Vitality increased their score on the T side to 4. That chicken is going bye-bye. Devastating.
One round lead for Vitality. 2 map lead in these grand finals as the first time out is called from MOUZ. If you're the MOUZ team during this, you're just thinking, we had that conversation coming into this map after losing Dust 2, after losing Mirage. It hasn't gotten started the way we would have liked. It's yet another situation we're gonna have to dig ourselves out of. We weren't able to capitalize on the early success. Cyclone trying to tell his boys, stay focused, make some information plays, start having courageous ideas, keep talking to each other. We have to workshop these problems live. And probably thinking as well and hoping that the next MOUZ run, as we got it on Dust 2, as we got it on Mirage, the MOUZ run on Inferno cannot come too late. It has to be much earlier.
ZywOo creating his own gap in the smoke. Not given an opportunity as Exertion takes a tighter angle, just boosted behind the half wall. Flash now into Banana. Mezzi starting to make his march. He's got his teammates in behind him. ZywOo and Flames following up in behind, and the space is slowly but surely being taken. First fight again will be Exertion. Can he handle them this time? Up first is Mezzi. Exertion catches a good timing, peeking out from the back of the sandbags just as Mezzi was looking the other way. Ooh, Flames burning away Brolin. Exertion still around, and there's the shot from ZywOo. Not enough to bring him down, and so Exertion gets one more.
And once again, they beat him at the B bomb site. There's a third player here, it's Spinks, but he's gonna come on through, spamming in, found, of course, by ZywOo.
ZywOo's had very few kills to kick off Inferno, but all of them have been towards Banana. And all of them impact kills to make sure that there's no chance for the B-bomb site defense.
Yeah, they've always been the player who's like the last line of defense at the bomb site, so a lot of impact for ZywOo, despite the fact only 3 kills so far. Low fragging game as MOUZ has been forced to save so many times, round and round again. And
yeah, they're having a look, but again, it's just so frustrating, but it's the tough pill they have to swallow. It's one where they have to back away, retreat to save their weapons, and give them another shot at the next round. We're watching Vitality just build on this T side.
I don't think MOUZ has gotten a stop at the B bomb side really all that well yet. Vitality's been able to take this a number of times, a massive weakness on the map.
We've seen Vitality, they've shown comfort even in the group stages against some of the lesser teams. They opened up against Legacy, and they won that map just by going B on Inferno over and over again for the entire T side. So they've shown a willingness. If B is weak, if it feels like they can get in, they're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, 5 of the last 6 rounds won by Vitality. 4 of those 5 bomb plants. They're getting into the bomb sites at will with no issues. Right down through the smoke as Spinks is in a moment of desperation. So Cyclone trying to give some emotional support out to the boys. They're down by 2, but weapons in this round are labored. Op saved by Torji, so that's still around.
He's trying to make it sing down Banana early on, but with that smoke up, severs off his vision, and the AWP cannot chime in. They know it's positioned towards B early on, and so Robs feels like there's more space, there's more comfort taking peeks of brackets, knowing he's not going to be picked off by that AWP.
And he's so good at picking and choosing rounds in which he wants to make that kind of aggressive peek, right? Most of the time he's just quiet, he's lurking, he adds in just an aggressive peek every once in a while to catch the defender off guard. Player who really loves the mind games with his equivalent on the other side of the server. So Torji's holding this off, but he's got no smoke, no Molotov, so as soon as he fires, he's got to back away. Exertion is coming in support.
Will it be enough? There's been no stopping power at the B bomb site, but perhaps the difference is this AWP in the hands of Torzi. But the utility is canceling him out. It's keeping him at bay. And so Mezzi's going to charge in off the back of the utility. The execution is successful. Exertion with one, but not enough to hold on to B. And look at Apex. He's pushed through that CT smoke, looking to be a thorn in their side.
Denies the ability for Torji to fall back as well. They know they have him locked in towards Ruins.
Torzi's committed to it, but he runs away, and Apex is ready to rip it out of his hands. Robs on the double and Banana. And once again, it's Vitality just upping the gear, driving towards victory. MOUZ can show no stop.
It's Vitality superiority every single map today. MOUZ looking like they'll leave this grand final with 6 straight series losses to Vitality. And the club of teams who have never overcome them is growing larger.
And they run into their two, we call them rivals. The two teams that are able to play them pretty close in the games, right? We've got Falcons earlier on in the competition. Vitality cast them aside in the semis. Now MOUZ in the grand finals. They could be winning this one 3-0. We thought perhaps this is the event where Vitality lose the streak. But if anything, they're going into the major with full strength as Apex rounds the corner and takes Exertion's head off, and he's not slowing down. Apex on the hunt, and the Predator eats them all.
Oh, he forced that. It felt like every fight was a bad decision, but he wanted them all. He was so aggressive. Didn't care about the reload either. And Apex wanted to get a highlight in these grand finals, been watching his teammates do it all 3 maps. Now it's his turn.
I love that he did it with his little amount of bullets as he had, right? The last couple of bullets in that AK, and he still gets the final kill on the 3rd. Yeah, he's 40, you're right. This is incredible. What a performance at Apex, turning around his career, right? This has been a fantastic year for him, in-game leading, but also seeing an elevation in his own individual performance, right? This is the most impressive part about Apex. The switch in his career from entry fragger to now in-game leader. It's been a long journey to get into a position where he's considered one of the best, but also he was criticized for his own individual performances during the previous years under the Vitality jersey, but this year he stepped up, and we're seeing a massive difference.
Well, I think it's all been a journey for Apex, right? If you think his switch into in-game leader back in 2020 started out a little bit rocky, and then came the Danish era in Vitality when Zana came over, when Magus came over, when Dupree was there. They end up winning the Paris Major, but Apex himself had to establish his kind of dominance as an IGL, saying, we're playing it the way that I want to. And now, since then, in these years, he's paired up, he's brought his friend Xtaz in, who's got a lot of confidence in his coach, and he's finally got a system to where he can focus more on the fragging, where he's got everyone on the same page. With the work they've put in over the last 2 to 3 years, he gets more time, he gets more freedom to focus on his individual prowess, and it's paying off in the year 2025.
Missed out on the title in Dallas last year to G2. This year, no one can keep it away from him. Two rounds left in the half. MOUZ need them. Fighting for it in mid. Challenging in Banana. And it's perfect. 4 kills in the blink of an eye for MOUZ. And off the back of those 4 kills, soon to be 5, and it's a 4th round. As Flame's trying to ignite something in Banana, but he's caught on the flank from behind. Spinks will hunt him down. And MOUZ realize they need to bring a little bit of fight into these rounds. Can they secure the 5th?
It's amazing that round looks so perfect where they've struggled with that exact same fighting situation throughout this half. Vitality up until that round have gotten Banana whenever they wanted it. Good trades. There's Romps with his aggressive decision again, this time caught off guard and through the smoke, doesn't work. Final round of the first half on Inferno. Utility being stockpiled towards the B bomb site for MOUZ's defense. And this time Vitality get a little bit of pace up mid.
Flames is fast. Getting into Boiler and losing his head. Is there another Hungarian headshot? Apex is silent.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, this is perfect.
He just heard the footsteps too, I would imagine, unless it got obscured by Nate blowing up. But he's going to tell his teams, I'm wrapping around A right now. I've got space, I've got freedom.
You can see how vocal he is.
Yeah, start coming this direction.
Oh, he's got a lot of space. Apex with a move. Apex with the play. There's the frag on Torsi. Can he find the second? He gives the information over. Rob's trying to close it down, but Spinks has arrived just in time.
Might have needed that pit player first. No trigger discipline.
While in North America, MOUZ pleading for the fifth, but it's Mezzi to try and take away the rights. He's into the site with a plant going down on default. Is there a clutch available for Merriman? Into the boiler he goes. He slips away. And now he could be anywhere. Mezzi could be anywhere. Starts to move out of boiler again. He's got a bit of space. Fortunately, MOUZ have a lot of utility, a lot of pressure, and they will get that fifth round to round out the first half of Inferno. If MOUZ are to do it, it's going to take a special comeback in this series, but at least they're still in the fight.
Vitality 6 rounds away from the Intel Extreme Masters trophy here in Dallas. Another one they get to lift in a year where they just seem unbeatable. MOUZ has had their comebacks on Dust 2, they've had their comebacks on Mirage, but never have they been able to complete them and bring them all the way into a victory. And it doesn't feel like that's gonna happen now. But MOUZ have one last chance to change the way we look at this team.
Second half underway, and Spinks is going to be sprinting up through Banana. He's got all of his teammates filtering in. Just one player here, and it's Apex. Had a great first half. Looking to kick off the second with a bang. And they run right by him. There's the first headshot. Heads turn, it's only one.
Look at the flank. They're already here very quickly at Banana, though, and nobody's there to protect the bomb planter. They're pushing forward.
The bomb spilled into the site. The bomb spilled into the site because of that one kill from Apex, so they actually have to go and waste time picking it up, and that leaves Torsi pinned in the corner, and look at this. Vitality have all arrived. Vitality in the better position all of a sudden, and Torsi with a last-ditch effort, looking for plan C at this point to get back into the round for MOUZ. Rob's not letting them have any room to move. Spinks will have to fight his way out of it, and he'll certainly do so. Flames are going to shut them down as he looks back towards CT. It's going to be ZywOo taking him down, and Yimpat left alone. That one kill from Apex ends up being enough because the bomb hits the ground, and Vitality sprint back in time.
They're so good at the moment of playing within themselves and not overextending. And these extended battles, this extended pistol round that goes on forever, no one from Vitality oversteps the mark. They're always in a position to help a teammate nearby. And that fast banana flank was the ruin to MOUZ's idea of pushing towards CT spawn, of pushing towards ruins and controlling it. A hero Galil on Spinks. Things are going to start getting desperate for MOUZ.
Yeah, without a pistol, winning the second half.
Yeah, grasping
it is looking impossible now.
Grasping at anything that can bring you back into this game. The Galil's delivered you the opening kill. That's Flames to fall. Very chill from MOUZ, testing the waters. They have no utility, so gonna be hard to find a finishing move that's effective. Apex has smoked nade over towards the B bomb site, and this is the final play of MOUZ. 4 members here, 1 lurker towards A. It's Exertion with the Glock.
They hear that smoke go down, and they immediately just rotate away. Not wanting to go through it, not feeling comfortable that.
Yeah, but a weird timing. I mean, Vitality actually might get sold down the river. They just cleared brackets. Mezzi's sticking around, thankfully, so we can still have eyes on it, but they kind of think for the moment this is going to be a banana finish.
He's still got Rops in the balcony as well. Quite a strong player to have in that position. Let's see if Rops is able to do anything from it. It's only an MP9, though. He's gone up against the Glock, so he could be overrun. As he makes his way into the site, Rops to dive down. It's a quick kill from Rops, but he's being pressured from so many different sides, but Rops is going to handle it. Spinks in the bomb site, plant locked in at least, but can he go all the way? Can he win this round for MOUZ? It's a must-win to kick off this second half, and they move in together. Spinks against his former organization, against his former teammates, and Apex, no love lost. He's gonna take it. MOUZ unable to get the miracle.
Yeah, an easy fight once they have him pinned down behind the pillar. Just bullets just tapping away, making sure he never gets a clean peek, never a safe peek. A little bit of danger in that for MOUZ, considering they brought a Galil and Glocks for the most part, so not too shabby to get a bomb plant there and 3 kills, but man, how good is Rops? Pressured from 3 different angles and manages them all and still lands spectacular shots. 9-5. Vitality just 4 rounds away from the trophy.
Great boost for the team play to open up. Apex going down in banana, and an opening kill for MOUZ to work with. Can they hold on to it? That's the difficult part, as they have to walk into a double stack. Rops and ZywOo, the Tower of Terror, and Mezzi's going to be on the other side. Impact falling and the numbers going to an even 3v3.
Yeah, and disappearing inside the smoke. And even though you get the kill over towards the B bomb site onto Apex, since you're so spread out towards middle, you got no way to take advantage of it. And now ZywOo, all the confidence in the world. Although Exertion might just catch him around the corner. That's Torji, and now he falls back. Or kills another.
ZywOo gets another. Yep. He's eventually going to be taken out by Exertion. There's 53 seconds to win this for Exertion. We often talk about his opening prowess, but now he needs to become a closer. He'll go back down to bottom banana. There is a pathway to B at the moment open. Not that he knows it.
This might be a hard clutch to put together if you're Vitality. As soon as you make your move, if you move after the smoke fades, Exertion is thinking that's the likeliest scenario.
Into the smoke. Oh my god, okay. Oh.
No way.
Spy then starts shooting, and it doesn't work out for Exertion. They get closer than they think.
If they passed to like that and he was able to get into the A bomb site for, I mean, there could have been something there, but it would have just been blind luck. 10-5.
Problem is here for MOUZ, there's no money, no bomb plan secured, so you're sitting around $3,000 average. You're going to be picking up Tech 9s.
I mean, this is the last half buy you do. Everything after this is going to be everything you've got. You're throwing it all in. You have no more time to waste. You simply need to put rounds on the board. 3 in a row to start this second half for Vitality. And there's nothing you can do to win any of these. Smoke broken open, Vitality just making all the right plays, never letting you stay comfortable. So try to recover 3 players up in halls. And for MOUZ, they have one more chance this next round with guns to turn their fortunes on Inferno.
Yeah, real slow one for MOUZ as they set up for the A plate. 3 players defending on this A bomb site. Rob's in the pit. They're going to be perfect. Damage done onto Spinks, low HP, diving down into the pit itself. With 40 seconds on the clock, the last-ditch effort stopped by ZywOo and Mezzi. And we're looking at 11-5. The force buy gets nowhere, or rather the half buy gets nowhere. And now it's the full buy, and the last timeout as well. This is it for MOUZ. It looks like their stage demons will not be shaken off. They're not going to get past Vitality.
You have to call this one from scratch as well if you're Cyclone, because you don't have any success to go off of. You have nothing you can build upon. For Xtaz, it's just stay focused, play the same exact game, no need to change anything. We've already shown that they can't beat us. They can't break through this defense. So nothing unusual for Vitality. 5 AK-47s for MOUZ, all the utility you could ask for. They've got every bell and every whistle to fight here in round 17. But they have to be pretty close to perfect for the rest of this map. Vitality just 2 round wins away.
Is there life in MOUZ yet? Rops running down mid. ZywOo to send the grenade into the stairs. And Rops to move with it. Torzi getting tagged. Information given over to Rops. There's one close by. Torzi's still going to win that fight. MOUZ have the advantage. Exertion burned back.
Flame sidesteps all the nade damage. Over towards halls we go. Spinks and Yimpat. It's ZywOo on the other side. Apex is the next defender over in Library. A is relatively weakened.
ZywOo into the fight, and just the one. Taken out by Spinks in response. 4v3, minute left. And MOUZ further on it. It is Spinks to come out of the balcony.
Exactly what they needed. Vitality was trying to cheat over towards the B bomb site to get a jump on any kind of attack into the site. They thought that would be the finish. Apex drops his gun to recover an AK-47. He's going to pick it back up regardless. Got blown away by a grenade, and they'll save the weapon. So MOUZ, they put their first round on the board. Now, we've had this in the first 2 maps. We've had this moment where MOUZ gained a little bit of control. They hit that stretch. On Dust 2, it was 6 rounds straight. On Mirage, it was 6 rounds straight. And then nothing after that. It was just an isolated run. It cannot be the case here. if they're to make it into a run? That question still needs to be answered if they can win 2 in a row.
True, Vitality hanging on to 2 save weapons at the moment. 2 AK-47s to go into the CT round. In the next, they've got plenty of money to buy around it as well. They're going to have all the supporting cast. AWP for ZywOo if he wants it. And everybody else on the rifle. Still a shot to respond immediately for Vitality and go to 12. To go to championship point yet again.
ZywOo trying to hardcore pre-aim, gets a little bit surprised, so can't double up on the second. A great round from Spinks. Nice impact with the trade onto ZywOo and coming out balcony for another. A timeout is called by Vitality. Xtaz involved in the conversation, gives chance for MOUZ to talk over because they're out of timeouts.
It's going to be full rifles here for Vitality, maintaining that. Same for MOUZ.
They have the option to get an AWP in the field if they want it. Apex has $5,000. He could drop one over, but ZywOo, I guess, hand-waving him off. Look at the team effort out of Team Vitality on this third map. 11 kills on MOUZ, ROPS, and Apex. 10 on ZywOo, 8 on Flames. Everyone delivering, no one lagging behind.
Apex's collection of deadly forces. ROPS, grenade ready to go down into the bottom banana again. Torzy not going to be receiving it on the head. Pressure on Exertion. Dismounts off the half wall, but then comes through and dismantles too. It's like Apex put on notice in the B-bomb site. The solo player left. If they execute upon him and he gets nothing, it's over.
Looks really clunky from Exertion and Torji, not really coordinated perfectly on what they want to do, but smokes up. They want to make it feel like MOUZ is going to attack the B-bomb site finish here, but Apex has pretty much called everyone away. ZywOo starting to shift a little bit.
Just as the bomb starts to leave banana and think about an A finish, so ROPS will be the only player on A. He's not really in a position to change the outcome of the round just yet. He's in front of the library. In fact, all the way back in the library now.
They're saving. ROPS is sliding over in this position, just back away to the B bomb site. When that hit didn't come in towards B, when the hit didn't come in towards A, that's the call that Vitality's going to make because they got no money in the bank. Flamesy will be able to buy himself a rifle in the next round. Apex can drop a rifle over to MOUZ. Outside of that, everyone's pretty much busted. So MOUZ will get up to 7. Vitality making an economic decision so they can have another crack at it and another full buy in the next round. But man, it's just a weird feeling for MOUZ. It's every time it seems like this match has just completely slipped away. They have that one last gasp, that one dying breath.
Yeah, catch the last wind. Can still win in regulation, just need to be perfect from this point onwards on the T side.
This hunt's actually huge. This could hurt MOUZ a lot if they go for this and lose these rifles. But if they get everything from Vitality, they set themselves up to close the gap even more.
It is the risk you run for the big reward. ZywOo going to be naded. He's got the health to survive that grenade blast, and he's not going to peek into the open. A couple of fights do go down. ROPS is the one to win it, so Vitality will save all 3 weapons and get an extra kill on the way out the door.
I like the decision to go for the hunt, though, because if you're going to make a comeback like this in the grand finals, you're going to have to take some risks somewhere.
You have to have some attitude.
Yeah, just showing that you're willing to take that one. They don't have to be the craziest risk in the world, but playing against the odds, at least in that situation. 11-7, round 19. MOUZ now with 2 rounds strung together, trying to bring this right back.
Flames get away in behind the sandbags, forced into the open. And Brolin gets a double kill. All right, that's more like it from the Swedish in-game leader. And we've got MOUZ with a 5v3 and plenty of time left on the clock.
Man, ZywOo's such a good teammate. He honestly probably should have just let Flames die in that kind of a situation. Really tried to force the issue. Vitality having a tough time getting up to 12. A bomb site wide open and overrun. And the hunt this time will be with as many MOUZ players as possible. They will not hold back. They will try and take these rifles out of the hands of Apex and MOUZ.
Well, the way MOUZ are winning these rounds, Jason, makes you feel a lot better about them on the T side. You know, and it's not coming down to 1v1 clutches and retakes. They're winning the rounds from the get-go, forcing Vitality into the safe calls over and over again. And they're keeping the hunt up this time because they know they've got money to fall back on. Mezzi and Apex, they don't have that same luxury. And they're close. They've got time on the fuse. Apex exposed in the open. Look at the back Mezzi up. They will stand and fight, but how many players from MOUZ are going to appear on their crosshair in the next few seconds? Apex, first headshot. Mezzi taken down in response, and everything's gone from Vitality. Not enough for a full buy in the next round. And MOUZ start to really close the gap.
Yeah, this is a great chance to do it even further, although Vitality have a 3-round losing bonus built up, so they're going to buy some weapons and some utility to make this a difficult affair for MOUZ. And maybe a chance at actually stealing it away. It's just so hard right now. MOUZ playing very, very well in these last 3 rounds, but we've been sold the stream twice before. Not ready to buy into it yet this time.
Apex. Mike 7. Just around the half wall. Exertion looking to clear it.
They swing on his shot.
Let's see if he can nail him to the wall. The nail gun ready to go. Straight to the head. The jumping play from Apex. And is this how they find 12? Is this how they find championship point?
MOUZ need to get some space over towards the A bomb site right now. They need to do something. You can see Yimfat and Spinks starting to move. Torji still at the bottom of Banana with an ult, but a 3 versus 5. Vitality can just sit back in the bomb sites and not do anything. They no longer have to push into you.
Mezzi not getting involved in the fight. Dropping back, playing towards Archway. Apex has come over to help him. Mezzi and Apex looking to combine on this. Oh, Spinks, good night. Weaker weapons. Big impact.
And it's done. You can't win this round into this 2v5. Yimfat's gonna back away. I know he won a great one on Dust 2. The only weakness available is this Mag 7 at the B bomb site in the hands of Flames. But Torji's gotta move now. He can't wait for his teammate, and the AWP is an awkward weapon with which to clear. And they're gonna get stalled out.
Championship point around the corner. Torji takes more damage from that Mag 7. Flames retreats into the site.
10 seconds.
Burning as Zaiwu flanks. It's another kill from the Mag 7. It is championship point, 1 off the back of it. And that is it for MOUZ. Surely that breaks them. They were on the comeback. You force Vitality down to a weaker buy, and they still come out on top of it.
That Mag 7 from Apex adds in the jumping damage. It just haunts them throughout the entire round. Vitality 1 round away from 30 straight wins. A historic record.
Exertion through Banana. Flames has found the opener. 4 kills away from another championship this year.
Their 6th, it would be.
And it's looking likely now. Mezzi with the double. Torji and Yimpat, nothing to do. Nothing can stop them. No one can stop them. Vitality dominant in Dallas. And it is 30 wins in a row.
Over 120 days of dominance for Vitality. Dallas is just the first step towards an unprecedented run at a 2nd ESL Grand Slam in the same year. And right around the corner, they're battling for another major trophy. This is what Vitality fights for every time they step into a server, and they never leave any doubt. They are the world's best.
With Rob's, Apex has collected his deathly hollows. Their streak has mastered death. And their march to the major has arrived in Texas. This is the first of the 2 Texan titles they are looking for. Together, they are conquering Counter-Strike. A new continent, another championship. They're coming for the major, Austin.
This team don't just want an era. This team are building an empire. Your Intel Extreme Masters Dallas champions, Team Vitality!
Apex, a year ago in this arena, on this stage, you had to watch another team lift that trophy, but now, 1 year later with this Vitality, 30 consecutive series, 6 trophies in a row. How sweet does that sound?
You know, deep in my belief, I will never believe it will happen. It's crazy what's happening. Like 30 wins in a row, 6 trophies in a row. At some point, we said with Robin, what the fuck is going on? We have no idea, but thank you, Dallas. Even though you say a lot of fuck you, Apex, it's pretty funny, so thank you, guys.
One way or another, they're still chanting your name. A lot's been made of the teams that are trying to chase your jerseys, that are trying to run behind, how tight the gap is closing. Well, here in this grand final, only 3 maps, domination through. Have we yet to see the peak of this Vitality?
I don't know, future will tell us. The sure thing is we came to this tournament without any believing, because we had a really small preparation, because we wanted to get some rest for the major. And we still win it. That's pretty crazy. I mean, once again, the amount of work this guy did since we in the tournament is crazy. No, no one takes a break and gives his best. So, yeah, that's a dream come true. We 5 months in 2025. I won 6 trophies. It's my record ever. So that's in a year. So I don't know. Once again, I'm speechless.
I'll ask one more question of you, even though you may be speechless. You said it before. You want to win for your teammates that weren't with you in the last, for your coach that wasn't there. Is Vitality winning the major?
I hope so. It's the main goal. We don't know what's gonna happen, but we're gonna give our best for that. And if we keep our A level, I think it's gonna be really tough for any team. But we never know what can happen. But yeah, I hope America will be not too much fuck you Apex at the major, please. Okay. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of pressure on ourselves. But we're ready for that quite some months already, because since we won 2 or 3 trophies in a row, we knew in a way that we will be the favorite for the major.
Well, now it's time for you to write your names on that camera like you've written them in the history books. Dallas, let's hear it for Vitality!
Hope so. The word hope comes out there from Apex, but the real question is, who gonna stop them?
That's a very good question. With the way Vitality is playing right now, with the way they've been playing ever since they lost that series against, back then, Eternal Fire, Aurora nowadays, it's very hard to imagine anyone stopping them. Now, we have seen a couple of teams get close, Yanko. We saw Falcons do it a couple of times in some grand finals. MOUZ had a shot at it as well, but as we've been speaking about throughout this tournament, Vitality came in with lack of preparation, came in after having a holiday, yet they still win it, they still dominate, still go 3-0. It's almost too easy.
I don't know who's going to stop them, if anyone. I know who won't be stopping them. It won't be MOUZ.
Yeah, fair.
We were talking about before the final started, every game that Vitality plays now, we're witnessing history, right? 30 series in a row. No one has done that before on LAN. 6 tournament wins in a row. I mean, this is just crazy numbers that we're talking about. And we're saying how it has never been more competitive in modern Counter-Strike, and Vitality just keeps winning everything.
I'll say it like this, for my money, my personal opinion. I think this is the first time in history since since we had that Astralis winning lineup where we can actually compare a team and say they may be better. I think there's been other teams, obviously, FaZe, Na'Vi, you name it. Liquid had a time and a short period of time where they played good Counter-Strike, but in reality, I think this Vitality, as you said, they're writing history all the time right now. 30 best of 3, best of 5 series in a row. I think it's the first time we have a team that could potentially be better than the best team ever to play.
Well, you know what the funny part is? None of that will matter if they don't win the major. Like, you can win every single tournament, but if you don't win the major, no one will care. The one reason why you can't still put them in the same conversation like Astralis is Astralis won 3 majors back-to-back, right? And that's over a span of a year and a half. That makes it so that you have to be consistent over a longer period of time. Look at the changes the teams have been making mid-season this year to try and compete with Vitality. Imagine the crazy things they will try and do over the course of a year and a half if that's how long this dominance continues. And I'm just excited to see what happens in Austin, because if they actually go on and win the major on top of everything else, it's the craziest season anyone has ever had.
All of that within a year's time frame, Jacob. Unheard of scenes.
Unheard of, you know, it's admirable. The way they play Counter-Strike, the way they conduct themselves, the way they allow themselves to take breaks once in a while, come into good shape. The way they allow themselves to come into a tournament like IEM Dallas, knowingly not being at 100%, but still aiming for the trophy. Still not giving any excuses, still not making up any excuses whatsoever in terms of, yeah, maybe it's okay if we don't continue the streak. I think Apex is doing a good job at motivating these guys. I think the whole organization of Vitality have done a tremendous job signing the players that they have. Janko said it earlier today as well. You're getting Robs on a freebie, you're getting FlameC on a freebie. They had the balls to sign FlameC and replace him with Dupree after winning the major. There's just been a lot of cool moves happening within Vitality, and I guess they're harvesting the fruit of all of that hard work and all those good decisions. Unlike teams like Astralis, unlike teams like G2, unlike teams like FaZe, who's been making a lot of poor decisions.
Yeah, and the truth be told, it's not even that they get tested a lot. I feel like there's a lot of games we witnessed. The last time I saw a real test over here for Vitality might have been down under in Australia.
Yeah, I think that was obviously the most they were tested. They had to defend, what, 8 match points, I believe, on that final map. And Falcons give them a run for their money, you know, but still not able to beat them. That's the only thing that counts. And Apex was very vocal how their preparation was so-and-so for this tournament. Now they'll go home, have some time to rest, do a boot camp before the major. I mean, if teams weren't able to beat them here, how will they be able to do it at the major?
That's why I love your point just before, Janko, when you say, imagine what teams are willing to do in order to catch up with Vitality. Look what Falcons did. They signed Nico, they signed Monesi, they signed Kurisuki as well. They're trying everything they can in order to get all the talent in the world where you can combine them and go up against a team like Vitality. And it was the same thing with Astralis as well, where everyone was trying their absolute best to beat him. It's a catch-up game, and right now, nobody's catching Vitality.
Try as you will, try as you might. If your MOUZ are going to have to try another day, let's go ahead and head on down to the stage. What's going on, Mike?
Well, Zaiwu, you know the drill here. You've been here before. But for one more time in 2025, you are the DHL MVP. How does that feel?
Feeling great, feeling really great, because I don't think I played a good tournament, to be honest. Yeah, I was really shaky, like all the tournament, but the final I will show up. My team really need me for this kind of show. So finally I show myself, like in the final I play a really good game, so I'm really happy.
You certainly did. Now grab that trophy. And Dallas, give it up for Zaiwu!
Zaiwu definitely one of the driving forces over here for Vitality, but he's not all. That's not all. He's definitely him today, though. I don't know what he's talking about. He said he fell off a little this final.
Yeah, I mean, in this final tonight, he was playing well, but let's be honest, overall in this tournament, he hasn't been playing his absolute best, but it's just a luxury, right? You said it yourself, Janko, earlier today. You have Messi, you have FlameC, you have Apex stepping up in grand finals. There's no weakness within Vitality, let's be honest.
It's crazy how they can still get to the final with him being average for his standards. And then all of a sudden, when everyone's thinking, oh, they're vulnerable, oh, they're not looking so great at the moment, he just shows up and proves once more that he's, without a doubt, the best player of 2025.
Yeah, speak of the devil himself. Hey, Zaiwu, what's happening, man?
Feeling great. Honestly, feeling great. I mean, what can I say? We are playing really good now.
Do you ever get tired of being the DHL MVP?
Maybe too heavy. That's the only thing for
Okay,
me.
yeah,
But
fair
no, obviously I'm never getting tired of it. I mean, that's how we like to play, or I like to play. That's just showing up on the server.
I mean, we've been speaking to Apex and been hearing from you guys. You said that you had a bit of a vacation coming into this tournament. You said it yourself, you haven't played your best Counter-Strike, but even your second best or third best or whatever it is probably the best anyway. Is that because of that vacation that you're not on the top of your phone? Oh, sorry, the top of your game right now?
Actually, I couldn't even know, like, before starting the final, like, what happened. Yesterday night, we have a really good discussion with Apex, like, outside, like, for almost 1 hour. So after that, it's kind of a reset for me. Like, I knew what my job is going to be, what I need to bring for the team. So it was kind of this. The discussion I had with Apex, like, released me, like, even more, like, I won't say the pressure, but I need to play to helping my team. So yesterday was really helpful for me.
I know you're being very modest, and I know you're being very gentle in it as well, but how big of an impact does Apex have on your play? Like, is he motivating you? Is he helping you? Is he a driving force behind all these amazing MVP performances that we're seeing?
He's doing everything. I mean, he can hype all the team. He can find solution for everyone. He's kind of the hard worker for everyone. Like, if someone feels really bad, you will try to help him, to find some calls for him, to find any solution. So anyway, if you have Apex in the team, we will try to help you anyway.
I think also for this tournament, you said it yourself, hasn't been too hot for you until the final, that you played bad or anything, but not on to the standard some of the other tournaments. So you said a little bit of a change of mindset coming into today. What was it? Was it you trying to maybe be a little bit more aggressive, understanding you might have to, try and make a little bit more plays than usual? What was the thought process?
I think during the tournament, I didn't play my own game, to be honest. I was a bit shaky, not moving a lot, and just waiting for the enemy coming to me. So when we had the talk yesterday, I was just focused about myself, what I need to bring, like the communication, the energy I need to bring into the team. So was my main focus during the the final. So I was just focused on it.
Is there anything that can happen, because we just saw a 1v5 happen, is there anything that can happen for you guys to lose to MOUZ? Because it feels like at this point it cannot.
I mean, I don't know what happened. I mean, we lost 1v5 and we almost lost the game, but even though after the 1v5 we are really focused about coming back into the game, because we know it's really rough mentally to lose 1v5 and come back this game, but we are really focused every round, each round, to find the solution, finding the gap between MOUZ to find the round. So there's no doubt about that.
There's no doubt you have a massive target on your back, obviously winning every single tournament right now. Do you have a feeling whether or not the teams are catching up to you? We've seen a couple of close games versus Falcons. MOUZ have had their shot, they can't beat you, but do you feel that anyone is getting close to you, or is it just cruising as of right now?
Obviously, people are getting close because I want even more to beat us every time we are winning, so it's getting harder and harder, but we just need to find solution. We need to even hard work even more than before. So for us, it's getting harder, but it's also the hard part. When you're getting on the top, it's harder to stay on it. So for us, it's obviously the hardest spot to have, but we're still working on it.
Yeah, so let me run this one by you, because I'm just kind of looking at some of the numbers here. Yeah, you did great, and obviously you did amazing, but were you extra motivated when this Dallas crowd came out here and said, you Apex?
We are making fun. I mean, we always say that also to the team. So I think for us it was the motivation. Also from last year, we lost in final. We did not want to make the same mistake almost. So we are really focused about that. And okay, Apex.
Listen, Zaibu, you have the major coming up now, obviously in Austin. You're winning everything right now. And some of the critiques out there when we speak of you as a player is that you only have one major, which for many would be nice. And the one that you have was against maybe not the best opposition. Is it important for you to win a second major to prove to the world that, yeah, I won a major. It's not my fault that the other teams didn't show up. And if so, is that going to be that one in Austin?
Maybe it's going to be the one in it, but I'm not really focused about I won only one major. For me, we need to win the major if you want to be the greatest or whatever. So for me, every major is a stage.
What motivates you? Like what motivates
Winning tournaments. Yeah. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter if it's major, Grand Slam, or like normal tournament. Winning tournaments is part of our job. We need to make it through. So for me, any tournament is really important.
All right. Cool. Well, Zaibu, since you are that DHL MVP, you want to tell the people at home something without us being involved? Go ahead.
No, I don't.
Okay, bet. All right. Well, in that case, I'll let you get out of here, man. Unless you want to. It's up to you, man. All right, good. He already took it off. I appreciate you, Big Woo. That's Zaibu. He doesn't need an introduction. There is a crowd of people here just trying to get the man's attention.
Listen, Trace, imagine having a player on your payroll where he stands up here on the desk saying that it doesn't matter if you win the major, IEM Dallas, or any tournament. He just wants to win it all because that's what he's being paid to do. Must be pretty goddamn nice to have a guy like that on your team.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I think Zaibu is one of the things that makes him great. from this, well, not from this year, but recently, is he's developed just a little bit of an ego, but only on the server, not outside of the server, right? And that's sort of the dream in a way, right? Because he's such an amazing teammate. He's obviously an amazing player, and just having that little bit of extra ego after how last year went for him, and he wasn't in the conversation about best player of the year, and this year it's undisputed, right? The way he's doing, and that's another testament to, you know, Vitality, the team building and everything. They just have such a great group of guys that mesh so well together, and it's that reason why they haven't lost earlier, right? They were against the backs against the wall so many times that they were still able to overcome it, and you know, that's why they have 6 tournament wins in a row.
Yeah, for the side of Vitality, it seems as though all those puzzle pieces came together. Speaking of our puzzle pieces, I've got Josh back on the desk with us here. We kind of swapped out Zaiwu and Steel.
2 equally legendary players.
Yeah, for their own respective reasons,
Same
obviously.
Famous and infamous.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Just kind of dunking on yourself there. That's not bad. Anyway, so yeah, this is what the playoff brackets look like as if you need an introduction. We had a whole house full of Counter-Strike in here all weekend, guys.
Yeah, we did, and MOUZ looked really good all the way through until, I guess, the very last stretch of everything where, you know, they go on Inferno and they don't even know about the B-bomb site. They just keep wanting to go away, so that's how the end of the tournament goes.
True, the ESL Grand Slam. We're just starting anew, and guess who's right back on the board? It's Team Vitality. They only have 9 chances remaining. I'm not sure they can do it, but I'm about positive there's a good chance.
I mean, why not?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, why not?
You know, at this point, just why not? Who knows? They just keep breaking, you know, the rules, keep breaking what we thought was possible in modern Counter-Strike. And on another note, when it comes to MOUZ, you know, they can't beat Vitality. It is true. But it's the last thing that's left. They can beat anyone else. They're top 3 team in the world, without a doubt. I'm not very convinced that this group of guys will be able to figure it out. But if they could, imagine how sick that would be for them.
Like, you made the analogy that it's kind of looking like Liquid from 2018 that couldn't beat Astralis. What ended up happening was they not only beat Astralis, but they actually won the ESL Grand Slam. So what you're saying is sometime later this year, we're going to see MOUZ winning the ESL Grand Slam, toppling Vitality, and all those good things all happening all around at the same time.
But that would require Vitality to implode. It's not going to, MOUZ is going to find a new level, right?
And at this rate, I mean, it's not looking good for your prophecy there. But hey, I'll give you that, and I'll also give us this opportunity to hear from that MOUZ camp on their way out.
Cyclone, first of all, commiserations. I can only imagine what's going through your head right now, so really appreciate the time, you taking the time to give me a few words after that. Just going back to Mirage, obviously your pick in the series, a map where you've had success versus Vitality before. Initial takeaways from kind of what went wrong there?
Yeah, I need to take my brain back to Mirage. We have a rough T-side, of course. Doesn't help it that we can't get a foot in the game. I think we're at times a little bit stressed out and don't really manage to keep it, maintain the pressure against us. I think in the advantage situations we do find ourselves in, they also did a really good job of having the right reads. Where should there be numbers? Where should they push information? And yeah, I think if we get a few more rounds of that Mirage T side, we're probably winning it. I think it's still had to be the map that we had to win in this series.
It's an interesting point that you bring up, you know, the pressure side of things, because all 4 players I spoke to prior coming into this grand final, they all mentioned that this was even more of a mental game than it would be inside the server, right, when we're looking at the firepower. Can you tell me the roller coaster of the mental of MOUZ during that series?
Yeah, so it's more just that the environment and stage adds a little bit more. It's tougher to communicate precisely. It's tougher to always make the right play. And against Vitality, who are so comfortable and confident right now, we need those details. We need to take that info. We need to be precise in communication. And sometimes if it falls apart, they punish us.
In terms of moving forwards to the major, obviously it's going to be back here in Texas, down in Austin. What's the plan for the team moving forward? I guess you guys are going back to Europe because you're not in the later stage, in it until the later stages, right?
Yes, we head back home tomorrow. We have 6 days at home, and then we go for a boot camp. Plan is just still to keep building and win the major.
Any takeaways that you can take away from this series to be moving into in terms of that practice and preparation?
Definitely. I think there's a lot of positive takeaways. Before this final now, we won 8 maps in a row. We beat both Falcons and Mongols. different moments we also had to show some character, some mentality to grind our way back into it. I think that's positive signs for us. The map pool definitely improved a bit. We got a bit of a sloppy start on both Dust 2 and Inferno, but I think you could see that we were able to be competitive also on those two maps, even against Vitality. So a lot of takeaways there. I also want to say I'm extremely proud of the boys. I think the effort and work they put in at this event, behind the scenes, has been second to none.
It's amazing to hear. Anything you want to say to the fans at rooting for MOUZ, obviously moving towards that Austin Major at home?
Yeah, we kind of set out this tournament to see, is there a chance for us to turn the crowd over on our side? I think they were a little bit focused on the "fuck you Apex" chant. I don't mind that part too much, but I hope once again in Austin that we can earn our flowers, that at some point the crowd will love the game that we bring to the scene.
Thank you so much, Synchronia. Commiserations once again, but really looking forward to seeing what you guys do deliver in Austin.
I don't know if I'd want them to love me, but I definitely wouldn't want them to scream and chant what they were screaming in here at me. That's for sure.
Yeah, some great insight from Cyclone. That's how it felt from outside, watching from the outside too. Just sometimes, you know, the communication is lacking, that when you need to make a move in the mid-round, and that's exactly what we pointed out before the final started, right? That's why I'm saying I'm not sure if these 5 guys can figure it out, because usually you need to have a player in there who can make the call, who can move other guys around, who can say, hey, let's clear mid now together, you block them on the other side. Like these little details that it doesn't feel like anyone is taking, you know, the mantle, taking initiative yeah. in those moments, and that's what's hurting MOUZ.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that the players are really skilled, so they are able to win on that alone. And then when they're evenly matched for skill, that's when things fall apart, because their macro seems really weak, that they don't understand what their win conditions are. And the only thing that they have going for them is like good retakes on their CT side, but they don't know like where to fight for and when to like move and adjust out of that.
But then again, let's be realistic. Let's just zoom out a little bit. If you're MOUZ right now, you're getting into all these grand finals, you're the second best team, maybe third best team in the world. If you would have sold them that idea at the beginning of the year when Shuhei went out of the lineup, when Spinks came in, they would have bought it instantly, right? So as much as it must suck to lose to Vitality a lot, being the second best team in the world right now, that's not too shabby, is it?
I'm not buying that, because last year they were also in contention. They played a couple of finals.
Not everyone can win.
They won a Pro League and everything. You're obviously always trying to build on that. I think they were hoping to take that next step where they can actually lift. And they did win Cluj, right? But Vitality wasn't there. So that's the problem. Maybe just attend more PGL events.
Now, everyone does love a little bit of the Falcons, right? We love what they got going over there. It's a cool little operation. Let's check out our 1xBet clutch.
And Tessas imagines the Danes looking to do it. Matches with a double right back. These the last moments. And it's Zywoo to stop the defense.
Yes, that is our 1xBet clutch, but ultimately, Magisk in this moment really did just make it real nervous in here, didn't he?
He was making it loud in here. You know, when he pulled that clutch off, the entire roof almost lifted itself.
You thought that was the catalyst for Falcons, you know, taking it to OT, maybe beating Vitality, and just the next round, Vitality, nope, we're going to win 13-11.
Yeah, Magisk can win a 1 versus 3, but the very next round, Kixon's in a 1 versus 2. Can't even make that happen, so we know who the real star is, and if the rumors are true, maybe someone else is going out.
It could be the last clutch we get to see from Maggie's in a big arena. You know, who knows?
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Jacob?
No, I wouldn't.
Another Danish one in the coffin.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hey, what I do need to do is call it right here. I want to appreciate all 3 of your efforts. Everyone behind the scenes. I also want to say happy birthday to Freya, because it is her birthday. You guys forgot. Y'all forgot. I didn't forget. I didn't forget. No, we're not singing it. But I will say the Austin Major begins on June 3rd. And then the Intel Extreme Masters returns to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike in Cologne. And you don't want to miss that either, I promise you. So, on behalf of everyone around here, thank you, and good night.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it. Like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup. Like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence, combined with opportunity. Mix it up with unity. Soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain about something good. If there's a battle.
Let's go over to Amy again. Congratulations. Hi, you're becoming a star of the show. Is there anything you can't win?
At the moment, no, apparently not. We're doing pretty well. I don't know. I don't think we've... Oh, yeah, no, we couldn't win Blast Bounty at the beginning of the year. Yeah, that one.
The one thing just really slipped away from you.
Yeah, that's okay, though. We'll take that one. Yeah. Well, of all the things we could lose, I think that one's... We take it.
That's okay. Yeah. That was really fast.
That was really fast. I mean, compared to what we went through in Melbourne...
It kind of reminded me of the Spirit series back in Caddo in terms of the quickness. Did you get the same vibe from the guys?
I think so. I think we definitely felt confident in this one. And then I think once we got the ball rolling and like we really centered on what we wanted, yeah, it was fully there.
All vitality is all over. Thank you, Amy. Thank you so much.
One more thing. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. See you later. Let's keep going. Can I bother Apex? No. I'm going to go to Jack. Jack, I didn't get to catch up with you in Melbourne. Congratulations for that and for this and for everything, basically.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. It's been nice. Yeah.
I was just saying to Amy, it's very reminiscent to me of the Spirit Grand Final back in Caddo, just like how fast you guys were. Did you get the same vibes from the team?
Same vibe from the boys, yes. MOUZ they fought a bit. We had to find our way back into both of the first two maps. Inferno was a bit more smooth, so I don't know. Yeah, it would have been nice to just go really fast. Like we've had some best of fives that have been incredibly exhausting, so that was better. But like MOUZ scared us.
They put up a solid effort. Not enough to get a map over you guys, though. Moving forward to Austin, I guess you guys are going home for a little bit. You got some rest, recuperation. Where do you call home, first of all?
Me personally, I'm in London. Okay. But Sydney's home. I do not identify as British in any way, shape or form. So I apologise, but
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, going back to London for a little bit. Is there a boot camp in the works? What's going to be happening in between? You got a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, so we'll go home, rest. Like the jet lag is going to be a bit awkward. I always find it worse going back. So we'll take 2 days of rest, practice at home, and then we'll head to Paris for a boot camp middle of next week or middle of the week after next. Practice for a week, and then we're straight to Austin.
Okay, 2 questions, because you're the sportsman of Vitality. 1, I've been hearing conflicting opinions of who the best planker is. Please tell me which of the players can plank the longest.
Dan and Shah would be close. Yeah, absolutely. It is, yeah. Unfortunately, Will, Matu and Robin are not in the running. Not their cup of tea, but Dan and Shah are... we should do a plank off. We'll figure it out, and we'll let you know.
Let's go in Austin. And who's the best football player? Because I've also been hearing both Shah and Dan be fighting about this one. Can you give a title today?
It's not Shah.
Excuse me, Jack. Stop talking, Jack. Move away.
Hold on. One second.
No, they best football too much. We have to go capture and this kind of stuff.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Who's the best football player in the team?
The best football player in the team?
I heard it was you, but I also heard it was Dan. There's a lot of conflicting opinions.
It's definitely Dan. Yeah? William is really good, but the cardio on that man is not the same as Dan. No? So, yeah, that's the issue.
Robin's surprisingly good when we actually played football. Yeah. Remember in Copenhagen we played football? He was really good.
Okay. But Robin yesterday was going through Google Maps showing me his house where he was raised, and there was a football field right next to him, and they used to play football when he was young. He used to grind football, and you know Robin.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Okay, question for you, Flamesy. How did you like this crowd? They were giving a vibe, right?
I think Dallas has been amazing also last year when we played. It was super fun to play. And I think today, like obviously they chant "fuck you Apex" a lot, and I think that's good energy, good vibes, and I just enjoyed overall this match. And I think the crowd in America is always really good.
Obviously, you're going to be seeing a lot more of America, well, hopefully, as we move on forward to the major. What are you thinking as we move into Austin? Do you feel like Vitality are unbeatable?
Well, we have to work hard to stay unbeatable, and that's the main challenge. It's not to become top one, it's to stay top one. I guess this guy works a lot on that. And obviously we have a lot of confidence coming to Austin, and I guess to some extent other teams have, there is some justified fear, I would say. So we have an advantage in this sense, but we also have a lot of pressure on our backs because this is the major and we won 6 in a row, and hopefully the 7th will be a special one.
30 series, 6 grand finals, 6 grand finals won as well. The numbers, they don't lie, Flamesy. How do you celebrate a feat like this? What are you getting up to this evening?
I should ask this guy. I'm chill as fuck in the after parties.
Interrupting all of these signatures. Mezzy, you are speedrunning these signatures. I will speedrun this interview. How do you get the signatures so clean every time?
As I've just said that, I've completely messed that one up. But I don't know.
Just like how you clean in the game, right?
I learned from the best, Flamesy. Flamesy's got the best signature, so I guess it's from him.
We spoke before the game, obviously your family in the crowd. Got to see your baby with little headphones on. That was absolutely adorable. I guess you're going to be spending a bit of time with them afterwards, right?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, go out and enjoy a nice meal with the team and the family as well. So, yeah, can't complain. It's the best feeling.
Lovely stuff. You've got a hell of a lot of fans. I will let you get back to them and end out with none other than Apex if I don't trip over all of these cables in the process. Apex, I'm so sorry. I will get out of your selfie. And I will disturb you, as always. French fans up there. I saw you flicking the flag back up. I didn't think you'd actually be able to make it up there. That's impressive.
Yeah, I'm succeeding at a lot of stuff lately, so I knew I would make it.
Tell me about how quickly this grand final went down. Obviously, you know, prior to this, we'd had some marathon best of fives for you. I feel like you were owed one. Did it feel similar to the Spirit victory back in Caddo in terms of that pace?
Not really. I think it was closer here. Against the Spirit, I think the 2 first maps were really on our side, and the 3rd was tougher. But here, first map was really tough. And then, even though the result was a bit tight, I think it was good on our hands. So we always had the lead and etc. Except on those 2. So yeah, it just feels good, and I'm happy to win again.
I feel like you were lapping up the crowd's energy, no matter what they were chanting. You love that, though, right?
Yeah, I mean it's part of the job, and actually, it's just fun for me. It just. It's where I want to be, it's where I belong. It's just on the stage, that's where I perform better, that's where I call better. So I'm just enjoying that, so it's no problem for that.
It really is. 30 in a row. How do you celebrate after this? You're a man of culture. Give me maybe, you know, a wine recommendation, a champagne recommendation that you will be popping open after this one.
I don't know yet, I don't know, I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I know is we're gonna enjoy a bit, because it's needed. I remember with Robin when we just, Matu, as I would just put the trophy up, we say, what the fuck is going on? 6 trophies in a row, I think it's one of the records ever. It's for SCR tournament, it's just, yeah, I'm speechless. And now we have the big trophy to win. It's the major, and a lot of pressure will be on our side, but that's fun.
I'm going to end this one out the exact same way I ended out the Melbourne interview. Just any shout-outs you want to give to the people watching at home and the people that make this happen behind the scenes for you guys at Vitality.
Well, yeah, everyone's supporting us. They get more and more, I would say, because we win. I also want to shout out to a friend that lost his mom today. I just knew about that today, and it made me sad before the game, and I wanted to do that for him. I'm not sure he's watching, but at least it was fun.
Beautiful stuff, Dan. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Be seeing you in Austin.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. I'm Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.